July 1660. July 1st. This morning came home my fine camlet cloak. Camlet was a mixed stuff of wool and silk. It was very expensive, and later Pepys gave L24 for a suit. See June 1st, 1664. With gold buttons and a silk suit, which cost me much money, and I pray God to make me able to pay for it. I went to the cook S and got a good joint of meat, and my wife and I dined at home alone. In the afternoon to the abbey, where a good sermon by a stranger, but no common prayer yet. After sermon called in at Mrs. Crisp's, where I saw Mynheer Roeder, that is to marry Sam Hartlib's sister, a great fortune for her to light on, she being worth nothing in the world. Here I also saw Mrs. Greenleaf, who is come again to live in Axe Yard with her new husband, Mr. Adams. Then to my lord's, where I stayed a while. So to see for Mr. Creed to speak about getting a copy of Barlow's patent. To my Lord S., where late at night comes Mr. Morland, whom I left prating with my lord, and so home. Second, infinite of business that my heart and head and all were full. Met with Purser Washington, with whom and a lady, a friend of his, I dined at the Bell Tavern in King Street, but the rogue had no more manners than to invite me and to let me pay my club. All the afternoon with my lord, going up and down the town. At 7 at night he went home, and there the principal officers of the Navy. A list of the officers of the Admiralty, May 31st, 1660. From a MS. In the Pepysian Library in Pepys's own handwriting. His Royal Highness James, Duke of York, Lord High Admiral Sir George Carteret, Treasurer, Sir Robert Slingsby, soon after Controller, Sir William Batten, Surveyor, Samuel Pepys, Esquire, Clerk of the Acts. John Lord Berkeley of Stratton, Sir William Penn, Commissioners, Peter Pett, Esquire B. Among the rest myself was reckoned one. We had order to meet tomorrow, to draw up such an order of the council as would put us into action before our pats were passed, at which my heart was glad. At night supped with my lord, he and I together, in the great dining room alone by ourselves, the first time I ever did it in London. Home to bed, my maid pretty well again. 3d. All the morning the officers and commissioners of the Navy, we met at Sir G. Carteret, S. Sir George Carteret, born 1599, had originally been bred to the sea service, and became Controller of the Navy to Charles I, and Governor of Jersey, where he obtained considerable reputation by his gallant defense of that island against the Parliament forces. At the Restoration he was made Vice-Chamberlain to the King, Treasurer of the Navy, and a Privy Councillor, and in 1661 he was elected M.P. for Portsmouth. In 1666, he exchanged the treasurership of the Navy with the Earl of Anglesea for the vice-treasurership of Ireland. He became a commissioner of the Admiralty in 1673. He continued in favor with Charles Roman II, till his death, January 14, 1679, in his 80th year. He married his cousin Elizabeth, daughter of Sir Philip Carteret, Knight of St. Owen, and had issued 3 sons and 5 daughters. Chamber and agreed upon orders for the council to supersede the old ones and empower us to act. Dined with Mr. Stevens, the treasurer's man of the Navy, and Mr. Turner, to whom I offered L50 out of my own purse for 1 year, and the benefit of a clerk's allowance beside, which he thanked me for. But I find he hath some design yet in his head, which I could not think of. In the afternoon my heart was quite pulled down, by being told that Mr. Barlow was to inquire today for Mr. Coventry. But at night I met with my lord, who told me that I need not fear, for he would get me the place against the world. And when I came to W. Howe, he told me that Dr. Petty had been with my lord, and did tell him that Barlow was a sickly man, and did not intend to execute the place himself, which put me in great comfort again. Till 2 in the morning, writing letters and things for my lord to send to sea. So home to my wife to bed. 4th, up very early in the morning and landing my wife at Whitefriars Stairs, I went to the bridge and so to the Treasurer, S. of the Navy, with whom I spake about the business of my office, who put me into very good hopes of my business. At his house comes Commissioner Pett, and he and I went to view the houses in Seething Lane, belonging to the Navy. The Navy office was erected on the site of Lumley House, formerly belonging to the Fraters Sancta Crucis, or Crutched Friars, and all business connected with naval concerns was transacted there, till its removal to Somerset House. The ground was afterwards occupied by the East India Company's warehouses. The civil business of the Admiralty was removed from Somerset House to Spring Gardens Inn, where I find the worst very good, and had great fears in my mind that they will shuffle me out of them, which troubles me. From thence to the excise office in Broad Street, where I received L500 for my lord, by appointment of the treasurer, and went afterwards down with Mr. Ledyard, and drank my morning draught with him and other officers. Thence to Mr. Backwell's, the goldsmith, where I took my lord's L100 in plate for Mr. Secretary Nicholas, and my own piece of plate, being a state dish and cup in chased work for Mr. Coventry, cost me above L19. Carried these and the money by coach to my lord's at Whitehall, and from thence carried Nicholas's plate to his house and left it there, intending to speak with him anon. So to Westminster Hall, where meeting with M. L. Impertinent and W. Bowyer, I took them to the Sun Tavern, and gave them a lobster and some wine, and sat talking like a fool till 4 o'clock. So to my Lord S., and walking all the afternoon in Whitehall Court, in expectation of what shall be done in the council as to our business. It was strange to see how all the people flocked together there, to see the king looking out of the council window. At night my lord told me how my orders that I drew last night about giving us power to act are granted by the council. At which he and I were very glad. Home and to bed, my boy lying in my house this night the first time. 5th. This morning my brother Tom brought me my jackanapes coat with silver buttons. It rained this morning, which makes us fear that the glory of this great day will be lost, the king and parliament being to be entertained by the city today with great pomp. July 5th. His Majesty, the 2 dukes, the House of Lords, and the House of Commons, and the Privy Council dined at the Guildhall. Every hall appeared with their colours and streamers to attend His Majesty, the masters in gold chains. 12 pageants in the streets between Temple Bar and Guildhall. 40 brace of bucks were that day spent in the city of London. Rugges Diurnalby. Mr. Hayter was with me today, and I agreed with him to be my clerk. Thomas Hayter. He remained with Pepys for some time, and by his assistance was made petty purveyor of petty missions. He succeeded Pepys as Clerk of the Acts in 1673, and in 1679 he was Secretary of the Admiralty and Controller of the Navy from 1680 to 1682. Being at Whitehall, I saw the king, the dukes, and all their attendants go forth in the rain to the city, and it bedraggled many a fine suit of clothes. I was forced to walk all the morning in Whitehall, not knowing how to get out because of the rain. Met with Mr. Cooling, my Lord Chamberlain's secretary, who took me to dinner among the gentlemen waiters, and after dinner into the wine cellar. He told me how he had a project for all us secretaries to join together, and get money by bringing all business into our hands. Thence to the Admiralty, where Mr. Blackburn and I, it beginning to hold up, went and walked an hour or 2 in the park, he giving of me light in many things in my way in this office that I go about. And in the evening I got my present of plate carried to Mr. Coventry, S. At my lord's at night comes Dr. Petty to me, to tell me that Barlow had come to town, and other things, which put me into a despair, and I went to bed very sad. 6th. In the morning with my lord at Whitehall, got the order of the council for us to act. From thence to Westminster Hall, and there met with the doctor that showed us so much kindness at the Hague, and took him to the Sun Tavern, and drank with him. So to my Lord S. and dined with W. Howe and Sarah, thinking it might be the last time that I might dine with them together. In the afternoon my lord and I and Mr. Coventry and Sir G. Carteret went and took possession of the Navy Office, whereby my mind was a little cheered, but my hopes not great. From thence Sir G. Carteret and I to the Treasurer's office, where he set some things in order. And so home, calling upon Sir Geoffrey Palmer, who did give me advice about my patent, which put me to some doubt to know what to do, Barlow being alive. Afterwards called at Mr. Pym S. about getting me a coat of velvet, and he took me to the Half Moon, and the house so full that we stayed above half an hour before we could get anything. So to my lord's, where in the dark W. Howe and I did sing extempores, and I find by use that we are able to sing a bass and a treble pretty well. So home and to bed. 7th. To my lord, one with me to buy a clerk's place, and I did demand L100. To the council chamber, where I took an order for the advance of the salaries of the officers of the Navy, and I find mine to be raised to L350 per annum. Thence to the Change, where I bought 2 fine prints of Raggotti from Rubens, and afterwards dined with my uncle and Aunt White, where her sister Cox and her husband were. After that to Mr. Rawlinson, S with my uncle, and thence to the Navy office, where I began to take an inventory of the papers and goods and books of the office, to my lord's late writing letters. So home to bed. 8th, Lord's Day, to Whitehall Chapel, where I got in with ease by going before the Lord Chancellor with Mr. Kipps. Here I heard very good music, the first time that ever I remember to have heard the organs and singing men in surplices in my life. During the Commonwealth, organs were destroyed all over the country, and the following is the title of the ordinances under which this destruction took place. 2 ordinances of the Lords and Commons assembled in Parliament, for the speedy demolishing of all organs' images, and all matters of superstitious monuments in all cathedrals and collegiate or parish churches and chapels throughout the Kingdom of England and the Dominion of Wales. The better to accomplish the blessed Reformation so happily begun, and to remove all offenses and things illegal in the worship of God. Dated May 9, 1644. When at the period of the Restoration music again obtained its proper place in the services of the Church, there was much work for the organ builders. According to Dr. Rimbault, Hopkins on the organ, p. 74, it was more than 50 years after the Restoration when our parish churches began commonly to be supplied with organs. Drake says, in his Eboracum, published in 1733, that at that date only one parish church in the city of York possessed an organ. Bernard Schmidt, better known as Father Smith, came to England from Germany at the time of the Restoration, and he it was who built the organ at the Chapel Royal. He was in high favor with Charles Roman II, who allowed him apartments in Whitehall Palace. The Bishop of Chichester preached before the king and made a great flattering sermon, which I did not like that clergy should meddle with matters of state. Dined with Mr. Llewellyn and Salisbury at a cook's shop. Home, and stayed all the afternoon with my wife till after sermon. There till Mr. Fairbrother came to call us out to my father's to supper. He told me how he had perfectly procured me to be made master in arts by proxy, which did somewhat please me, though I remember my cousin Roger Pepys was the other day persuading me from it. While we were at supper came Win. How to supper to us, and after supper went home to bed. 9th, all the morning at Sir G. Palmer's advising about getting my bill drawn. From thence to the Navy office, where in the afternoon we met and sat, and there I begun to sign bills in the office the first time. From thence Captain Holland and Mr. Brown of Harwich took me to a tavern and did give me a collation. From thence to the Temple to further my bills being done, and so home to my lord, and thence to bed. 10th, this day I put on first my new silk suit, the first that ever I wore in my life. This morning came Nan Pepys, husband Mr. Hall, to see me being lately come to town. I had never seen him before. I took him to the Swan Tavern with Mr. Eglin, and there drank our morning draught. Home, and called my wife, and took her to Dr. Clodius's to a great wedding of Nan Hartlib to Mynheer Roder, which was kept at Goring House with very great state, cost, and noble company. But among all the beauties there, my wife was thought the greatest. After dinner I left the company, and carried my wife to Mrs. Turner S. I went to the Attorney General's, and had my bill which cost me 7 pieces. I called my wife, and set her home. And finding my lord in Whitehall Garden, I got him to go to the secretary's, which he did, and desired the dispatch of his and my bills to be signed by the king. His bill is to be Earl of Sandwich, Viscount Hinchingbrooke, and Baron of St. Neots. The motive for Sir Edward Montagu's so suddenly altering his intended title is not explained. Probably, the change was adopted as a compliment to the town of Sandwich, off which the fleet was lying before it sailed to bring Charles from Scheveling. Montagu had also received marked attentions from Sir John Boys and other principal men at Sandwich, and it may be recollected, as an additional reason, that one or both of the seats for that borough have usually been placed at the disposal of the Admiralty. The title of Portsmouth was given, in 1673, for her life, to the celebrated Louise de Querouaille, and becoming extinct with her, was, in 1743, conferred upon John Wallop, Viscount Lymington, the ancestor of the present Earl of Portsmouthby. Home with my mind pretty quiet, not returning, as I said I would, to see the bride put to bed. 11th, with Sir W. Penn by water to the Navy office, where we met and dispatched business. And that being done, we went all to dinner to the Dolphin, upon Major Brown's invitation. After that to the office again, where I was vexed, and so was Commissioner Pett, to see a busy fellow come to look out the best lodgings for my Lord Berkeley, and the combining between him and Sir W. Penn, and indeed was troubled much at it. Home to Whitehall, and took out my bill signed by the King, and carried it to Mr. Watkins of the Privy Seal to be dispatched there, and going home to take a cap, I borrowed a pair of sheets of Mr. Howe, and by coach went to the Navy Office, and lay, Mr. Hayter, my clerk, with me at Commissioner Willoughby's house, where I was received by him very civilly and slept well. 12th, up early and by coach to Whitehall with Commissioner Pett, where, after we had talked with my lord, I went to the Privy Seal and got my bill perfected there, and at the Signet, and then to the House of Lords and met with Mr. Kipps, who directed me to Mr. Beale to get my patent engrossed. But he not having time to get it done in Chancery hand, I was forced to run all up and down Chancery Lane and the Six Clerks' office. The Six Clerks' office was in Chancery Lane, near the Holborn end. The business of the office was to enroll commissions, pardons, patents, warrants, and see that had passed the Great Seal, also other business in Chancery. In the early history of the Court of Chancery, the six clerks and their underclerks appear to have acted as the attorneys of the suitors. As business increased, these underclerks became a distinct body, and were recognized by the court under the denomination of sworn clerks, or clerks in court. The advance of commerce, with its consequent accession of wealth, so multiplied the subjects requiring the judgment of a court of equity, that the limits of a public office were found wholly inadequate to supply a sufficient number of officers to conduct the business of the suitors. Hence originated the solicitors of the Court of Chancery. See Smith as Chancery Practice, p. 62, 3rd edit. The six clerks were abolished by Act of Parliament Vict. c. 5. But could find none that could write the hand, that were at leisure. And so in a despair went to the Admiralty, where we met the first time there, my Lord Montagu, my Lord Berkeley, Mr. Coventry, and all the rest of the principal officers and commissioners, only the Controller, who is not yet chosen. At night to Mr. Kipps's lodgings, but not finding him, I went to Mr. Spung. And there I found him and got him to come to me to my lord's lodgings at 11 o'clock of night, when I got him to take my bill to write it himself, which was a great providence that he could do it against tomorrow morning. I late writing letters to see by the post, and so home to bed. In great trouble because I heard at Mr. Beale's today that Barlow had been there, and said that he would make a stop in the business. 13th, up early, the first day that I put on my black camlet coat with silver buttons. To Mr. Spung, whom I found in his night-down writing of my patent, and he had done as far as he could for that and see by 8 o'clock. It being done, we carried it to Worcester House to the Chancellor, where Mr. Kipps, a strange providence that he should now be in a condition to do me a kindness, which I never thought him capable of doing for me, got me the Chancellor's recipe to my bill, and so carried it to Mr. Beale for a docket. But he was very angry and unwilling to do it because he said it was ill writ, because I had got it writ by another hand and not by him. But by much importunity I got Mr. Spung to go to his office and make an end of my patent, and in the meantime Mr. Beale to be preparing my docket, which being done, I did give him 2 pieces, after which it was strange how civil and tractable he was to me. From thence I went to the Navy Office, where we dispatched much business, and resolved of the houses for the officers and commissioners, which I was glad of, and I got leave to have a door made me into the Leads. From thence, much troubled in mind about my patent, I went to Mr. Beale again, who had now finished my patent and made it ready for the seal, about an hour after I went to meet him at the Chancellor's. So I went away towards Westminster, and in my way met with Mr. Spung, and went with him to Mr. Lilly and ate some bread and cheese, and drank with him, who still would be giving me counsel of getting my patent out for fear of another change, and my Lord Montagu's fall. After that to Worcester House, where by Mr. Kipps's means, and my pressing in General Montagu's name to the Chancellor, I did, beyond all expectation, get my seal passed. And while it was doing in one room, I was forced to keep Sir G. Carteret, who by chance met me there, ignorant of my business in talk, while it was a-doing. Went home and brought my wife with me into London, and some money, with which I paid Mr. Beale L9 in all, and took my patent of him and went to my wife again, whom I had left in a coach at the door of Hind Court, and presented her with my patent, at which she was overjoyed. So to the Navy Office, and showed her my house, and were both mightily pleased at all things there, and so to my business. So home with her, leaving her at her mother's door. I to my Lord S., where I dispatched an order for a ship to fetch Sir R. Honeywood home, for which I got 2 pieces of My Lady Honeywood by young Mr. Powell. Late writing letters, and great doings of music at the next house, which was Wally's, the king and dukes there with Madame Palmer. Barbara Villiers, only child of William, 2nd Viscount Grandison, born November 1640, married April 14, 1659, to Roger Palmer, created Earl of Castlemaine, 1661. She became the king's mistress soon after the Restoration, and was in 1670 made Baroness Nonsuch, Countess of Southampton and Duchess of Cleveland. She had 6 children by the king, one of them being created Duke of Grafton, and the eldest son succeeding her as Duke of Cleveland. She subsequently married Beau Fielding, whom she prosecuted for bigamy. She died October 9, 1709, aged 69. Her life was written by G. Steinman and privately printed 1871, with addenda, and second addenda 1878. A pretty woman that they have a fancy to make her husband a cuckold. Here at the old door that did go into his lodgings, my Lord I and W. Howe did stand listening a great while to the music. After that home to bed. This day I should have been at Guildhall to have borne witness for my brother Hawley against Black Collar, but I could not, at which I was troubled. To bed with the greatest quiet of mind that I have had a great while, having ate nothing but a bit of bread and cheese at Lily's today, and a bit of bread and butter after I was abed. 14th. Up early and advised with my wife for the putting of all our things in a readiness to be sent to our new house. To my lord's, where he was in bed very late. So with Major Tolhurst and others to Harper S., and I sent for my barrel of pickled oysters and there ate them. While we were doing so, comes in Mr. Pagan Fisher, the poet, and promises me what he had long ago done, a book in praise of the King of France, with my arms, and a dedication to me very handsome. After him comes Mr. Shepley come from sea yesterday, whom I was glad to see that he may ease me of the trouble of my lord's business. So to my lord's, where I stayed doing his business and taking his commands. After that to Westminster Hall, where I paid all my debts in order to my going away from hence. Here I met with Mr. Eglin, who would needs take me to the Leg in King Street and gave me a dish of meat to dinner, and so I sent for Mons, L'Impertinent, where we sat long and were merry. After that parted, and I took Mr. Butler with me into London by coach and showed him my house at the Navy Office, and did give order for the laying in coals. So into Fenchurch Street, and did give him a glass of wine at Rawlinson S., and was trimmed in the street. So to my lord's late writing letters, and so home, where I found my wife had packed up all her goods in the house fit for a removal. So to bed. 15th. Lay long in bed to recover my rest. Going forth met with Mr. Shepley, and went and drank my morning draught with him at Wilkinson's and my brother Spicer, Jack Spicer, brother clerk of the Privy Seal. After that to Westminster Abbey, and in Henry the Seventh's chapel heard part of a sermon, the first that ever I heard there. To my Lord S. and dined all alone at the table with him. After dinner he and I alone fell to discourse, and I find him plainly to be a skeptic in all things of religion, and to make no great matter of anything therein, but to be a perfect Stoic. In the afternoon to Henry the Seventh's chapel, where I heard service and a sermon there, and after that meeting W. Boger there, he and I to the park, and walked a good while till night. So to Harper S. and drank together, and Captain Stokes came to us, and so I fell into discourse of buying paper at the first hand in my office, and the captain promised me to buy it for me in France. After that to my lord's lodgings, where I wrote some business and so home. My wife at home all the day, she having no clothes out, all being packed up yesterday. For this month I have wholly neglected anything of news, and so have beyond belief been ignorant how things go, but now by my patent my mind is in some quiet, which God keep. I was not at my father's today, I being afraid to go for fear he should still solicit me to speak to my lord for a place in the wardrobe, which I dare not do, because of my own business yet. My wife and I mightily pleased with our new house that we hope to have. My patent has cost me a great deal of money, about L40, which is the only thing at present which do trouble me much. In the afternoon to Henry the Seventh's chapel, where I heard a sermon and spent, God forgive me, most of my time in looking upon Mrs. Butler. After that with W. Bowyer to walk in the park. Afterwards to my lord's lodgings, and so home to bed, having not been at my father's today. 16th, this morning it proved very rainy weather so that I could not remove my goods to my house. I to my office and did business there, and so home, it being then sunrise. But by the time that I got to my house it began to rain again, so that I could not carry my goods by cart as I would have done. After that to my lord's, and so home and to bed. 17th. This morning, as indeed all the mornings nowadays, much business at my lord's. There came to my house before I went out Mr. Barlow, an old consumptive man and fair-conditioned, with whom I did discourse a great while, and after much talk I did grant him what he asked, viz. L50 per annum, if my salary be not increased, and 100 per annum, in case it be to L350, at which he was very well pleased to be paid as I received my money and not otherwise. Going to my lord's, I found my lord had got a great cold and kept his bed, and so I brought him to my lord's bedside, and he and I did agree together to this purpose what I should allow him. That done and the day proving fair, I went home and got all my goods packed up and sent away, and my wife and I and Mrs. Hunt went by coach, overtaking the carts a-drinking in the Strand. Being come to my house and set in the goods, and at night sent my wife and Mrs. Hunt to buy something for supper, they bought a quarter of lamb, and so we ate it, but it was not half roasted. Will, Mr. Blackburn's nephew, is so obedient that I am greatly glad of him. At night he and I and Mrs. Hunt home by water to Westminster. I to my lord, and after having done some business with him in his chamber in the nursery, which has been now his chamber since he came from sea, I went on foot with a link boy to my home, where I found my wife in bed and Jane washing the house, and Will the boy sleeping, and a great deal of sport I had before I could wake him. I to bed the first night that I ever lay here with my wife. 18th. This morning the carpenter made an end of my door out of my chamber upon the leads. This morning we met at the office. I dined at my house in Seething Lane, and after that, going about 4 o'clock to Westminster, I met with Mr. Carter and Mr. Cook coming to see me in a coach, and so I returned home. I did also meet with Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, with a porter with him, with a barrel of lemons, which my man Burr sends me from sea. I took all these people home to my house and did give them some drink, and after them comes Mr. Shepley, and after a little stay, we all went by water to Westminster as far as the New Exchange. Thence to my lord about business, and being in talk in comes one with half a buck from Hinchinbroke, and it smelling a little strong my lord did give it me, though it was as good as any could be. I did carry it to my mother, where I had not been a great while, and indeed had no great mind to go, because my father did lay upon me continually to do him a kindness at the wardrobe, which I could not do because of my own business being so fresh with my lord. But my father was not at home, and so I did leave the venison with her to dispose of as she pleased. After that home, where W. Hewer now was, and did lie this night with us, the first night. My mind very quiet, only a little trouble I have for the great debts which I have still upon me to the secretary, Mr. Kipps, and Mr. Spung for my patent. 19th. I did lie late abed. I and my wife by water, landed her at Whitefriars with her boy with an iron of our new range which is already broke and my wife will have changed, and many other things she has to buy with the help of my father today. I to my lord and found him in bed. This day, I received my commission to swear people the oath of allegiance and supremacy delivered me by my lord. After talk with my lord I went to Westminster Hall, where I took Mr. Mitchell and his wife, and Mrs. Murford we sent for afterwards, to the Dog Tavern, where I did give them a dish of anchovies and olives and paid for all, and did talk of our old discourse when we did use to talk of the king, in the time of the rump, privately. After that to the Admiralty Office, in Whitehall, where I stayed and writ my last observations for these 4 days last past. Great talk of the difference between the Episcopal and Presbyterian clergy, but I believe it will come to nothing. So home and to bed. 20th, we sat at the office this morning, Sir W. Batten and Mr. Pett being upon a survey to Chatham. This morning I sent my wife to my father's, and he is to give me L5 worth of pewter. After we rose at the office, I went to my father's, where my Uncle Fenner and all his crew and Captain Holland and his wife and my wife were at dinner at a venison pasty of the venison that I did give my mother the other day. I did this time show so much coldness to W. Joyce that I believe all the table took notice of it. After that to Westminster about my lord's business, and so home, my lord having not been well these 2 or 3 days, and I hear that Mr. Barnwell at Hinchinbroke is fallen sick again. Home and to bed. 21st. This morning Mr. Barlow had appointed for me to bring him what form I would have the agreement between him and me to pass, which I did to his lodgings at the Golden Eagle in the New Street still, retains the name New Street, between Fetter Lane and Shoe Lane, where he liked it very well, and I from him went to get Mr. Spunk to engross it in duplicates. To my lord and spoke to him about the business of the Privy Seal for me to be sworn, though I got nothing by it, but to do Mr. Moore a kindness, which he did give me a good answer to. Went to the 6 Clerks' office to Mr. Spunk for the writings, and dined with him at a club at the next door, where we had 3 voices to sing catches. So to my house to write letters, and so to Whitehall about business of my lord's concerning his creation, and so home, and to bed. 22nd, Lord's Day. All this last night it had rained hard. My brother Tom came this morning the first time to see me, and I paid him all that I owe my father to this day. Afterwards I went out and looked into several churches, and so to my uncle Fenner's, whither my wife was got before me, and we, my father and mother, and all the Joyces, and my Aunt Bell, whom I had not seen many a year before. After dinner to Whitehall, my wife to church with K. Joyce, where I find my lord at home and walked in the garden with him, he showing me all the respect that can be. I left him and went to walk in the park, where great endeavoring to get into the inward park. This is still railed off from St. James's Park, and called the enclosure, but could not get in. One man was basted by the keeper, for carrying some people over on his back through the water. Afterwards to my lord's, where I stayed and drank with Mr. Shepley, having first sent to get a pair of oars. It was the first time that ever I went by water on the Lord's Day. Home, and at night had a chapter read, and I read prayers out of the Common Prayer Book, the first time that ever I read prayers in this house. So to bed. 23rd. This morning Mr. Barlow comes to me, and he and I went forth to A. Scrivener in Fenchurch Street, whom we found sick of the gout in bed, and signed and sealed our agreement before him. He urged to have these words, in consideration whereof to be interlined, which I granted, though against my will. Met this morning at the office, and afterwards Mr. Barlow by appointment came and dined with me, and both of us very pleasant and pleased. After dinner to my lord, who took me to Secretary Nicholas, and there before him and Secretary Morris, my lord and I upon our knees together took our oaths of allegiance and supremacy, and the oath of the Privy Seal, of which I was much glad, though I am not likely to get anything by it at present, but I do desire it, for fear of a turnout of our office. That done and my lord gone from me, I went with Mr. Cooling and his brother, and Sam Hartlib, little Jennings and some others to the King's Head Tavern at Charing Cross, where after drinking I took boat and so home, where we supped merrily among ourselves, our little boy proving a droll, and so after prayers to bed. This day my lord had heard that Mr. Barnwell was dead, but it is not so yet, though he be very ill. I was troubled all this day with Mr. Cook, being willing to do him good, but my mind is so taken up with my own business that I cannot. 24th. To Whitehall, where I did acquaint Mr. Watkins with my being sworn into the Privy Seal, at which he was much troubled, but put it up and did offer me a kinsman of his to be my clerk, which I did give him some hope of, though I never intend it. In the afternoon, I spent much time in walking in Whitehall Court with Mr. Bickerstaff, who was very glad of my lord's being sworn, because of his business with his brother Baron, which is referred to my Lord Chancellor, and to be ended tomorrow. Baron had got a grant beyond sea to come in before the reversionary of the Privy Seal. This afternoon Mr. Matthews came to me to get a certificate of my lord's and my being sworn, which I put in some forwardness, and so home and to bed. 25th. In the morning at the office, and after that down to Whitehall, where I met with Mr. Creed, and with him and a Welsh schoolmaster, a good scholar but a very pedagogue, to the ordinary at the Leg in King Street. I got my certificate of my lord's and my being sworn. This morning my lord took leave of the House of Commons, and had the thanks of the House for his great services to his country. In the afternoon, but this is a mistake, for it was yesterday in the afternoon, Monsieur l'Impertinent and I met, and I took him to the Sun and drank with him, and in the evening going away we met his mother and sisters and father coming from the gatehouse, where they lodge, where I did the first time salute them all, and very pretty Madame Frances Butler, the beauty, is indeed. After that very late home and called in Tower Street, and there at a barber, was trimmed the first time. Home and to bed. 26th. Early to Whitehall, thinking to have a meeting of my lord and the principal officers, but my lord could not, it being the day that he was to go and be admitted in the House of Lords, his patent being done, which he presented upon his knees to the Speaker. And so it was read in the House, and he took his place. I at the Privy Seal office with Mr. Hooker, who brought me acquainted with Mr. Crofts of the Signet, and I invited them to a dish of meat at the Leg in King Street, and so we dined there, and I paid for all and had very good light given me as to my employment there. Afterwards to Mr. Pierce's, where I should have dined but I could not, but found Mr. Shepley and W. Howe there. After we had drunk hard we parted, and I went away and met Dr. Castle, who is one of the clerks of the Privy Seal, and told him how things were with my lord and me, which he received very gladly. I was this day told how Baron against all expectation and law has got the place of Bickerstaff, and so I question whether he will not lay claim to wait the next month, but my lord tells me that he will stand for it. In the evening I met with T. Doling, who carried me to St. James's Fair. August 1661. This year the fair, called St. James's Fair, was kept the full appointed time, being a fortnight. But during that time many lewd and infamous persons were by His Majesty's express command to the Lord Chamberlain, and his lordship's direction to Robert Nelson, Esquire, committed to the House of Correction. Rugges Diurnal. St. James's Fair was held first in the open space near St. James's Palace, and afterwards in St. James's Market. It was prohibited by the Parliament in 1651, but revived at the Restoration. It was, however, finally suppressed before the close of the reign of Charles Roman II. And their meeting with W. Simmons and his wife, and Llewellyn and D. Scoble's wife and cousin, we went to Wood S. at the Pall Mall. This is one of the earliest references to Pall Mall as an inhabited street, and also one of the earliest uses of the word clubbing. Our old house for clubbing, and there we spent till 10 at night, at which time I sent to my lord's for my clerk Will to come to me, and so by link home to bed. Where I found Commissioner Willoughby had sent for all his things away out of my bedchamber, which is a little disappointment, but it is better than pay too dear for them. 27th, the last night Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn came to their houses at the office. Met this morning and did business till noon. Dined at home, and from thence to my lord's, where Will, my clerk, and I were all the afternoon making up my accounts, which we had done by night, and I find myself worth about L100 after all my expenses. At night, I sent to W. Bowyer to bring me L100, being that he had in his hands of my lord's. In keeping, out of which I paid Mr. Shepley all that remained due to my lord upon my balance, and took the rest home with me late at night. We got a coach, but the horses were tired and could not carry us farther than St. Dunstan's. So we light and took a link, and so home weary to bed. 28th, early in the morning rose, and a boy brought me a letter from Poet Fisher, who tells me that he is upon a panegyric of the king, and desired to borrow a piece of me, and I sent him half a piece. To Westminster, and there dined with Mr. Shepley and W. Howe, afterwards meeting with Mr. Henson, who had formerly had the brave clock that went with bullets, which is now taken away from him by the king, it being his goods. Some clocks are still made with a small ball, or bullet, on an inclined plane, which turns every minute. The king's clocks probably dropped bullets. Gainsborough the painter had a brother who was a dissenting minister at Henley-on-Thames, and possessed a strong genius for mechanics. He invented a clock of a very peculiar construction, which, after his death, was deposited in the British Museum. It told the hour by a little bell, and was kept in motion by a leaden bullet which dropped from a spiral reservoir at the top of the clock into a little ivory bucket. This was so contrived as to discharge it at the bottom, and by means of a counterweight was carried up to the top of the clock, where it received another bullet, which was discharged as the former. This seems to have been an attempt at the Perpetual Motion Gentleman's Magazine, 1785, p. 931b. I went with him to the Swan Tavern and sent for Mr. Butler, who is now all full of his high discourse in praise of Ireland, whither he and his whole family are going by call. Dillon's persuasion, but so many lies I never heard in praise of anything as he told of Ireland. So home late at night and to bed. 29th, Lord's Day, I and my boy Will to Whitehall, and I with my lord to Whitehall Chapel, where I heard a cold sermon of the Bishop of Salisbury, S., and the ceremonies did not please me, they do so overdo them. My lord went to dinner at Kensington with my Lord Camden. So I dined and took Mr. Burfit, my lord's chaplain, and his friend along with me, with Mr. Shepley at my lord's. In the afternoon, with Dick Vines and his brother Peyton, we walked to listen Green and Marybone and back again, and finding my lord at home, I got him to look over my accounts, which he did approve of and sign them, and so we are even to this day. Of this I was glad, and do think myself worth clear money about L120. Home late, calling in at my father's without stay. To bed. 30th, sat at our office today, and my father came this day the first time to see us at my new office. And Mrs. Crisp by chance came in and sat with us, looked over our house, and advised about the furnishing of it. This afternoon I got my L50, due to me for my first quarter's salary as secretary to my lord, paid to thou. Hater for me, which he received and brought home to me, of which I am full glad. To Westminster, and among other things met with Mr. Moore, and took him and his friend, a bookseller of Paul's Churchyard, to the Rhenish wine-house, and drinking there the sword-bearer of London, Mr. Mann came to ask for us, with whom we sat late, discoursing about the worth of my office of Clerk of the Acts, which he hath a mind to buy, and I asked 4 years' purchase. We are to speak more of it tomorrow. Home on foot, and seeing him at home at Butler's Mary, he lent me a torch, which will carried, and so home. 31st. To Whitehall, where my lord and the principal officers met, and had a great discourse about raising of money for the navy, which is in very sad condition, and money must be raised for it. Mr. Blackburn, Dr. Clerk, and I to the Quaker S. and dined there. I back to the Admiralty, and there was doing things in order to the calculating of the debts of the navy and other business, all the afternoon. At night I went to the Privy Seal, where I found Mr. Crofts and Matthews making up all their things to leave the office tomorrow, to those that come to wait the next month. I took them to the Sun Tavern, and there made them drink, and discoursed concerning the office, and what I was to expect tomorrow about Baron, who pretends to the next month. Late home by coach so far as Ludgate with Mr. Matthews, and thence home on foot with W. Hewer with me, and so to bed. August 1660. August 1st. Up very early, and by water to Whitehall to my Lord S., and there up to my Lord's lodging Wynne. How being now ill of the gout at Mr. Pierce, S., and there talked with him about the affairs of the navy, and how I was now to wait today at the Privy Seal. Commissioner Pett went with me, whom I desired to make my excuse at the office for my absence this day. Hence to the Privy Seal office, where I got, by Mr. Matthews, means possession of the books and table, but with some expectation of Baron's bringing of a warrant from the king to have this month. Nothing done this morning, Baron having spoke to Mr. Woodson and groom, clerks to Mr. Trumbull of the Signet, to keep all work in their hands till the afternoon, at which time he expected to have his warrant from the king for this month. The clerks of the Privy Seal took the duty of attendance for a month by turns. I took at noon Mr. Harper to the Leg in King Street, and did give him his dinner, who did still advise me much to act wholly myself at the Privy Seal. But I told him that I could not, because I had other business to take up my time. In the afternoon at the office again, where we had many things to sign, and I went to the council chamber, and there got my lord to sign the first bill, and the rest all myself, but received no money today. After I had signed all, I went with Dick Scobell and Llewellyn to drink at a bottle beer house in the Strand, and after staying there a while, had sent W. Hewer home before, I took boat and homewards went, and in Fish Street bought a lobster, and as I had bought it I met with Winter and Mr. Delabar, and there with a piece of sturgeon of theirs, we went to the Sun Tavern in the street and ate them. Late home and to bed. 2d. To Westminster by water with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn, our servants in another boat, to the Admiralty. And from thence I went to my lord's to fetch him thither, where we stayed in the morning about ordering of money for the victuallers, and advising how to get a sum of money to carry on the business of the navy. From thence dined with Mr. Blackburn at his house with his friends, his wife being in the country and just upon her return to London, where we were very well treated and merry. From thence W. Hewer and I to the office of Privy Seal, where I stayed all the afternoon, and received about L40 for yesterday and today, at which my heart rejoiced for God's blessing to me, to give me this advantage by chance, there being of this L40 about L10 due to me for this day's work. So great is the present profit of this office, above what it was in the king's time, there being the last month about 300 bills, whereas in the late king's time it was much to have 40. With my money home by coach, it being the first time that I could get home before our gates were shut since I came to the Navy office. When I came home, I found my wife not very well of her old pain, which she had when we were married first. I went and cast up the expense that I laid out upon my former house, because there are so many that are desirous of it, and I am, in my mind, loth to let it go out of my hands, for fear of a turn. I find my layings out to come to about L20, which with my fine will come to about L22 to him that shall hire my house of me. Pepys wished to let his house in Axe Yard now that he had apartments at the Navy office. To bed. 3rd, up betimes this morning, and after the barber had done with me then to the office, where I and Sir William Penn only did meet and dispatch business. At noon, my wife and I by coach to Dr. Clerk S. to dinner. I was very much taken with his lady, a comely, proper woman, though not handsome, but a woman of the best language I ever heard. Here dined Mrs. Pierce and her husband. After dinner, I took leave to go to Westminster, where I was at the Privy Seal office all day, signing things and taking money, so that I could not do as I had intended, that is to return to them and go to the Red Bull Playhouse. This well-known theatre was situated in St. John's Street on the site of Red Bull Yard. Pepys went there on March 23, 1661, when he expressed a very poor opinion of the place. T. Caro, in some commendatory lines on Sir William Davenant's play, The Just Italian, 1630, abuses both audiences and actors. There are the men in crowded heaps that throng to that adulterate stage, where not a tongue of th, untunned kennel can a line repeat of serious sense. There is a token of this house, see Boyne's Trade Tokens, ed. Williamson, Volume I, 1889, p. 725. But I took coach and went to see whether it was done so or no, and I found it done. So I returned to Dr. Clerk's, where I found them and my wife, and by took leave and went away home. 4th, to Whitehall, where I found my lord gone with the king by water to dine at the Tower with Sir J. Robinson, Lieutenant. I found my Lady Jemima Montage, daughter of Lord Sandwich, previously described as Mrs. Jem, at my lord's, with whom I stayed and dined, all alone, after dinner to the Privy Seal office, where I did business. So to a committee of Parliament, Sir Hen Finch, chairman, to give them an answer to an order of theirs, that we could not give them any account of the accounts of the Navy in the years 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, as they desire. After that I went and bespoke some linen of Betty Lane in the hall, and after that to the Trumpet, where I sat and talked with her, and see at night, it being very rainy, and it thundering and lightning exceedingly, I took coach at the Trumpet door, taking Monsieur L'Impertinent along with me as far as the Savoy, where he said he went to lie with Carey Dillon. Colonel Carey Dillon, a friend of the Butlers, who courted the fair Frances, but the engagement was subsequently broken off, see December 31 cent, 1661, and is still upon the mind of going, he and his whole family, to Ireland. Having set him down, I made haste home, and in the courtyard, it being very dark, I heard a man inquire for my house, and having asked his business, he told me that my man William, who went this morning out of town to meet his Aunt Blackburn, was come home not very well to his mother, and so could not come home tonight. At which I was very sorry. I found my wife still in pain. To bed, having not time to write letters, and indeed having so many to write to all places that I have no heart to go about them. Mrs. Shaw did die yesterday, and her husband so sick that he is not like to live. 5th, Lord's Day. My wife being much in pain, I went this morning to Dr. Williams, who had cured her once before of this business, in Holborn, and he did give me an ointment which I sent home by my boy, and a plaister which I took with me to Westminster, having called and seen my mother in the morning as I went to the doctor, where I dined with Mr. Shepley, my lord dining at Kensington. After dinner to St. Margaret's, where the first time I ever heard common prayer in that church. I sat with Mr. Hill in his pew, Mr. Hill that married in Axe Yard, and that was aboard us in the Hope. Church done, I went and Mr. Shepley to see W. Howe at Mr. Pierce's, where I stayed singing of songs and psalms an hour or two, and were very pleasant with Mrs. Pierce and him. Thence to my lord's, where I stayed and talked and drank with Mr. Shepley. After that to Westminster Stairs, where I saw a fray between Mynheer Clink, a Dutchman that was at Hartlib's wedding, and a waterman which made good sport. After that I got a Gravesend boat that was come up to fetch some bread on this side the bridge, and got them to carry me to the bridge, and so home, where I found my wife. After prayers I to bed to her, she having had a very bad night of it. This morning before I was up Will came home pretty well again, he having been only weary with riding, which he is not used to. 6th, this morning at the office, and that being done, home to dinner all alone, my wife being ill in pain abed, which I was troubled at and not a little impatient. After dinner to Whitehall at the Privy Seal all the afternoon, and at night with Mr. Mann to Mr. Rawlinson, S. in Fenchurch Street, where we stayed till 11 o'clock at night. So home and to bed, my wife being all this day in great pain. This night Mr. Mann offered me L1000 for my office of Clerk of the Acts, which made my mouth water. But yet I dare not take it till I speak with my lord to have his consent. 7th, this morning to Whitehall to the Privy Seal, and took Mr. Moore and myself and dined at my Lord S. with Mr. Shepley. While I was at dinner in come Sam, Hartlib and his brother-in-law, now knighted by the king, to request my promise of a ship for them to Holland, which I had promised to get for them. After dinner to the Privy Seal all the afternoon. At night, meeting Sam. Hartlib, he took me by coach to Kensington, to my Lord of Holland, S. I stayed in the coach while he went in about his business. He staying long I left the coach and walked back again before on foot, a very pleasant walk to Kensington, where I drank and stayed very long waiting for him. At last he came, and after drinking at the inn we went towards Westminster. Here I endeavoured to have looked out Jane that formerly lived at Dr. Williams at Cambridge, whom I had long thought to live at present here, but I found myself in an error, meeting one in the place where I expected to have found her, but she proved not she though very like her. We went to the Bullhead, where he and I sat and drank till 11 at night, and so home on foot. Found my wife pretty well again, and so to bed. 8th, we met at the office, and after that to dinner at home, and from thence with my wife by water to Catton Sturpin, with whom and her mistress Pye we sat discoursing of Kate's marriage to Mons. Petty, her mistress and I giving the best advice we could for her to suspend her marriage till Mons. Petty had got some place that may be able to maintain her, and not for him to live upon the portion that she shall bring him. From thence to Mr. Butler's to see his daughters, the first time that ever we made a visit to them. We found them very pretty, and call Dillon there, a very merry and witty companion, but methinks they live in a gaudy but very poor condition. From thence, my wife and I intending to see Mrs. Blackburn, who had been a day or two again to see my wife, but my wife was not in condition to be seen, but she not being at home my wife went to her mother's, and I to the Privy Seal. At night from the Privy Seal, Mr. Woodson and Mr. Jennings and I to the Sun Tavern till it was late, and from thence to my lord's, where my wife was come from Mrs. Blackburn's to me, and after I had done some business with my lord, she and I went to Mrs. Hunt S., who would needs have us to lie at her house tonight, she being with my wife so late at my lord's with us, and would not let us go home tonight. We lay there all night very pleasantly and at ease. 9th, left my wife at Mrs. Hunt S. and I to my Lord S., and from thence with Judge Advocate Fowler, Mr. Creed, and Mr. Shepley to the Rhenish Wine House, and Captain Hayward of the Plymouth, who is now ordered to carry my Lord Winchelsea, ambassador to Constantinople. We were very merry, and Judge Advocate did give Captain Hayward his oath of allegiance and supremacy. Thence to my office of Privy Seal, and having signed some things there, with Mr. Moore and Dean Fuller to the leg in King Street, and sending for my wife, we dined there very merry, and after dinner, parted. After dinner with my wife to Mrs. Blackburn to visit her. She being within, I left my wife there, and I to the Privy Seal, where I dispatched some business. And from thence to Mrs. Blackburn again, who did treat my wife and me with a great deal of civility, and did give us a fine collation of collar of beef. And see thence I, having my head full of drink from having drunk so much Rhenish wine in the morning, and more in the afternoon at Mrs. Blackburn's, came home and so to bed, not well, and very ill all night. 10th, I had a great deal of pain all night, and a great loosing upon me so that I could not sleep. In the morning I rose with much pain and to the office. I went and dined at home, and after dinner with great pain in my back I went by water to Whitehall to the Privy Seal, and that done with Mr. Moore and Creed to Hyde Park by coach, and saw a fine foot-race 3 times round the park between an Irishman and Crow, that was once my Lord Claypole's footman. By the way, I cannot forget that my Lord Claypole did the other day make inquiry of Mrs. Hunt, concerning my house in Axe Yard, and did set her on work to get it of me for him, which methinks is a very great change. Crow beat the other by above 2 miles. Returned from Hyde Park, I went to my Lord S. and took Will, who waited for me there, by coach and went home, taking my lute home with me. It had been all this while since I came from sea at my Lord's for him to play on. To bed in some pain still. For this month or 2, it is not imaginable how busy my head has been, so that I have neglected to write letters to my Uncle Robert in answer to many of his, and to other friends, nor indeed have I done anything as to my own family. And especially this month my waiting at the Privy Seal makes me much more unable to think of anything, because of my constant attendance there after I have done at the Navy office. But blessed be God for my good chance of the Privy Seal, where I get every day I believe about L3. This place I got by chance, and my Lord did give it me by chance, neither he nor I thinking it to be of the worth that he and I find it to be. Never since I was a man in the world was I ever so great a stranger to public affairs as now I am, having not read a new book or anything like it, or inquiring after any news, or what the Parliament do, or in any wise how things go. Many people look after my house in Axe Yard to hire it, so that I am troubled with them, and I have a mind to get the money to buy goods for my house at the Navy office. And yet I am loth to put it off, because that Mr. Man bids me L1,000 for my office, which is so great a sum that I am loth to settle myself at my new house, lest I should take Mr. Man's offer in case I found my Lord willing to it. 11th, I rose today without any pain, which makes me think that my pain yesterday was nothing but from my drinking too much the day before. To my Lord this morning, who did give me order to get some things ready against the afternoon for the Admiralty where he would meet. To the Privy Seal, and from thence going to my own house in Axe Yard, I went in to Mrs. Crisp's, where I met with Mr. Hartlib, for whom I wrote a letter for my Lord to sign for a ship for his brother and sister, who went away hence this day to Gravesend, and from thence to Holland. I found by discourse with Mrs. Crisp that he is very jealous of her, for that she is yet very kind to her old servant Mead. Hence to my Lord's to dinner with Mr. Shepley, so to the Privy Seal, and at night home, and then sent for the barber, and was trimmed in the kitchen, the first time that ever I was so. I was vexed this night that W. Hewer was out of doors till 10 at night, but was pretty well satisfied again when my wife told me that he wept because I was angry, though indeed he did give me a good reason for his being out. But I thought it a good occasion to let him know that I do expect his being at home. So to bed. 12th, Lord's Day, to my Lord, and with him to Whitehall Chapel, where Mr. Calamy preached and made a good sermon upon these words, to whom much is given, of him much is required. He was very officious with his 3 reverences to the king, as others do. After sermon, a brave anthem of Captain Cook, S. Henry Cook, chorister of the Chapel Royal, adhered to the royal cause at the breaking out of the civil wars, and for his bravery obtained a captain's commission. At the Restoration, he received the appointment of Master of the Children of the Chapel Royal. He was an excellent musician, and 3 of his pupils turned out very distinguished musicians, viz., Pelham Humphrey, John Blow, and Michael Wise. He was one of the original performers in the Siege of Rhodes. He died July 13, 1672, and was buried in the cloisters of Westminster Abbey. In another place, Pepys says, "A vain coxcomb he is, though he sings so well," which he himself sung, and the king was well pleased with it. My lord dined at my Lord Chamberlain S., and I at his house with Mr. Shepley. After dinner, I did give Mr. Don, who is going to sea, the key of my cabin and direction for the putting up of my things. After that I went to walk, and meeting Mrs. Lane of Westminster Hall, I took her to my Lord S., and did give her a bottle of wine in the garden, where Mr. Fairbrother of Cambridge did come and found us and drank with us. After that I took her to my house, where I was exceeding free in dallying with her, and she not unfree to take it. At night home and called at my father's, where I found Mr. Fairbrother, but I did not stay but went homewards and called in at Mr. Rawlinson's, whither my uncle White was coming and did come, but was exceeding angry, he being a little fuddled, and I think it was that I should see him in that case, as I never saw him in my life, which I was somewhat troubled at. Home and to bed. 13th. A sitting day at our office. After dinner to Whitehall, to the Privy Seal, whither my father came to me, and stayed talking with me a great while, telling me that he had propounded Mr. John Pickering for Sir Thomas Honeywood's daughter, which I think he do not deserve for his own merit. I know not what he may do for his estate. My father and Creed and I to the old Rhenish wine-house, and talked and drank till night. Then my father home, and I to my Lord S., where he told me that he would suddenly go into the country, and so did commend the business of his sea commission to me in his absence. After that home by coach, and took my L100 that I had formerly left at Mr. Rawlinson's, home with me, which is the first that ever I was master of at once. To prayers and to bed. 14th. To the Privy Seal, and thence to my lord's, where Mr. Pym, the tailor, and I agreed upon making me a velvet coat. From thence to the Privy Seal again, where Sir Samuel Morland came in with a baronet's grant to pass, which the king had given him to make money of. Here he stayed with me a great while, and told me the whole manner of his serving the king in the time of the Protector, and how Thurloe's bad usage made him to do it, how he discovered Sir R. Willis, and how he hath sunk his fortune for the king, and that now the king hath given him a pension of L500 per annum out of the post office for life, and the benefit of 2 baronets. All which do make me begin to think that he is not so much a fool as I took him to be. Home by water to the Tower, where my father, Mr. Fairbrother, and cook dined with me. After dinner in comes young Captain Cuttance of the Speedwell, who is sent up for the gratuity given the seamen that brought the king over. He brought me a firkin of butter for my wife, which is very welcome. My father, after dinner, takes leave, after I had given him 40s, for the last half year for my brother John at Cambridge. I did also make even with Mr. Fairbrother for my degree of Master of Arts, which cost me about L9/16. To Whitehall, and my wife with me by water, where at the Privy Seal and elsewhere all the afternoon. At night home with her by water, where I made good sport with having the girl and the boy to comb my head, before I went to bed, in the kitchen. 15th. To the office, and after dinner by water to Whitehall, where I found the king gone this morning by 5 of the clock to see a Dutch pleasure boat below bridge. A yacht which was greatly admired, and was imitated and improved by Commissioner Pett, who built a yacht for the king in 1661, which was called the Jenny. Queen Elizabeth had a yacht, and one was built by Phineas Pett in 1604. Where he dines, and my lord with him. The king do tire all his people that are about him with early rising since he came. To the office, all the afternoon I stayed there, and in the evening went to Westminster Hall, where I stayed at Mrs. Mitchell's, and with her and her husband sent for some drink and drank with them. By the same token, she and Mrs. Murford and another old woman of the hall were going a-gossiping tonight. From thence to my lord's, where I found him within, and he did give me direction about his business in his absence, he intending to go into the country tomorrow morning. Here I lay all night in the old chamber which I had now given up to W. Howe, with whom I did intend to lie, but he and I fell to play with one another, so that I made him to go lie with Mr. Shepley. So I lay alone all night. 16th. This morning my lord, all things being ready, carried me by coach to Mr. Crewe's, in the way talking how good he did hope my place would be to me, and in general speaking that it was not the salary of any place that did make a man rich, but the opportunity of getting money while he is in the place, where he took leave, and went into the coach, and so for Hinchinbroke. My Lady Jemima and Mr. Thomas Crew in the coach with him. Hence to Whitehall about noon, where I met with Mr. Madge, who took me along with him and Captain Cook, the famous singer, and other masters of music to dinner at an ordinary about Charing Cross where we dined, all paying their club. Hence to the Privy Seal, where there has been but little work these 2 days. In the evening home. 17th. To the office, and that done home to dinner where Mr. Unthank, my wife's tailor, dined with us, we having nothing but a dish of sheep's trotters. After dinner by water to Whitehall, where a great deal of business at the Privy Seal. At night, I and Creed and the Judge Advocate went to Mr. Pym, the tailor's, who took us to the Half Moon, and there did give us great store of wine and anchovies, and would pay for them all. This night I saw Mr. Creed show many the strangest emotions to shift off his drink I ever saw in my life. By coach home and to bed. 18th. This morning I took my wife towards Westminster by water and landed her at Whitefriars, with L5 to buy her a petticoat, and I to the Privy Seal. By and by comes my wife to tell me that my father has persuaded her to buy a most fine cloth of 26s, a yard and a rich lace, that the petticoat will come to L5, at which I was somewhat troubled, but she doing it very innocently, I could not be angry. I did give her more money, and sent her away, and I and Creed and Captain Hayward, who is now unkindly put out of the Plymouth to make way for Captain Allen to go to Constantinople, and put into his ship the Dover, which I know will trouble my lord, went and dined at the Leg in King Street, where Captain Furrs, my lord's cornet, comes to us, who after dinner took me and Creed to the Cockpit play. The Cockpit Theatre, situated in Drury Lane, was occupied as a playhouse in the reign of James. It was occupied by Davenant and his company in 1658, and they remained in it until November 15th, when they removed to Salisbury Court. The first that I have had time to see since my coming from sea, The Loyal Subject, where one Kynaston, a boy, acted the Duke's sister, but made the loveliest lady that ever I saw in my life, only her voice not very good. After the play done, we 3 went to drink, and by Captain Furrs, Means, Kynaston, and another that acted Archers, the general, came and drank with us. Hence home by coach, and after being trimmed, leaving my wife to look after her little bitch, which was just now whelping, I to bed. 19th, Lord's Day. In the morning my wife tells me that the bitch has whelped 4 young ones and is very well after it, my wife having had a great fear that she would die thereof, the dog that got them being very big. This morning Sir W. Batten, Penn, and myself went to church to the churchwardens to demand a pew, which at present could not be given us, but we are resolved to have one built. So we stayed and heard Mr. Mills, a very good minister. Home to dinner, where my wife had on her new petticoat that she bought yesterday, which indeed is a very fine cloth and a fine lace, but that being of a light color, and the lace all silver, it makes no great show. Mr. Creed and my brother Tom dined with me. After dinner my wife went and fetched the little puppies to us, which are very pretty ones. After they were gone, I went up to put my papers in order, and finding my wife's clothes lie carelessly laid up, I was angry with her, which I was troubled for. After that, my wife and I went and walked in the garden, and so home to bed. 20th, Office Day. As Sir W. Penn and I were walking in the garden, a messenger came to me from the Duke of York to fetch me to the Lord Chancellor. So, Mrs. Turner with her daughter being come to my house to speak with me about a friend of hers to send to sea, I went with her in her coach as far as Worcester House, but my Lord Chancellor being gone to the House of Lords, I went thither, and there being a law case before them this day, got in, and there stayed all the morning, seeing their manner of sitting on woolpacks, and see, which I never did before. It is said that these woolpacks were placed in the House of Lords for the judges to sit on, so that the fact that wool was a main source of our national wealth might be kept in the popular mind. The Lord Chancellor's seat is now called the Woolsack. After the house was up, I spoke to my lord, and had order from him to come to him at night. This morning Mr. Creed did give me the papers that concern my lord's sea commission, which he left in my hands, and went to sea this day to look after the gratuity money. This afternoon at the Privy Seal, where reckoning with Mr. Moore, he had got L100 for me together, which I was glad of, guessing that the profits of this month would come to L100. In the evening, I went all alone to drink at Mr. Harper's, where I found Mrs. Crisp's daughter, with whom and her friends I stayed and drank, and so with W. Hewer by coach to Worcester House, where I light, sending him home with the L100 that I received today. Here I stayed, and saw my Lord Chancellor come into his great hall, where wonderful how much company there was to expect him at a seal. Before he would begin any business, he took my papers of the state of the debts of the fleet, and there viewed them before all the people, and did give me his advice privately how to order things, to get as much money as we can of the Parliament. That being done, I went home, where I found all my things come home from sea, sent by desire by Mr. Dunn, of which I was glad, though many of my things are quite spoilt with mold by reason of lying so long a shipboard, and my cabin being not tight. I spent much time to dispose of them tonight, and so to bed. 21st. This morning I went to Whitehall with Sir W. Penn by water, who in our passage told me how he was bred up under Sir W. Batt. We went to Mr. Coventry's chamber, and consulted of drawing my papers of debts of the Navy against the afternoon for the committee. So to the Admiralty, where W. Hewer and I did them, and after that he went to his aunt's Blackburn, who has a kinswoman dead at her house today, and was to be buried tonight, by which means he stayed very late out. I to Westminster Hall, where I met Mr. Crewe and dined with him, where there dined one Mr. Hickaman, an Oxford man, who spoke very much against the height of the now old clergy, for putting out many of the religious fellows of colleges, and inveighing against them for their being drunk, which, if true, I am sorry to hear. After that towards Westminster, where I called on Mr. Pym, and there found my velvet coat, the first that ever I had done, and a velvet mantle which I took to the Privy Seal office, and there locked them up and went to the Queen's Court, and there, after much waiting, spoke with Colonel Birch, who read my papers and desired some addition, which done I returned to the Privy Seal, where little to do, and with Mr. Moore towards London, and in our way meeting Monsieur Escar, Mr. Montagu's man. About the Savoy, he took us to the Brasenose Tavern, and there drank and so parted, and I home by coach, and there, it being post-night, I wrote to my lord to give him notice that all things are well, that General Monk is made Lieutenant of Ireland, which my Lord Roberts, made deputy, do not like of, to be deputy to any man but the king himself. After that to bed. 22nd. Office, which done, Sir W. Penn took me into the garden, and there told me how Mr. Turner do intend to petition the Duke for an allowance extra as one of the clerks of the Navy, which he desired me to join with him in the furthering of, which I promised to do so that it did not reflect upon me or to my damage to have any other added, as if I was not able to perform my place, which he did wholly disown to be any of his intention, but far from it. I took Mr. Hayter home with me to dinner, with whom I did advise, who did give me the same counsel. After dinner, he and I to the office about doing something more as to the debts of the Navy than I had done yesterday, and so to Whitehall to the Privy Seal, and having done there, with my father, who came to see me, to Westminster Hall and the Parliament House to look for Call Birch, but found him not. In the house, after the committee was up, I met with Mr. G. Montagu, and joyed him in his entrance, this being his 3D day for Dover. Here he made me sit all alone in the house, none but he and I, half an hour, discoursing how things stand, and in short he told me how there was like to be many factions at court between Marquis Ormond, General Monk, and the Lord Roberts about the business of Ireland, as there is already between the two houses about the Act of Indemnity, and in the House of Commons between the Episcopalian and Presbyterian men. Hence to my father's walking with Mr. Herring, the minister of St. Bride S., and took them to the Sun Tavern, where I found George, my old drawer, come again. From thence by water landed them at Blackfriars, and so home and to bed. 23rd. By water to Doctors' Commons to Dr. Walker, to give him my lord's papers to view over concerning his being empowered to be vice-admiral under the Duke of York. Their meeting with Mr. Pinkney, he and I to a morning draught, and thence by water to Whitehall, to the Parliament House, where I spoke with Colonel Birch, and so to the Admiralty Chamber, where we and Mr. Coventry had a meeting about several businesses. Amongst others, it was moved that Phineas Pett, kinsman to the Commissioner of Chatham, should be suspended his employment till he had answered some articles put in against him, as that he should formerly say that the king was a bastard and his mother a whore. Hence to Westminster Hall, where I met with my father Bowyer and Mr. Spicer, and them I took to the leg in King Street, and did give them a dish or two of meat, and so away to the Privy Seal, where, the king being out of town, we have had nothing to do these 2 days. To Westminster Hall, where I met with W. Simmons, T. Doling, and Mr. Booth, and with them to the Dog, where we eat a musk melon. Melons were hardly known in England till Sir George Gardiner brought one from Spain, when they became in general estimation. The ordinary price was 5 or 6 shillings. Quarterly Review, Vol. Roman 19. The first that I have eat this year, and were very merry with W. Simmons, calling him Mr. Dean, because of the Dean's lands that his uncle had left him, which are like to be lost all. Hence home by water, and very late at night writing letters to my lord to Hinchinbroke, and also to the Vice-Admiral in the Downs, and so to bed. 24th. Office, and thence with Sir William Batten and Sir William Penn to the parish church to find out a place where to build a seat or a gallery to sit in, and did find one which is to be done speedily. Hence with them to dinner at a tavern in Thames Street, where they were invited to a roasted haunch of venison and other very good victuals and company. Hence to Whitehall to the Privy Seal, but nothing to do. At night by land to my father's, where I found my mother not very well. I did give her a pint of sack. My father came in, and Dr. T. Pepys, who talked with me in French about looking out for a place for him, but I found him a weak man, and speaks the worst French that ever I heard of one that had been so long beyond sea. Hence into Pant, Churchyard, and bought Barclay's Argenis in Latin, and so home and to bed. I found at home that Captain Burr had sent me 4 dozen bottles of wine today. The king came back to Whitehall tonight. 25th. This morning Mr. Turner and I by coach from our office to Whitehall. In our way I, calling on Dr. Walker for the papers I did give him the other day, which he had perused, and found that the Duke's Council had abated something of the former draft which Dr. Walker drew for my lord to Sir G. Carteret, where we there made up an estimate of the debts of the Navy for the Council. At noon I took Mr. Turner and Mr. Moore to the leg in King Street, and did give them a dinner, and afterward to the Sun Tavern, and did give Mr. Turner a glass of wine, there coming to us Mr. Fowler the apothecary, the judge's son, with a book of lute lessons which his father had left there for me, such as he formerly did use to play when a young man, and had the use of his hand. To the Privy Seal, and found some business now again to do there. To Westminster Hall for a new half-shirt of Mrs. Lane, and so home by water. Wrote letters by the post to my lord and to C. This night W. Hewer brought me home from Mr. Pym's my velvet coat and cap, the first that ever I had, so to bed. 26th, Lord's Day. With Sir W. Penn to the parish church, where we are placed in the highest pew of all, where a stranger preached a dry and tedious long sermon. Dined at home. To church again in the afternoon with my wife, in the garden and on the leads at night, and so to supper and to bed. 27th. This morning comes one with a vessel of Northdown ale from Mr. Pierce, the purser, to me, and after him another with a brave Turkey carpet, and a jar of olives from Captain Cuttance, and a pair of fine turtle doves from John Burr to my wife. These things came up today in our smack, and my boy Ely came along with them, and came after office was done to see me. I did give him half a crown because I saw that he was ready to cry to see that he could not be entertained by me here. In the afternoon to the Privy Seal, where good store of work now toward the end of the month. From thence with Mr. Mount, Llewellyn, and others to the Bullhead till late, and so home, where about 2 o'clock Major Hart came to me, whom I did receive with wine and anchovies, which made me so dry that I was ill with them all night, and was fain to have the girl rise and fetch me some drink. 28th. At home looking over my papers and books and house as to the fitting of it to my mind till 2 in the afternoon. Some time I spent this morning beginning to teach my wife some scale in music, and found her apt beyond imagination. To the Privy Seal, where great store of work today. Colonel Adrian Scroop, one of the persons who sat in judgment upon Charles I. Is this day accepted out of the Act of Indemnity, which has been now long in coming out, but it is expected tomorrow. I carried home L80 from the Privy Seal, by coach, and at night spent a little more time with my wife about her music with great content. This day I heard my poor mother had then 2 days been very ill, and I fear she will not last long. To bed, a little troubled that I fear my boy will. Pepys refers to 2 wills. This was Will Wayneman, the other was William Hewer. Is a thief and has stole some money of mine. particularly a letter that Mr. Jenkins did leave the last week with me, with half a crown in it to send to his son. 29th Office Day. Before I went to the office, my wife and I examined my boy Will about his stealing of things, but he denied all with the greatest subtlety and confidence in the world. To the office, and after office then to the church, where we took another view of the place where we had resolved to build a gallery, and have set men about doing it. Home to dinner, and there I found my wife had discovered my boy Will's theft, and a great deal more than we imagined, at which I was vexed and intend to put him away. To my office at the Privy Seal in the afternoon, and from thence at night to the Bullhead, with Mount, Llewellyn, and others, and hence to my father S., and he being at my uncle Fenner's, I went thither to him, and there sent for my boy's father and talked with him about his son, and had his promise that if I will send home his boy, he will take him notwithstanding his indenture. Home at night, and find that my wife had found out more of the boys stealing sixes. Out of W. Hewer's closet and hid it in the house of office, at which my heart was troubled. To bed, and caused the boys' clothes to be brought up to my chamber. But after we were all abed, the wench, which lies in our chamber, called us to listen of a sudden, which put my wife into such a fright that she shook every joint of her, and a long time that I could not get her out of it. The noise was the boy, we did believe, got in a desperate mood out of his bed to do himself or William some mischief. But the wench went down and got a candle lighted, and finding the boy in bed, and locking the doors fast, with a candle burning all night, we slept well, but with a great deal of fear. 30th, we found all well in the morning below stairs, Boo the boy in a sad plight of seeming sorrow, but he is the most cunning rogue that ever I met with of his age. To Whitehall, where I met with the Act of Indemnity 12 Car. Roman 2. Cap. Roman 2, an act of free and general pardon, indemnity, and oblivion. So long talked of and hoped for, with the Act of Rate for poll money and for judicial proceedings. At Westminster Hall, I met with Mr. Paget the lawyer, and dined with him at Heaven. This afternoon my wife went to Mr. Pierce's wife's child's christening, and was urged to be godmother, but I advised her beforehand not to do it, so she did not, but as proxy for my Lady Jemima. This the first day that ever I saw my wife wear black patches since we were married. The fashion of placing black patches on the face was introduced towards the close of the reign of Charles I, and the practice is ridiculed in the Spectator. My lord came to town today, but coming not home till very late I stayed till 10 at night, and so home on foot. Mr. Shepley and Mr. Child this night at the tavern. 31st, early to wait upon my lord at Whitehall, and with him to the Duke's chamber. So to my office in Seething Lane. Dined at home, and after dinner to my lord again, who told me that he is ordered to go suddenly to sea, and did give me some orders to be drawing up against his going. This afternoon I agreed to let my house quite out of my hands to Mr. Dalton, one of the wine sellers to the king, with whom I had drunk in the old wine cellar 2 or 3 times, for L41. At night made even at Privy Seal for this month against tomorrow to give up possession, but we know not to whom, though we most favour Mr. Bickerstaff, with whom and Mr. Matthews we drank late after office was done at the Sun, discoursing what to do about it tomorrow against Baron, and so home and to bed. Blessed be God, all things continue well with and for me. I pray God fit me for a change of my fortune. September 1660. September 1st. This morning I took care to get a vessel to carry my lord's things to the Downs on Monday next, and so to Whitehall to my lord, where he and I did look over the commission drawn for him by the Duke's council, which I do not find my lord displeased with, though short of what Dr. Walker did formerly draw for him. Thence to the Privy Seal to see how things went there, and I find that Mr. Baron had by a severe warrant from the king got possession of the office from his brother by Curstaff, which is very strange, and much to our admiration, it being against all open justice. Mr. Moore and I, and several others being invited today by Mr. Goodman, a friend of his, we dined at the Bullhead upon the best venison pasty that ever I eat of in my life, and with one dish more, it was the best dinner I ever was at. Here rose in discourse at table a dispute between Mr. Moore and Dr. Clerk, the former affirming that it was essential to a tragedy to have the argument of it true, which the doctor denied, and left it to me to be judge, and the cause to be determined next Tuesday morning at the same place, upon the eating of the remains of the pasty, and the loser to spend tens. All this afternoon sending express to the fleet, to order things against my lord's coming and taking direction of my lord about some rich furniture to take along with him for the princess, Mary, Princess Royal and Princess of Orange, who died in December of this year. And talking of this, I hear by Mr. Townsend that there is the greatest preparation against the Prince de Liens a coming over from the King of Spain that ever was in England for their ambassador. Late home, and what with business and my boys' roguery my mind being unquiet, I went to bed. Second Sunday, to Westminster, my lord being gone before my coming to chapel. I and Mr. Shepley told out my money, and made even for my Privy Seal fees and gratuity money, and see, to this day between my lord and me. After that to chapel, where Dr. Fern, a good honest sermon upon "The Lord is my shield." After sermon, a dull anthem, and so to my lord's, he dining abroad, and dined with Mr. Shepley. So to St. Margaret S., and heard a good sermon upon the text, "Teach us the old way," or something like it, wherein he ran over all the new tenets in policy and religion, which have brought us into all our late divisions. From church to Mrs. Crisp S. having sent Win. You were home to tell my wife that I could not come home tonight because of my lord's going out early tomorrow morning, where I sat late, and did give them a great deal of wine, it being a farewell cup to Laud Crisp. I drank till the daughter began to be very loving to me and kind, and I fear is not so good as she should be. To my Lord S., and to bed with Mr. Shepley. Third, up and to Mr. the goldsmith near the New Exchange, where I bought my wedding ring, and there, with much ado, got him to put a gold ring to the jewel, which the King of Sweden did give my lord, out of which my lord had now taken the king's picture, and intends to make a George of it. This morning at my lord's I had an opportunity to speak with Sir George Downing, who has promised me to give me up my bond, and to pay me for my last quarter while I was at sea, that so I may pay Mr. Moore and Hawley. About noon my lord, having taken leave of the king in the Shield Gallery, where I saw with what kindness the king did hug my lord at his parting, I went over with him and saw him in his coach at Lambeth, and there took leave of him, he going to the Downs, which put me in mind of his first voyage that ever he made, which he did begin like this from Lambeth. In the afternoon with Mr. Moore to my house to cast up our Privy Seal accounts, where I found that my lord's comes to 400 and odd pounds, and mine to L 132, out of which I do give him as good as L 25 for his pains, with which I doubt he is not satisfied, but my heart is full glad. Thence with him to Mr. Crewe S., and did fetch as much money as did make even our accounts between him and me. Home, and there found Mr. Cook come back from my lord for me to get him some things bought for him to be brought after them, a toilet cap and comb case of silk, to make use of in Holland, for he goes to the Hague, which I can do tomorrow morning. This day my father and my uncle Fenner, and both his sons, have been at my house to see it, and my wife did treat them nobly with wine and anchovies. By reason of my lord's going today, I could not get the office to meet today. Fourth, I did many things this morning at home before I went out, as looking over the joiners, who are flooring my dining-room and doing business with Sir Williams. Both Sir Williams is a favorite expression with Pepys, meaning Sir William Batten and Sir William Penn. Both at the office, and so to Whitehall, and so to the Bullhead, where we had the remains of our pasty, where I did give my verdict against Mr. Moore upon last Saturday's wager, where Dr. Fuller coming in do confirm me in my verdict. From thence to my lord's and dispatched Mr. Cook away with the things to my lord. From thence to Axe Yard to my house, where standing at the door Mrs. Diana comes by, whom I took into my house upstairs, and there did dally with her a great while, and found that in Latin nullipula neget. So home by water, and there sat up late setting my papers in order and my money also, and teaching my wife her music lesson, in which I take great pleasure. So to bed. 5th, to the office. From thence by coach upon the desire of the principal officers to a master of chancery to give Mr. Stowell his oath, whereby he do answer that he did hear Phineas Pett say very high words against the king a great while ago. Coming back our coach broke, and so Stowell and I to Mr. Rawlinson S., and after a glass of wine parted, and I to the office, home to dinner, where having put away my boy in the morning, his father brought him again, but I did so clear up my boy's roguery to his father, that he could not speak against my putting him away, and so I did give him 10s. For the boy's clothes that I made him, and so parted and tore his indenture. All the afternoon with the principal officers at Sir W. Batten S. about Pett's business, where I first saw Call Slingsby, who is now his appointment for controller, but did bring it to no issue. This day I saw our Dedimus to be sworn in the peace by, which will be shortly. In the evening, my wife being a little impatient, I went along with her to buy her a necklace of pearl, which will cost L4 10s. Which I am willing to comply with her in for her encouragement, and because I have lately got money, having now above L200 in cash beforehand in the world. Home, and having in our way bought a rabbit and 2 little lobsters, my wife and I did sup late, and so to bed. Great news nowadays of the Duke d'Anjou's. Philip, Duke of Anjou, afterwards Duke of Orleans, brother of Louis Roman XIV. Born 1640, died 1701, married the Princess Henrietta, youngest daughter of Charles I, who was born June 16, 1644, at Exeter. She was known as La Belle Henriette. In May 1670, she came to Dover on a political mission from Louis Roman XIV, to her brother Charles Roman II, but the visit was undertaken much against the wish of her husband. Her death occurred on her return to France and was attributed to poison. It was the occasion of one of the finest of Bossuet's, Orason's Funibers. Desire to marry the Princess Henrietta, Hugh Peters is said to be taken. Hugh Peters, born at Fowey, Cornwall, and educated at Trinity College, Cambridge, where he graduated MA 1622. He was tried as one of the regicides and executed. A broadside, entitled The Welsh Hubbub, or The Unkenneling and Earthing of Hugh Peters that Crafty Fox, was printed October 3, 1660. And the Duke of Gloucester is ill, and it is said it will prove the smallpox. 6th, to Whitehall by water with Sir W. Batten, and in our passage told me how Commissioner Pett did pay himself for the entertainment that he did give the king at Chatham at his coming in, and 20s. A day all the time he was in Holland, which I wonder at, and so I see there is a great deal of envy between the two. At Whitehall I met with Commissioner Pett, who told me how Mr. Coventry and Fairbank his solicitor are falling out, one complaining of the other for taking too great fees, which is too true. I find that Commissioner Pett is under great discontent, and is loth to give too much money for his place, and so do greatly desire me to go along with him in what we shall agree to give Mr. Coventry, which I have promised him, but am unwilling to mix my fortune with him that is going down the wind. We all met this morning and afterwards at the Admiralty, where our business is to ask provision of victuals ready for the ships in the Downs, which we did, Mr. Gauden promising to go himself thither and see it done. Dined Will and I at my lord's upon a joint of meat that I sent Mrs. Sarah for. Afterwards to my office and sent all my books to my Lord S. in order to send them to my house that I now dwell in. Home and to bed. 7th, not office day, and in the afternoon at home all the day, it being the first that I have been at home all day since I came hither, putting my papers, books, and other things in order and writing of letters. This day my lord set sail from the Downs for Holland. 8th, all day also at home. At night sent for by Sir W. Penn, with whom I sat late drinking a glass of wine and discoursing, and I find him to be a very sociable man, and an able man, and very cunning. 9th Sunday, in the morning with Sir W. Penn to church, and a very good sermon of Mr. Mills. Home to dinner and Sir W. Penn with me to such as I had, and it was very handsome, it being the first time that he ever saw my wife or house since we came hither. Afternoon to church with my wife, and after that home, and there walked with Major Hart, who came to see me, in the garden, who tells me that we are all like to be speedily disbanded. The trained bands were abolished in 1663, but those of the City of London were specially excepted. The officers of the trained bands were supplied by the Hun Artillery Company. And then I lose the benefit of a muster, after supper to bed. 10th office day. News of the Duke's intention to go tomorrow to the Fleet for a day or two to meet his sister. Call Slingsby and I to Whitehall, thinking to proffer our service to the Duke to wait upon him, but meeting with Sir G. Carteret, he sent us in all haste back again to hire 2 ketches for the present use of the Duke. So we returned and landed at the Bear at the bridge foot, where we saw Southwark Fair, I having not at all seen Bartholomew Fair, and so to the Tower Wharf, where we did hire 2 ketches. So to the office and found Sir W. Batten at dinner with some friends upon a good chine of beef, on which I ate heartily, I being very hungry. Home, where Mr. Snow, whom afterwards we called one another cousin, came to me to see me, and with him and one Shelston, a simple fellow that looks after an employment, that was with me just upon my going to sea last, to a tavern where till late with them. So home, having drunk too much, and so to bed. 11th, at Sir W. Batten, with Sir W. Penn we drank our morning draught, and from thence for an hour in the office and dispatch a little business. Dined at Sir W. Batten, and by this time I see that we are like to have a very good correspondence and neighborhood, but chargeable. All the afternoon at home looking over my carpenters. At night I called those. Hayter out of the office to my house to sit and talk with me. After he was gone I caused the girl to wash the wainscot of our parlor, which she did very well, which caused my wife and I good sport. Up to my chamber to read a little, and wrote my diary for 3 or 4 days past. The Duke of York did go today by break of day to the Downs. The Duke of Gloucester ill. The House of Parliament was to adjourn today. I know not yet whether it be done or number to bed. 12th office day. This noon I expected to have had my cousin Snow and my father come to dine with me, but it being very rainy they did not come. My brother Tom came to my house with a letter from my brother John, wherein he desires some books, Barthol, Anatom, Rosin, Rom Antic, and Gasend, Astronom, the last of which I did give him, and an Angele gold coin varying in value at different times from 6s, 8d, to 10s, against my father buying of the others. At home all the afternoon looking after my workmen, whose laziness do much trouble me. This day the Parliament adjourned. 13th. Old East comes to me in the morning with letters, and I did give him a bottle of Northdown ale, which made the poor man almost drunk. In the afternoon my wife went to the burial of a child of my cousin Scott's, and it is observable that within this month my Aunt White was brought to bed of 2 girls, my cousin Stradwick of a girl and a boy, and my cousin Scott of a boy, and all died. In the afternoon to Westminster, where Mr. Dalton was ready with his money to pay me for my house, but our writings not being drawn it could not be done today. I met with Mr. Hawley, who was removing his things from Mr. Bowyer's, where he has lodged a great while, and I took him and W. Bowyer to the Swan and drank, and Mr. Hawley did give me a little black ratoon, probably an Indian rat and cane, painted and gilt. Home by water. This day the Duke of Gloucester died of the smallpox, by the great negligence of the doctors. 14th office day, I got L 4215s, appointed me by bill for my employment of secretary to the 4th of this month, it being the last money I shall receive upon that score. My wife went this afternoon to see my mother, who I hear is very ill, at which my heart is very sad. In the afternoon Llewellyn comes to my house, and takes me out to the Mitre in Wood Street, where Mr. Samford, W. Simmons and his wife, and Mr. Scobel, Mr. Mount, and Chetwynd, where they were very merry, Llewellyn being drunk, and I being to defend the ladies from his kissing them, I kissed them myself very often with a great deal of mirth. Parted very late, they by coach to Westminster, and I on foot. 15th. Met very early at our office this morning to pick out the 25 ships which are to be first paid off. After that to Westminster, and dined with Mr. Dalton at his office, where we had one great court dish, but our papers not being done, we could make an end of our business till Monday next. Mr. Dalton and I over the water to our landlord Vanley, with whom we agree as to Dalton becoming a tenant. Back to Westminster, where I met with Dr. Castles, who chid me for some errors in our Privy Seal business, among the rest, for letting the fees of the 6 judges pass unpaid, which I know not what to say to till I speak to Mr. Moore. I was much troubled for fear of being forced to pay the money myself, called at my father's going home, and bespoke mourning for myself for the death of the Duke of Gloucester. I found my mother pretty well, so home and to bed. 16th Sunday. To Dr. Hardy's church, and sat with Mr. Rawlinson and heard a good sermon upon the occasion of the Duke's death. His text was, "And is there any evil in the city, and the Lord hath not done it?" Home to dinner, having some sport with Wynne, who never had been at common prayer before. After dinner I alone to Westminster, where I spent my time walking up and down in Westminster Abbey till sermon time with Ben Palmer and Fetters the watchmaker, who told me that my Lord of Oxford is also dead of the smallpox, in whom his family dies, after 600 years having that honor in their family and name. From thence to the park, where I saw how far they had proceeded in the pell-mell, and in making a river through the park, which I had never seen before since it was begun. This is the Mall in St. James's Park, which was made by Charles Roman II, the former Mall, Pall Mall, having been built upon during the Commonwealth. Charles Roman II also formed the canal by throwing the several small ponds into one. Thence to Whitehall Garden, where I saw the king in purple mourning for his brother. The Queen Mother of France, says Ward in his diary, p. 177, died at Agrippina, 1642, and her son Louis, 1643, for whom King Charles mourned in Oxford in purple, which is prince's mourning. So home, and in my way met with Dinah, who spoke to me and told me she had a desire to speak too about some business when I came to Westminster again, which she spoke in such a manner that I was afraid she might tell me something that I would not hear of our last meeting at my house at Westminster. Home late, being very dark. A gentleman in the Poultry had a great and dirty fall over a water pipe that lay along the channel. 17th. Office very early about casting up the debts of those 25 ships which are to be paid off, which we are to present to the Committee of Parliament. I did give my wife L15 this morning to go to buy mourning things for her and me, which she did. Dined at home and Mr. Moore with me, and afterwards to Whitehall to Mr. Dalton and drank in the cellar, where Mr. Vanley according to appointment was. Thenceforth to see the Prince de Ligne, Spanish ambassador, come into his audience, which was done in very great state. That being done, Dalton, Vanley, Scrivener, and some friends of theirs, and I to the axe, and signed and sealed our writings, and hence to the wine cellar again, where I received L41 for my interest in my house, out of which I paid my landlord to Michaelmas next, and so all is even between him and me, and I freed of my poor little house. Home by link with my money under my arm. So to bed after I had looked over the things my wife had bought today, with which being not very well pleased, they costing too much, I went to bed in a discontent. Nothing yet from C, where my lord and the princess are. 18th. At home all the morning looking over my workmen in my house. After dinner, Sir W. Batten, Penn, and myself by coach to Westminster Hall, where we met Mr. Waite the lawyer to the treasurer, and so we went up to the Committee of Parliament, which are to consider of the debts of the Army and Navy, and did give in our account of the 25 ships, call. Birch was very impertinent and troublesome. But at last we did agree to fit the accounts of our ships more perfectly for their view within a few days, that they might see what a trouble it is to do what they desire. From thence Sir William's both going by water home, I took Mr. Waite to the Rhenish wine-house, and drank with him, and so parted. Thence to Mr. Crewe's, and spoke with Mr. Moore about the business of paying off Baron our share of the dividend. So on foot home, by the way buying a hat band and other things for my mourning tomorrow. So home and to bed. This day I heard that the Duke of York, upon the news of the death of his brother yesterday, came hither by post last night. 19th office day. I put on my mourning and went to the office. At noon, thinking to have found my wife and hers, I found that the tailor had failed her, at which I was vexed because of an invitation that we have to a dinner this day. But after having waited till past 1 o'clock I went, and left her to put on some other clothes and come after me to the Mitre Tavern in Wood Street, a house of the greatest note in London, where I met W. Simmons and D. Scobel, and their wives, Mr. Samford, Llewellyn, Chetwynd, one Mr. Vivian, and Mr. White. According to Noble, Jeremiah White married Lady Frances Cromwell, S. waiting woman in Oliver's lifetime, and they lived together 50 years. Lady Frances had 2 husbands, Mr. Robert Rich and Sir John Russell of Chippenham, the last of whom she survived 52 years, dying 1720. To the story is that Oliver found White on his knees to Frances Cromwell, and that, to save himself, he pretended to have been soliciting her interest with her waiting woman, whom Oliver compelled him to marry. Noble S. Life of Cromwell, Volume Roman II, pp. 151-152. White was born in 1629 and died 1707. Formerly chaplain to the Lady Protectress Elizabeth, wife of Oliver Cromwell, and still so, and one they say that is likely to get my Lady Frances for his wife. Here we were very merry and had a very good dinner, my wife coming after me hither to us. Among other pleasures, some of us fell to handicap. A game at cards not unlike loo, but with this difference: the winner of 1 trick has to put in a double stake, the winner of 2 tricks a triple stake, and so on. Thus, if 6 persons are playing and the general stake is 1s, suppose a gains the 3 tricks, he gains 6s, and has to hand-eye the cap or pool 4s for the next deal. Suppose a gains 2 tricks in B1, then a gains 4s and BS, and a has to stake 3s and B2s for the next deal. Hindley's Tavern Anecdotesem, B. A sport that I never knew before, which was very good. We stayed till it was very late. It rained sadly, but we made shift to get coaches. So home and to bed. 20th, at home and at the office and in the garden, walking with both Sir Williams all the morning. After dinner to Whitehall to Mr. Dalton, and with him to my house, and took away all my papers that were left in my closet, and so I have now nothing more in the house or to do with it. We called to speak with my landlord Beale, but he was not within, but spoke with the old woman, who takes it very ill that I did not let her have it, but I did give her an answer. From thence to Sir G. Downing, and stayed late there, he having sent for me to come to him, which was to tell me how my Lord Sandwich had disappointed him of a ship to bring over his child and goods, and made great complaint thereof. But I got him to write a letter to Lawson, which it may be may do the business for him, I writing another also about it. While he was writing, and his lady and I had a great deal of discourse in praise of Holland. By water to the bridge, and so to Major Hart's lodgings in Cannon Street, who used me very kindly with wine and good discourse, particularly upon the ill method which Colonel Birch and the committee use in defending of the army and the navy, promising the Parliament to save them a great deal of money, when we judge that it will cost the king more than if they had nothing to do with it, by reason of their delays and scrupulous enquiries into the account of both. So home and to bed. 21st, office day. There all the morning and afternoon till 4 o'clock. Hence to Whitehall, thinking to have put up my books at my Lord S., but am disappointed from want of a chest which I had at Mr. Bowyer's. Back by water about 8 o'clock, and upon the water saw the corpse of the Duke of Gloucester brought down Somerset House stairs to go by water to Westminster, to be buried tonight. I landed at the Old Swan and went to the Hoop Tavern, and, by a former agreement, sent for Mr. Chaplin, who with Nicholas Osborne and one Daniel came to us, and we drank off 2 or 3 quarts of wine, which was very good. The drawing of our wine causing a great quarrel in the house between the 2 drawers which should draw us the best, which caused a great deal of noise and falling out till the master parted them, and came up to us, and did give us a large account of the liberty that he gives his servants, all alike, to draw what wine they will to please his customers, and we did eat above 200 walnuts. About 2 o'clock we broke up and so home, and in my way I called in with them at Mr. Chaplin's, where Nicholas Osborne did give me a barrel of samphire. Samphire was formerly a favorite pickle, hence the dangerous trade of the samphire gatherer, King Lear, Act 4, SC 6, who supplied the demand. It was sold in the streets, and one of the old London cries was "I ha rock Samphire," and showed me the keys of Mardyke Fort, a fort 4 miles east of Dunkirk, probably dismantled when that town was sold to Louis Roman XIV, which he that was commander of the fort sent him as a token when the fort was demolished, which I was mightily pleased to see, and will get them of him if I can. Home, where I found my boy, my maid's brother, come out of the country today, but was gone to bed, and so I could not see him tonight. To bed. 22nd. This morning I called up my boy, and found him a pretty, well-looked boy, and one that I think will please me. I went this morning by land to Westminster, along with Llewellyn, who came to my house this morning to get me to go with him to Capt Allen to speak with him for his brother to go with him to Constantinople, but could not find him. We walked on to Fleet Street, where at Mr. Standing's in Salisbury Court we drank our morning draught and had a pickled herring. Among other discourse here he told me how the pretty woman that I always loved at the beginning of Cheapside, that sells child's coats, was served by the Lady Bennet, a famous strumpet, who by counterfeiting to fall into a swoon upon the sight of her in her shop, became acquainted with her, and at last got her ends of her to lie with a gentleman that had hired her to procure this poor soul for him. To Westminster to my Lord S., and there in the House of Office vomited up all my breakfast, my stomach being ill all this day by reason of the last night's debauch. Here I sent to Mr. Bowyer's for my chest, and put up my books and sent them home. I stayed here all day in my lord's chamber, and upon the leads gazing upon Diana, who looked out of a window upon me. At last I went out to Mr. Harper, S., and she standing over the way at the gate, I went over to her and appointed to meet tomorrow in the afternoon at my lord's. Here I bought a hanging jack. From thence by coach home by the way at the New Exchange. In the Strand, built under the auspices of James I in 1608 out of the stables of Durham House, the site of the present Adelphi, the New Exchange stood where Coutts's banking house now is. It was built somewhat on the model of the Royal Exchange, with cellars beneath, a walk above, and rows of shops over that, filled chiefly with milliners, sempstresses, and the like. It was also called Britain's Bourse. He has a lodging in the Strand. To watch when ladies are gone to the China houses, or to the Exchange, that he may meet them by chance and give them presents, some 200 or 300 pounds worth of toys, to be laughed at. Ben Jonson, The Silent Woman, Act 1, SC 1. I bought a pair of short black stockings, to wear over a pair of silk ones for mourning, and here I met with the Turner and Joyce, buying of things to go into mourning too for the Duke, which is now the mode of all the ladies in town, where I wrote some letters by the post to Hinchinbroke to let them know that this day Mr. Edwa Pickering is come from my lord, and says that he left him well in Holland, and that he will be here within 3 or 4 days. Today not well of my last night's drinking yet. I had the boy up tonight for his sister to teach him to put me to bed, and I heard him read, which he did pretty well. 23rd, Lord's Day. My wife got up to put on her mourning today and to go to church this morning. I up and set down my journal for these 5 days past. This morning came one from my father, S., with a black cloth coat, made of my short cloak to walk up and down in. To church my wife and I, with Sir W. Batten, where we heard of Mr. Mills a very good sermon upon these words, so run that ye may obtain. After dinner, all alone to Westminster. At Whitehall, I met with Mr. Pierce and his wife, she newly come forth after childbirth, both in mourning for the Duke of Gloucester. She went with Mr. Child to Whitehall Chapel, and Mr. Pierce with me to the Abbey, where I expected to hear Mr. Baxter or Mr. Rowe preach their farewell sermon, and in Mr. Simmons's pew I sat and heard Mr. Rowe. Before sermon I laughed at the reader, who in his prayer desires of God that he would imprint his word on the thumbs of our right hands and on the right great toes of our right feet. In the midst of the sermon some plaster fell from the top of the Abbey, that made me and all the rest in our pew afeard, and I wished myself out. After sermon with Mr. Pierce to Whitehall, and from thence to my lord, but Diana did not come according to our agreement. So calling at my father's, where my wife had been this afternoon, but was gone home, I went home. This afternoon, the king having news of the princess being come to Margate, he and the Duke of York went down thither in barges to her. 24th, Office Day. From thence to dinner by coach with my wife to my cousin Scott's, and the company not being come, I went over the way to the barber S. So thither again to dinner, where was my uncle Fenner and my aunt, my father and mother, and others. Among the rest my cousin Pepys. Richard Pepys, eldest son of Richard Pepys, Lord Chief Justice of Ireland. He went to Boston, Mass. in 1634 and returned to England about 1646. Their elder brother, whom I had not seen these 14 years, ever since he came from New England. It was strange for us to go a-gossiping to her, she having newly buried her child that she was brought to bed of. I rose from table and went to the Temple Church, where I had appointed Sir W. Batten to meet him, and there, at Sir Heneage Finch Solicitor General's chambers, before him and Sir W. Wilda. William Wilda, elected recorder on November 3, 1659, and appointed one of the commissioners sent to Breda to desire Charles Roman II to return to England immediately. He was knighted after the king's return, called to the degree of serjeant, and created a baronet, all in the same year. In 1668 he ceased to be recorder, and was appointed judge of the Court of Common Pleas. In 1673 he was removed to the King's Bench. He was turned out of his office on account of his action in connection with the Popish plot, and died November 23 of the same year. Recorder of London, whom we sent for from his chamber, we were sworn justices of peace for Middlesex, Essex, Kent, and Southampton, with which honor I did find myself mightily pleased, though I am wholly ignorant in the duty of a justice of peace. From thence with Sir William to Whitehall by water, old Mr. Smith with us, intending to speak with Secretary Nicholas about the augmentation of our salaries, but being forth we went to the 3 Tuns Tavern, where we drank a while, and then came in Call Slingsby and another gentleman and sat with us. From thence to my lord's, to inquire whether they have had anything from my lord or number knocking at the door, there passed me Mons. El impertinent Mr. Butler, for whom I took a coach and went with him to a dancing meeting in Broad Street, at the house that was formerly the Glass House, Luke Channel, master of the school, where I saw good dancing, but it growing late, and the room very full of people and so very hot, I went home. 25th, to the office, where Sir W. Batten, Colonel Slingsby, and I sat a while, and Sir R. Ford. Sir Richard Ford was one of the commissioners sent to Breda to desire Charles Roman II to return to England immediately. Coming to us about some business, we talked together of the interest of this kingdom to have a peace with Spain and a war with France and Holland, where Sir R. Ford talked like a man of great reason and experience, and afterwards I did send for a cup of tea. That excellent and by all physicians approved China drink, called by the Chinians tea-cha, by other nations te alias tea, is sold at the Sultaness Head Coffee House in Sweeting's Rents by the Royal Exchange, London. Coffee, chocolate, and a kind of drink called tea, sold in almost every street in 1659. Rugg's Diurnal. It is stated in Boyne's Trade Tokens, ed. Williamson, Volume I, 1889, p. 593, that the word tea occurs on no other tokens than those issued from the Great Turk, Mora-e-Great Coffee House in Exchange Alley. The Dutch East India Company introduced tea into Europe in 1610, and it is said to have been first imported into England from Holland about 1650. The English East India Company purchased and presented 2 pounds of tea to Charles Roman II in 1660 and 23 pounds in 1666. The first order for its importation by the company was in 1668, and the first consignment of it, amounting to 143 pounds, was received from Bantam in 1669. See Sir George Birdwood's Report on the Old Records at the India Office, 1890, p. 26. By Act 12 Car. Roman II, cap. 23-24, a duty of 8d. per gallon was imposed upon the infusion of tea, as well as on chocolate and sherbet. A China drink, of which I never had drank before, and went away. Then came Call Birch and Sir R. Brown by a former appointment, and with them from Tower Wharf in the barge belonging to our office, we went to Deptford to pay off the ship's Success, which Sir G. Carteret and Sir W. Penn coming afterwards to us, we did, Call Birch being a mighty busy man, and one that is the most indefatigable and forward to make himself work of any man that ever I knew in my life. At the Globe we had a very good dinner, and after that to the pay again, which being finished we returned by water again, and I from our office with Call Slingsby by coach to Westminster. I setting him down at his lodgings by the way to inquire for my lords coming thither, the king and the princess. The Princess Royal came from Gravesend to Whitehall by water, attended by a noble retinue of about 100 persons, gentry and servants and tradesmen and tirewomen and others, that took that opportunity to advance their fortunes, by coming in with so excellent a princess as without question she is. Rugg's Diurnal. A broadside, entitled Aurania, the high and mighty Lady the Princess Royal of Orange, congratulated on her most happy arrival, September the 25th, 1660, was printed on the 29th. Coming up the river this afternoon as we were at our pay, and I found him gone to Mr. Crewe's, where I found him well, only had got some corns upon his foot which was not well yet. My lord told me how the ship that brought the princess and him, the Treadage, did knock 6 times upon the Kentish knock. A shoal in the North Sea, off the Thames mouth, outside the Long Sand, 15 miles NNE of the North Foreland. It measures 7 miles northeastward and about 2 miles in breadth. It is partly dry at low water. A revolving light was set up in 1840, which put them in great fear for the ship, but got off well. He told me also how the king had knighted Vice Admiral Lawson and Sir Richard Stainer. From him late and by coach home, where the plasterers being at work in all the rooms in my house, my wife was fain to make a bed upon the ground for her and me, and so there we lay all night. 26th, office day. That done to the church to consult about our gallery, so home to dinner, where I found Mrs. Hunt, who brought me a letter for me to get my lord to sign for her husband, which I shall do for her. At home with the workmen all the afternoon, our house being in a most sad pickle. In the evening to the office, where I fell a reading of Speed's Geography for a while. So home thinking to have found Will at home, but he not being come home but gone somewhere else, I was very angry, and when he came did give him a very great check for it, and so I went to bed. 27th. To my lord at Mr. Crew S, and there took order about some business of his, and from thence home to my workmen all the afternoon. In the evening to my Lord S, and there did read over with him and Dr. Walker my lord's new commission for sea, and advised thereupon how to have it drawn. So home and to bed. 28th, office day. This morning Sir W. Batten and Call Slingsby went with Call Birch and Sir W. M. Doyley to Chatham to pay off a ship there, so only Sir W. Penn and I left here in town. All the afternoon among my workmen till 10 or 11 at night, and did give them drink and very merry with them, it being my luck to meet with a sort of drolling workmen on all occasions. To bed. 29th. All day at home to make an end of our dirty work of the plasterers, and indeed my kitchen is now so handsome that I did not repent of all the trouble that I have been put to have it done. This day or yesterday, I hear, Prince Rupert. This is the first mention in the diary of this famous prince, third son of Frederick, Prince Palatine of the Rhine, and Elizabeth, daughter of James, I born December 17th, 1619. He died at his house in Spring Gardens, November 29th, 1682. Is come to court, but welcome to nobody. 30th, Lord's Day. To our parish church both forenoon and afternoon all alone. At night went to bed without prayers, my house being everywhere foul above stairs. October 1660. October 1st. Early to my lord to Whitehall, and there he did give me some work to do for him, and so with all haste to the office. Dined at home, and my father by chance with me. After dinner he and I advised about hangings for my rooms, which are now almost fit to be hung, the painters beginning to do their work today. After dinner he and I to the Mitre, where with my uncle White, whom my father fetched thither, while I drank a glass of wine privately with Mr. Mansell, a poor reformado of the Charles, who came to see me. Here we stayed and drank 3 or 4 pints of wine and so parted. I home to look after my workmen, and at night to bed. The commissioners are very busy disbanding of the army, which they say do cause great robbing. My layings out upon my house and furniture are so great that I fear I shall not be able to go through them without breaking one of my bags of L100, I having but L200 yet in the world. Second, with Sir W.M. Pen by water to Whitehall, being this morning visited before I went out by my brother Tom, who told me that for his lying out of doors a day and a night my father had forbade him to come any more into his house, at which I was troubled, and did soundly chide him for doing so, and upon confessing his fault, I told him I would speak to my father. At Whitehall I met with Captain Clerk, and took him to the Leg in King Street, and did give him a dish or two of meat, and his purser that was with him, for his old kindness to me on board. After dinner I to Whitehall, where I met with Mrs. Hunt, and was forced to wait upon Mr. Scone at a committee to speak for her husband, which I did. After that met with Llewellyn Mr. Fage, and took them both to the Dog, and did give them a glass of wine. After that at Will's I met with Mr. Spicer, and with him to the Abbey to see them at vespers. There I found but a thin congregation already, so I see that religion, be it what it will, is but a humour. The four humours of the body described by the old physicians were supposed to exert their influence upon the mind, and in course of time, the mind as well as the body was credited with its own particular humours. The modern restricted use of the word humour did not become general until the 18th century. And so the esteem of it passeth as other things do. From thence with him to see Robin Shaw, who has been a long time ill, and I have not seen him since I came from sea. He is much changed, but in hopes to be well again. From thence by coach to my father, S., and discoursed with him about Tom, and did give my advice to take him home again, which I think he will do in prudence rather than put him upon learning the way of being worse. So home, and from home to Major Hart, who is just going out of town tomorrow and made much of me, and did give me the oaths of supremacy and allegiance, that I may be capable of my arrears. So home again, where my wife tells me what she has bought today, namely, a bed and furniture for her chamber, with which very well pleased I went to bed. 3d. With Sir W. Batten and Pen by water to Whitehall, where a meeting of the Dukes of York and Albemarle, my Lord Sandwich and all the principal officers, about the winter guard, but we determined of nothing. To my Lord S., who sent a great iron chest to Whitehall, and I saw it carried into the King's closet, where I saw most incomparable pictures. Among the rest, a book open upon a desk, which I durst have sworn was a real book, and back again to my lord, and dined all alone with him, who do treat me with a great deal of respect. And after dinner, did discourse an hour with me, and advise about some way to get himself some money to make up for all his great expenses, saying that he believed that he might have anything that he would ask of the king. This day Mr. Shepley and all my lord's goods came from sea, some of them laid of the wardrobe and some brought to my lord's house. From thence to our office, where we met and did business, and so home and spent the evening looking upon the painters that are at work in my house. This day, I heard the Duke speak of a great design that he and my Lord of Pembroke have, and a great many others, of sending a venture to some parts of Africa to dig for gold ore there. They intend to admit as many as will venture their money, and so make themselves a company. L250 is the lowest share for every man, but I do not find that my lord do much like it. At night Dr. Fairbrother, for so he is lately made of the civil law, brought home my wife by coach, it being rainy weather, she having been abroad today to buy more furniture for her house. Fourth, this morning I was busy looking over papers at the office all alone, and being visited by Lute Lambert of the Charles, to whom I was formerly much beholden. I took him along with me to a little alehouse hard by our office, whither my cousin Thomas Pepys the turner had sent for me to show me two gentlemen that had a great desire to be known to me. One his name is Pepys of our family, but one that I never heard of before, and the other a younger son of Sir Tho. Bendishes, and so we all called cousins. After sitting a while and drinking, my two new cousins, myself and Lute Lambert went by water to Whitehall, and from thence I and Lute Lambert to Westminster Abbey, where we saw Dr. Fruin translated to the Archbishopric of York. Here I saw the bishops of Winchester, Bangor, Rochester, Bath and Wells, and Salisbury, all in their habits in King Henry VII's chapel. But Lord! At their going out, how people did most of them look upon them as strange creatures, and few with any kind of love or respect. From thence at 2 to my lord's, where we took Mr. Shepley and W.M. How to the reindeer and had some oysters, which were very good, the first I have eat this year. So back to my lord's to dinner, and after dinner lute. Lambert and I did look upon my lord's model, and he told me many things in a ship that I desired to understand. From thence by water I, leaving lute. Lambert at Blackfriars went home, and there by promise met with Robert Shaw and Jack Spicer, who came to see me, and by the way I met upon Tower Hill with Mr. Pierce the surgeon and his wife, and took them home and did give them good wine, ale, and anchovies, and stayed them till night, and so adieu. Then to look upon my painters that are now at work in my house. At night to bed. 5th, office day, dined at home, and all the afternoon at home to see my painters make an end of their work, which they did today to my content, and I am in great joy to see my house likely once again to be clean. At night to bed. 6th, call Slingsby and I at the office getting a ketch ready for the Prince de Ligne to carry his things away today, who is now going home again. About noon comes my cousin H. Alcock, for whom I brought a letter for my lord to sign to my Lord Broghill for some preferment in Ireland, whither he is now a-going. After him comes Mr. Creed, who brought me some books from Holland with him, well bound and good books, which I thought he did intend to give me, but I found that I must pay him. He dined with me at my house, and from thence to Whitehall together, where I was to give my lord an account of the stations and victuals of the fleet, in order to the choosing of a fleet fit for him to take to sea, to bring over the Queen. But my lord not coming in before 9 at night, I stayed no longer for him, but went back again home and so to bed. 7th, Lord's Day. To Whitehall on foot, calling at my father S. to change my long black cloak for a short one, long cloaks being now quite out. But he being gone to church, I could not get one, and therefore I proceeded on and came to my lord before he went to chapel, and so went with him, where I heard Dr. Spurstow preach before the king a poor dry sermon, but a very good anthem of Captain Cook's afterwards. Going out of chapel I met with Jack Cole, my old friend, whom I had not seen a great while before, and have promised to renew acquaintance in London together. To my Lord S. and dined with him, he all dinner time talking French to me, and telling me the story how the Duke of York hath got my Lord Chancellor's daughter with child. Anne Hyde, born March 12, 1637, daughter of Edward, 1st Earl of Clarendon. She was attached to the court of the Princess of Orange, daughter of Charles I, 1654, and contracted to James, Duke of York, at Breda, November 24, 1659. The marriage was avowed in London September 3, 1660. She joined the Church of Rome in 1669 and died March 31, 1671. And that she do lay it to him, and that for certain he did promise her marriage, and had signed it with his blood, but that he by stealth had got the paper out of her cabinet. And that the king would have him to marry her, but that he will not. The Duke of York married Anne Hyde, and he avowed the marriage September 3rd, so that Pepys was rather behindhand in his information. So that the thing is very bad for the Duke, and them all. But my lord do make light of it, as a thing that he believes is not a new thing for the Duke to do abroad. Discoursing concerning what if the Duke should marry her, my lord told me that among his father's many old sayings that he had wrote in a book of his, this is one that he that do get a wench with child and marry her afterwards is as if a man should in his hat, and then clap it on his head. I perceive my lord is grown a man very indifferent in all matters of religion, and so makes nothing of these things. After dinner to the abbey, where I heard them read the church service, but very ridiculously, that indeed I do not in myself like it at all. A poor cold sermon of Dr. Lamb, S., one of the prebends in his habit, came afterwards, and so all ended, and by my troth a pitiful sorry devotion that these men pay. So walked home by land, and before supper I read part of the Marian persecution in Mr. Fuller. So to supper, prayers, and to bed. 8th, office day, and my wife being gone out to buy some household stuff, I dined all alone, and after dinner to Westminster, in my way meeting Mr. Moore coming to me, who went back again with me calling at several places about business, at my father's about gilded leather for my dining room, at Mr. Crewe's about money, at my lord's about the same, but meeting not Mr. Shepley, there I went home by water, and Mr. Moore with me, who stayed and supped with me till almost 9 at night. We love one another's discourse, so that we cannot part when we do meet. He tells me that the profit of the Privy Seal is much fallen, for which I am very sorry. He gone, and I to bed. 9th, This morning Sir W. Batten with Colonel Birch to Deptford to pay off 2 ships. Sir W. Penn and I stayed to do business, and afterwards together to Whitehall, where I went to my lord, and found him in bed not well, and saw in his chamber his picture, Lord Sandwich's portrait by Lely, see post, 22nd of this same month. Very well done, and am with child. A figurative expression for an eager longing desire, used by Udall and by Spencer. The latest authority given by Dr. Murray in the New English Dictionary is Bailey in 1725. Till I get it copied out, which I hope to do when he is gone to sea. To Whitehall again, where at Mr. Coventry's chamber I met with Sir W. Penn again, and so with him to redrift by water, and from thence walked over the fields to Deptford, the first pleasant walk I have had a great while. And in our way had a great deal of merry discourse, and find him to be a merry fellow and pretty good-natured, and sings very bawdy songs. So we came and found our gentleman and Mr. Prynne at the pay. About noon we dined together, and were very merry at table telling of tales. After dinner to the pay of another ship till 10 at night, and so home in our barge, a clear moonshine night, and it was 12 o'clock before we got home, where I found my wife in bed, and part of our chambers hung today by the upholster, but not being well done I was fretted, and so in a discontent to bed. I found Mr. Prynne a good, honest, plain man, but in his discourse not very free or pleasant. Among all the tales that passed among us today, he told us of one Damford, that, being a black man, did scald his beard with mince pie, and it came up again all white in that place, and continued to his dying day. Sir W. Penn told us a good jest about some gentleman blinding of the drawer, and who he catched was to pay the reckoning, and so they got away, and the master of the house coming up to see what his man did, his man got hold of him, thinking it to be one of the gentlemen, and told him that he was to pay the reckoning. 10th, office day all the morning. In the afternoon with the upholster seeing him do things to my mind, and to my content he did fit my chamber and my wife's. At night comes Mr. Moore and stayed late with me to tell me how Sir Waller Sir Hardress Waller, K.N.T., one of Charles I. judges, his sentence was commuted to imprisonment for life. Who only pleads guilty? Scott, Coke, Peters, Harrison. General Thomas Harrison, son of a butcher at Newcastle-under-Lyme, appointed by Cromwell to convey Charles I from Windsor to Whitehall in order to his trial. He signed the warrant for the execution of the king. He was hanged, drawn, and quartered on Theth. And see were this day arraigned at the bar at the Sessions House, there being upon the bench the Lord Mayor, General Monk, my Lord of Sandwich, and C. Such a bench of noblemen as had not been ever seen in England. They all seem to be dismayed, and will all be condemned without question. In Sir Orlando Bridgeman's charge, he did wholly rip up the unjustness of the war against the king from the beginning, and so it much reflects upon all the Long Parliament, though the king had pardoned them, yet they must hereby confess that the king do look upon them as traitors. Tomorrow they are to plead what they have to say. At night to bed. 11th. In the morning to my lord's, where I met with Mr. Creed, and with him and Mr. Blackburn to the Rhenish wine-house, where we sat drinking of healths a great while, a thing which Mr. Blackburn formerly would not upon any terms have done. After we had done there Mr. Creed and I to the Leg in King Street, to dinner, where he and I and my will had a good udder to dinner, and from thence to walk in St. James's Park, where we observed the several engines at work to draw up water, with which sight I was very much pleased. Above all the rest, I liked best that which Mr. Greatorex brought, which is one round thing going within all with a pair of stairs round which being laid at an angle of 45 deg, do carry up the water with a great deal of ease. Here in the park we met with Mr. Salisbury, who took Mr. Creed and me to the cockpit to see the Moor of Venice, which was well done. Bert acted the Moor. By the same token, a very pretty lady that sat by me called out to see Desdemona smothered. From thence with Mr. Creed to Hercules Pillars, where we drank and so parted, and I went home. 12th. Office day all the morning, and from thence with Sir W. Batten and the rest of the officers to a venison pasty of his at the Dolphin, where dined withal Call Washington, Sir Edward Brett, and Major Norwood, very noble company. After dinner I went home, where I found Mr. Cook, who told me that my Lady Sandwich is come to town today, whereupon I went to Westminster to see her, and found her at supper, so she made me sit down all alone with her, and after supper stayed and talked with her, she showing me most extraordinary love and kindness, and do give me good assurance of my uncle's resolution to make me his heir. From thence home and to bed. 13th. To my lord's in the morning, where I met with Captain Cuttance, but my lord not being up I went out to Charing Cross, to see Major General Harrison hanged, drawn, and quartered, which was done there, he looking as cheerful as any man could do in that condition. He was presently cut down, and his head and heart shown to the people, at which there was great shouts of joy. It is said that he was sure to come shortly at the right hand of Christ to judge them that now had judged him, and that his wife do expect his coming again. Thus it was my chance to see the king beheaded at Whitehall, and to see the first blood shed in revenge for the blood of the king at Charing Cross. From thence to my Lord S., and took Captain Cuttance and Mr. Shepley to the Sun Tavern, and did give them some oysters. After that I went by water home, where I was angry with my wife for her things lying about, and in my passion kicked the little fine basket, which I bought her in Holland, and broke it, which troubled me after I had done it. Within all the afternoon setting up shelves in my study. At night to bed. 14th, Lord's Day. Early to my Lord S., in my way meeting with Dr. Fairbrother, who walked with me to my father's back again, and there we drank my morning draught, my father having gone to church and my mother asleep in bed. Here he caused me to put my hand among a great many honorable hands to a paper or certificate in his behalf. To Whitehall Chapel, where one Dr. Crofts made an indifferent sermon, and after it an anthem, ill sung, which made the king laugh. Here I first did see the Princess Royal since she came into England. Here I also observed how the Duke of York and Mrs. Palmer did talk to one another very wantonly through the hangings that parts the king's closet and the closet where the ladies sit. To my lord's, where I found my wife, and she and I did dine with my lady, my lord dining with my Lord Chamberlain, who did treat my wife with a good deal of respect. In the evening we went home through the rain by water in a sculler, having borrowed some coats of Mr. Shepley. So home, wet and dirty, and to bed. 15th, office all the morning. My wife and I by water, I landed her at Whitefriars, she went to my father's to dinner, it being my father's wedding day, there being a very great dinner, and only the Fenners and Joyces there. This morning Mr. Carew. John Carew signed the warrant for the execution of Charles I. He held the religion of the fifth monarchists, and was tried October 1660. He refused to avail himself of many opportunities of escape, and suffered death with much composure. Was hanged and quartered at Charing Cross, but his quarters, by a great favor, are not to be hanged up. I was forced to go to my lord's to get him to meet the officers of the Navy this afternoon, and so could not go along with her, but I missed my lord, who was this day upon the bench at the Sessions House. So I dined there and went to Whitehall, where I met with Sir W. Batten and Penn, who with the Comptroller, Treasurer, and Mr. Coventry at his chamber, made up a list of such ships as are fit to be kept out for the winter guard, and the rest to be paid off by the Parliament when they can get money, which I doubt will not be a great while. That done, I took coach and called my wife at my father S., and so homewards calling at those. Pepys the turner, S. for some things that we wanted. And so home, where I fell to read The Fruitless Precaution, a book formerly recommended by Dr. Clerk at sea to me, which I read in bed till I had made an end of it, and do find it the best writ tale that ever I read in my life. After that done to sleep, which I did not very well do, because that my wife having a stopping in her nose, she snored much, which I never did hear her do before. 16th. This morning my brother Tom came to me, with whom I made even for my last clothes to this day, and having eaten a dish of anchovies with him in the morning, my wife and I did intend to go forth to see a play at the Cockpit this afternoon. But Mr. Moore coming to me, my wife stayed at home, and he and I went out together, with whom I called at the upholsters and several other places that I had business with, and so home with him to the Cockpit, where, understanding that wit without money was acted, I would not stay, but went home by water, by the way reading of the other 2 stories that are in the book that I read last night, which I do not like so well as it. Being come home, Will told me that my lord had a mind to speak with me tonight, so I returned by water, and coming there, it was only to inquire how the ships were provided with victuals that are to go with him to fetch over the Queen, which I gave him a good account of. He seemed to be in a melancholy humor, which, I was told by W. Howe, was for that he had lately lost a great deal of money at cards, which he fears he do too much addict himself to nowadays. So home by water and to bed. 17th, office day. At noon came Mr. Creed to me, whom I took along with me to the Feathers in Fish Street, where I was invited by Captain Cuttance to dinner, a dinner made by Mr. Dawes and his brother. We had 2 or 3 dishes of meat well done. Their great design was to get me concerned in a business of theirs about a vessel of theirs that is in the service, hired by the king, in which I promise to do them all the service I can. From thence home again with Mr. Crew, where I finding Mrs. Turner and her Aunt Duke I would not be seen but walked in the garden till they were gone, where Mr. Spunk came to me, and Mr. Creed, Mr. Spunk and I went to our music to sing, and he being gone, my wife and I went to put up my books in order in closet, and I to give her books. After that to bed. 18th. This morning, it being expected that Colonel Hacker and Axtell should die, I went to Newgate, but found they were reprieved till tomorrow. So to my Aunt Fenner, S., where with her and my uncle I drank my morning draught. So to my father, S., and did give orders for a pair of black baize linings to be made me for my breeches against tomorrow morning, which was done. So to my lord's, where I spoke with my lord, and he would have had me dine with him, but I went thence to Mr. Blackburn, where I met my wife and my Will's father and mother, the first time that ever I saw them, where we had a very fine dinner. Mr. Creed was also there. This day by her high discourse I found Mrs. Blackburn to be a very high dame and a costly one. Home with my wife by coach. This afternoon comes Mr. Chaplin and N. Osborne to my house, of whom I made very much, and kept them with me till late, and so to bed, at my coming home. I did find that the Turner hath sent for a pair of doves that my wife had promised her, and because she did not send them in the best cage, she sent them back again with a scornful letter, with which I was angry, but yet pretty well pleased that she was crossed. 19th, office in the morning. This morning my dining room was finished with green serge hanging and gilt leather, which is very handsome. This morning Hacker and Axtell were hanged and quartered, as the rest are. This night I sat up late to make up my accounts ready against tomorrow for my lord. I found him to be above L80 in my debt, which is a good sight, and I bless God for it. 20th. This morning one came to me to advise with me where to make me a window into my cellar in lieu of one which Sir W. Batten had stopped up, and going down into my cellar to look I stepped into a great heap of by which I found that Mr. Turner's house of office is full and comes into my cellar, which do trouble me, but I shall have it helped. To my lord's by land, calling at several places about business, where I dined with my lord and lady, when he was very merry, and did talk very high how he would have a French cook, and a master of his horse, and his lady, and child to wear black patches, which me thought was strange, but he is become a perfect courtier. And, among other things, my lady saying that she could get a good merchant for her daughter Jem, he answered, that he would rather see her with a peddler's pack at her back, so she married a gentleman than she should marry a citizen. This afternoon, going through London and calling at Crow's the upholster S. in St. Bartholomew S., I saw the limbs of some of our new traders set upon Aldersgate, which was a sad sight to see. And a bloody week this and the last have been, there being 10 hanged, drawn, and quartered. Home, and after writing a letter to my uncle by the post, I went to bed. 21st, Lord's Day. To the parish church in the morning, where a good sermon by Mr. Mills. After dinner to my Lord S., and from thence to the Abbey, where I met Spicer and D. Vines and others of the old crew. So leaving my boy at the Abbey against I came back, we went to Prior's by the hall back door, but there being no drink to be had we went away. And so to the Crown in the palace yard, I and George Vines by the way calling at their house, where he carried me up to the top of his turret, where there is Cook's head set up for a trader, and Harrison's set up on the other side of Westminster Hall. Here I could see them plainly, as also a very fair prospect about London. From the Crown to the Abbey to look for my boy, but he was gone thence, and so he being a novice I was at a loss what was become of him. I called at my lord's, where I found Mr. Adams, Mr. Shepley's friend, and at my father S., but found him not. So home, where I found him, but he had found the way home well enough, of which I was glad. So after supper and reading of some chapters, I went to bed. This day or two my wife has been troubled with her boils in the old place, which do much trouble her. Today at noon, God forgive me, I strung my lute, which I had not touched a great while before. 22nd, office day. After that to dinner at home upon some ribs of roast beef from the cook's, which of late we have been forced to do because of our house being always under the painter's and other people's hands, that we could not dress it ourselves. After dinner to my lord's, where I found all preparing for my lord's going to see to fetch the queen tomorrow. At night my lord came home, with whom I stayed long and talked of many things. Among others, I got leave to have his picture. That was done by Lilly. Peter Lely, afterwards knighted. He lived in the Piazza, Covent Garden. This portrait was bought by Lord Braybrooke at Mr. Pepys Cockerell's sale in 1848 and is now at Audley End. Copid and talking of religion, I found him to be a perfect skeptic, and said that all things would not be well while there was so much preaching, and that it would be better if nothing but homilies were to be read in churches. This afternoon, he told me, there hath been a meeting before the king and my lord chancellor of some Episcopalian and Presbyterian divines, but what had passed he could not tell me. After I had done talk with him, I went to bed with Mr. Shepley in his chamber, but could hardly get any sleep all night, the bed being ill-made and he a bad bedfellow. 23rd. We rose early in the morning to get things ready for my lord and Mr. Shepley going to put up his pistols, which were charged with bullets, into the holsters. One of them flew off, and it pleased God that, the mouth of the gun being downwards, it did us no hurt. But I think I never was in more danger in my life, which put me into a great fright. About 8 o'clock my lord went, and going through the garden my lord met with Mr. William Montagu, who told him of an estate of land lately come into the king's hands, that he had a mind my lord should beg. To which end my lord writ a letter presently to my lord chancellor to do it for him, which, after leave taken of my lord at Whitehall Bridge, I did carry to Warwick House to him, and had a fair promise of him that he would do it this day for my lord. In my way thither I met the Lord Chancellor and all the judges riding on horseback and going to Westminster Hall, it being the first day of the term, which was the first time I ever saw any such solemnity. Having done there I returned to Whitehall, where meeting with my brother Ashwell and his cousin Sam, Ashwell and Mr. Mallard, I took them to the Leg in King Street and gave them a dish of meat for dinner and paid for it. From thence going to Whitehall I met with Catton Sturpin in mourning, who told me that her mistress was lately dead of the small pox, and that herself was now married to Monsieur Petty, as also what her mistress had left her, which was very well. She also took me to her lodging at an ironmonger, S. in King Street, which was but very poor, and I found by a letter that she showed me of her husband, S. to the king, that he is a right Frenchman, and full of their own projects, he having a design to reform the universities and to institute schools for the learning of all languages, to speak them naturally and not by rule, which I know will come to nothing. From thence to my lord's, where I went forth by coach to Mrs. Parker, S. with my lady, and so to her house again. From thence I took my lord's picture and carried it to Mr. de Cretz to be copied. So to Whitehall, where I met Mr. Spunk, and went home with him and played and sang and eat with him and his mother. After supper we looked over many books and instruments of his, especially his wooden jack in his chimney, which goes with the smoke, which indeed is very pretty. I found him to be as ingenious and good-natured a man as ever I met with in my life, and cannot admire him enough, he being so plain and illiterate a man as he is. From thence, by coach home and to bed, which was welcome to me after a night's absence. 24th, I lay and slept long today. Office day. I took occasion to be angry with my wife before I rose about her putting up of half a crown of mine in a paper box, which she had forgot where she had lain it. But we were friends again, as we are always. Then I rose to Jack Cole, who came to see me. Then to the office, so home to dinner, where I found Captain Murford, who did put L3 into my hands for a friendship I had done him, but I would not take it, but bade him keep it till he has enough to buy my wife a necklace. This afternoon people at work in my house to make a light in my yard into my cellar. To Whitehall, in my way met with Mr. Moore, who went back with me. He tells me, among other things, that the Duke of York is now sorry for his lying with my Lord Chancellor's daughter, who is now brought to bed of a boy. From Whitehall to Mr. de Cretz, who I found about my lord's picture. From thence to Mr. Lilly, S. where, not finding Mr. Spung, I went to Mr. Greatorex, where I met him, and so to an alehouse where I bought of him a drawing pen, and he did show me the manner of the lamp glasses, which carry the light a great way, good to read in bed by, and I intend to have one of them. So to Mr. Lilly, S. with Mr. Spung, where well received, there being a club tonight among his friends. Among the rest Esquire Ashmole, who I found was a very ingenious gentleman. With him we two sang afterward in Mr. Lilly's study. That done, we all paired, and I home by coach, taking Mr. Booker with me, who did tell me a great many fooleries, which may be done by nativities, and blaming Mr. Lilly for writing to please his friends and to keep in with the times, as he did formerly to his own dishonor, and not according to the rules of art, by which he could not well err, as he had done. I set him down at Lime Street End, and so home, where I found a box of carpenter's tools sent by my cousin, Thomas Pepys, which I had bespoke of him for to employ myself with sometimes. To bed. 25th. All day at home doing something in order to the fitting of my house. In the evening to Westminster about business. So home and to bed. This night the vault at the end of the cellar was emptied. 26th. Office. My father and Dr. Thomas Pepys dined at my house, the last of whom I did almost fox with Margate ale. My father is mightily pleased with my ordering of my house. I did give him money to pay several bills. After that I to Westminster to Whitehall, where I saw the Duke de Soissons go from his audience with a very great deal of state. His own coach all red velvet covered with gold lace, and drawn by 6 barbs, and attended by 20 pages very rich in clothes. To Westminster Hall and bought, among other books, one of the Life of our Queen, which I read at home to my wife, but it was so sillily writ that we did nothing but laugh at it. Among other things, it is dedicated to that paragon of virtue and beauty, the Duchess of Albemarle. Great talk as if the Duke of York do now own the marriage between him and the Chancellor's daughter. 27th. In London and Westminster all this day paying of money and buying of things for my house. In my going I went by chance by my new Lord Mayor's house, Sir Richard Brown, by Goldsmith's Hall, which is now fitting, and indeed is a very pretty house. In coming back I called at Paul's Churchyard and bought Alsted's Encyclopedia, which cost me 38s. Home and to bed, my wife being much troubled with her old pain. 28th, Lord's Day. There came some pills and plaister this morning from Dr. Williams for my wife. I to Westminster Abbey, where with much difficulty, going round by the cloisters, I got in, this day being a great day for the consecrating of 5 bishops, which was done after sermon, but I could not get into Henry VII's chapel. So I went to my lord's, where I dined with my lady and my young lord and Mr. Sidney, who was sent for from Twickenham to see my Lord Mayor's show tomorrow. Mr. Child did also dine with us. After dinner to Whitehall Chapel, my lady and my Lady Jemima and I up to the King's Closet, who is now gone to meet the Queen. So meeting with one Mr. Hill, that did know my lady, he did take us into the King's Closet, and there we did stay all service time, which I did think a great honor. We went home to my lord's lodgings afterwards, and there I parted with my lady and went home, where I did find my wife pretty well after her physic. So to bed. 29th, I up early, it being my Lord Mayor's day. When the calendar was reformed in England by the Act 24 Geo. Roman 2 c. 23, different provisions were made as regards those anniversaries, which affect directly the rights of property, and those which do not. Thus the old quarter days are still noted in our almanacs, and a curious survival of this is brought home to payers of income tax. The fiscal year still begins on Old Lady Day, which now falls on April 6th. All ecclesiastical fasts and feasts and other commemorations which did not affect the rights of property were left on their nominal days, such as the execution of Charles I on January 30th and the restoration of Charles Roman II. On May 29th. The change of Lord Mayor's Day from the 29th of October to the 9th of November was not made by the Act for reforming the calendar c, but by another Act of the same session, c. 48, entitled an Act for the abbreviation of Michaelmas term, by which it was enacted, that from and after the said feast of St. Michael, which shall be in the year 1752, the said solemnity of presenting and swearing the mayors of the city of London. After every annual election into the said office, in the manner and form heretofore used on the 29th day of October, shall be kept and observed on the 9th day of November in every year, unless the same shall fall on a Sunday, and in that case on the day following. Sir Richard Brown, and neglecting my office I went to the wardrobe, where I met my Lady Sandwich and all the children. And after drinking of some strange and incomparable good claret of Mr. Rumball's, he and Mr. Townsend did take us, and set the young lords at one Mr. Neville, a draper in Paul's Churchyard, and my lady and my Lady Pickering and I to one Mr. Isaacson's, a linen draper at the quay in Cheapside. where there was a company of fine ladies, and we were very civilly treated, and had a very good place to see the pageants, which were many, and I believe good for such kind of things, but in themselves but poor and absurd. After the ladies were placed, I took Mr. Townsend and Isaacson to the next door, a tavern, and did spend fives upon them. The show being done, we got as far as Paul's with much ado, where I left my lady in the coach, and went on foot with my lady Pickering to her lodging, which was a poor one in Blackfriars, where she never invited me to go in at all, which methought was very strange for her to do. So home, where I was told how my Lady Davis is now come to our next lodgings, and has locked up the Leeds door for me, which puts me into so great a disquiet that I went to bed, and could not sleep till morning at it. 30th, within all the morning and dined at home, my mind being so troubled that I could not mind nor do anything till I spoke with the comptroller to whom the lodgings belong. In the afternoon, to ease my mind, I went to the cockpit all alone, and there saw a very fine play called The Tamer Tamed, very well acted. That being done, I went to Mr. Cruz, where I had left my boy, and so with him and Mr. Moore, who would go a little way with me home, as he will always do, to the Hercules Pillars to drink, where we did read over the King's declaration in matters of religion, which is come out today, which is very well penned, I think to the satisfaction of most people. So home, where I am told Mr. Davis's people have broken open the bolt of my chamber door that goes upon the leads, which I went up to see and did find it so, which did still trouble me more and more. And so I sent for Griffith, and got him to search their house to see what the meaning of it might be, but can learn nothing tonight. But I am a little pleased that I have found this out. I hear nothing yet of my lord, whether he be gone for the Queen from the Downs or no, but I believe he is, and that he is now upon coming back again. 31st office day. Much troubled all this morning in my mind about the business of my walk on the leads. I spoke of it to the controller and the rest of the principal officers, who are all unwilling to meddle in anything that may anger my Lady Davis. And so I am fain to give over for the time that she do continue therein. Dined at home, and after dinner to Westminster Hall, where I met with Billing the Quaker at Mrs. Mitchell's shop, who is still of the former opinion he was of against the clergymen of all sorts, and a cunning fellow I find him to be. Home, and there I had news that Sir W. Penn is resolved to ride to Sir W. Batten's country house tomorrow, and would have me go with him, so I sat up late, getting together my things to ride in, and was fain to cut an old pair of boots to make leathers for those I was to wear. This month I conclude with my mind very heavy for the loss of the leads, as also for the greatness of my late expenses, insomuch that I do not think that I have above L150 clear money in the world, but I have, I believe, got a great deal of good household stuff. I hear today that the Queen is landed at Dover, and will be here on Friday next, November 2nd. My wife has been so ill of late of her old pain that I have not known her this fortnight almost, which is a pain to me. November 1660. November 1st. This morning Sir W. Penn and I were mounted early, and had very merry discourse all the way, he being very good company. We came to Sir W. Batten S., where he lives like a prince, and we were made very welcome. Among other things, he showed us my lady's closet, where was great store of rarities, as also a chair, which he calls King Harry's chair, where he that sits down is catched with 2 irons, that come round about him, which makes good sport. Here dined with us 2 or 3 more country gentlemen, among the rest Mr. Christmas, my old schoolfellow, with whom I had much talk. He did remember that I was a great Roundhead when I was a boy, and I was much afraid that he would have remembered the words that I said the day the king was beheaded, that, were I to preach upon him, my text should be, "The memory of the wicked shall rot." But I found afterwards that he did go away from school before that time. Pepys might well be anxious on this point, for in October of this year Fia's pet, assistant master shipwright at Chatham, was dismissed from his post for having when a child spoken disrespectfully of the king. See ante, August 23rd. He did make us good sport in imitating Mr. Case, Ash, and Nye, the ministers, which he did very well, but a deadly drinker he is and grown exceeding fat. From his house to an ale-house near the church, where we sat and drank and were merry, and so we mounted for London again, Sir W. Batten with us. We called at Bow and drank there, and took leave of Mr. Johnson of Blackwall, who dined with us and rode with us thus far. So home by moonlight, it being about 9 o'clock before we got home. Second, office. Then dined at home, and by chance Mr. Holliard. Thomas Holliard or Hollier was appointed in 1638 surgeon for scald heads at St. Thomas's Hospital, and on January 25th, 1643, he was chosen surgeon in place of Edward Mullins. In 1670, his son of the same names was allowed to take his place during his illness. Ward in his diary, p. 235, mentions that the porter at St. Thomas's Hospital told him, in 1661, of Mr. Holliard's having cut 30 for the stone in 1 year, who all lived. Called at dinner time and dined with me, with whom I had great discourse concerning the cure of the king's evil, which he do deny altogether any effect at all. In the afternoon I went forth and saw some silver bosses put upon my new Bible, which cost me 6s. 6d, the making, and 7s, 6d, the silver which with 9s, 6d, the book comes in all to L13s, 6d. From thence with Mr. Cook that made them, and Mr. Stevens the silversmith to the tavern, and did give them a pint of wine. So to Whitehall, where when I came I saw the boats going very thick to Lambeth, and all the stairs to be full of people. I was told the Queen was a-coming. Nov. 2. The Queen Mother and the Princess Henrietta came into London, the Queen having left this land 19 years ago. Her coming was very private, Lambeth way, where the King, Queen, and the Duke of York and the rest took water, crossed the Thames, and all safely arrived at Whitehall. Rugg's Diurnal. So I got a sculler for 6 to carry me thither and back again, but I could not get to see the Queen, so come back, and to my lord's where he was come. And I supped with him, he being very merry, telling merry stories of the country mayors, how they entertained the king all the way as he come along, and how the country gentlewomen did hold up their heads to be kissed by the king, not taking his hand to kiss as they should do. I took leave of my lord and lady, and so took coach at Whitehall and carried Mr. Child as far as the Strand, and myself got as far as Ludgate by all the bonfires, but with a great deal of trouble. And there the coachman desired that I would release him, for he durst not go further for the fires. So he would have had a shilling or 6d, for bringing of me so far, but I had but 3d, about me, and did give him it. In Paul's churchyard I called at Curtain S, and there they had got a mass book for me, which I bought and cost me 12 shillings, and when I came home, sat up late and read in it with great pleasure to my wife, to hear that she was long ago so well acquainted with. So to bed. I observed this night very few bonfires in the city, not above 3 in all London, for the Queen's coming, whereby I guess that, as I believed before, her coming do please but very few. 3d, Saturday, at home all the morning. In the afternoon to Whitehall, where my lord and lady were gone to kiss the Queen's hand. To Westminster Hall, where I met with Tom Doling, and we too took Mrs. Lane to the alehouse, where I made her angry with commending of Tom Newton and her new sweetheart to be both too good for her, so that we parted with much anger, which made Tom and me good sport. So home to write letters by the post, and so to bed. 4th, Lord's Day. In the morn to our own church, where Mr. Mills did begin to nibble at the common prayer, by saying, "Glory be to the Father and see." After he had read the 2 psalms, but the people had been so little used to it, that they could not tell what to answer. This declaration of the king's do give the Presbyterians some satisfaction, and a pretense to read the common prayer, which they would not do before because of their former preaching against it. After dinner to Westminster, where I went to my Lord S., and having spoke with him, I went to the Abbey, where the first time that ever I heard the organs in a cathedral. Thence to my Lord's, where I found Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, and with him and Mr. Shepley, in our way calling at the Bell to see the 7 Flanders mares that my Lord has bought lately, where we drank several bottles of Hull ale. Much company I found to come to her, and cannot wonder at it, for she is very pretty and wanton. Hence to my father's, where I found my mother in greater and greater pain of the stone. I stayed long and drank with them, and so home and to bed. My wife seemed very pretty today, it being the first time I had given her leave to wear a black patch. 5th office day. Being disappointed of money, we failed of going to Deptford to pay off the Henrietta today. Dined at home and at home all day, and at the office at night, to make up an account of what the debts of 19 of the 25 ships that should have been paid off is increased since the adjournment of the Parliament, they being to sit again tomorrow. This 5th of November is observed exceeding well in the city, and at night great bonfires and fireworks. At night Mr. Moore came and sat with me, and there I took a book, and he did instruct me in many law notions, in which I took great pleasure. To bed. 6th, in the morning with Sir W. Batten and Penn by water to Westminster, where at my Lord's I met with Mr. Creed. With him to see my Lord's picture, now almost done, and thence to Westminster Hall, where we found the Parliament met today, and thence meeting with Mr. Chetwynd, I took them to the Sun, and did give them a barrel of oysters, and had good discourse. Among other things, Mr. Chetwynd told me how he did fear that this late business of the Duke of York's would prove fatal to my Lord Chancellor. From thence Mr. Creed and I to Wilkinson, S., and dined together, and in great haste thence to our office, where we met all, for the sale of 2 ships by an inch of candle. The old-fashioned custom of sale by auction by inch of candle was continued in sales by the Admiralty to a somewhat late date. See September 3rd, 1662. The first time that ever I saw any of this kind, where I observed how they do invite one another, and at last how they all do cry to cry was to bid, and we have much to do to tell who did cry last. The ships were the Indian, sold for L1300, and the Half Moon, sold for L830. Home, and fell a reading of the trials of the late men that were hanged for the king's death, and found good satisfaction in reading thereof. At night to bed, and my wife and I did fall out about the dogs being put down into the cellar, which I had a mind to have done because of his fouling the house, and I would have my will, and so we went to bed and lay all night in a quarrel. This night I was troubled all night with a dream that my wife was dead, which made me that I slept ill all night. 7th office day. This day my father came to dine at my house, but being sent for in the morning I could not stay, but went by water to my lord, where I dined with him, and he in a very merry humour, present Mr. Borfit and child at dinner. He, in discourse of the great opinion of the virtue gratitude, which he did account the greatest thing in the world to him, and had therefore, in his mind been often troubled in the late times how to answer his gratitude to the king, who raised his father, did say it was that did bring him to his obedience to the king, and did also bless himself with his good fortune, in comparison to what it was when I was with him in the Sound, when he durst not own his correspondence with the king. Which is a thing that I never did hear of to this day before, and I do from this raise an opinion of him to be one of the most secret men in the world, which I was not so convinced of before. After dinner, he bid all go out of the room, and did tell me how the king had promised him L4,000 per annum forever, and had already given him a bill under his hand, which he showed me, for L4,000 that Mr. Fox is to pay him. My lord did advise with me how to get this received, and to put out L3,000 into safe hands at use, and the other he will make use of for his present occasion. This he did advise with me about with much secrecy. After all this he called for the fiddles and books, and we two and W. Howe and Mr. Child did sing and play some psalms of Will, Laws S. and some songs, and so I went away. So I went to see my lord's picture, which is almost done, and do please me very well. Hence to Whitehall to find out Mr. Fox, which I did, and did use me very civilly, but I did not see his lady, whom I had so long known when she was a maid, Mrs. Whittle. From thence meeting my father Bowyer, I took him to Mr. Harper's, and there drank with him. Among other things in discourse, he told me how my wife's brother had a horse at grass with him, which I was troubled to hear, it being his boldness upon my score. Home by coach, and read late in the last night's book of trials, and told my wife about her brother's horse at Mr. Bowyer's, who is also much troubled for it, and do intend to go tomorrow to inquire the truth. Notwithstanding this was the first day of the King's proclamation against hackney coaches coming into the streets to stand to be hired, yet I got one to carry me home. A proclamation to restrain the abuses of hackney coaches in the cities of London and Westminster and the suburbs thereof. This is printed in Notes and Queries, First Series, Volume Roman 8, p. 122. In April 1663, the poor widows of hackney coachmen petitioned for some relief, as the Parliament had reduced the number of coaches to, there were before, in and about London, more than 2,000. Rugg's Diurnal. 8th, this morning Sir W.M. and the Treasurer and I went by barge with Sir W.M. Doyley and Mr. Prynne to Deptford to pay off the Henrietta and had a good dinner. I went to Mr. Davies's and saw his house, where I was once before a great while ago, and I found him a very pretty man. In the afternoon Commissioner Pett and I went on board the yacht, which indeed is one of the finest things that ever I saw for neatness and room in so small a vessel. Mr. Pett is to make one to outdo this for the honor of his country, which I fear he will scarce better. From thence with him as far as Ratcliffe, where I left him going by water to London, and I, unwilling to leave the rest of the officers, went back again to Deptford, and being very much troubled with a sudden looseness, I went into a little alehouse at the end of Ratcliffe, and did give a groat for a pot of ale, and there I did. So went forward in my walk with some men that were going that way a great pace, and in our way we met with many merry seamen that had got their money paid them today. We sat very late doing the work and waiting for the tide. It being moonshine, we got to London before 2 in the morning. So home, where I found my wife up, she showed me her head, which was very well dressed today, she having been to see her father and mother. So to bed. 9th, lay long in bed this morning, though an office day, because of our going to bed late last night. Before I went to my office, Mr. Creed came to me about business, and also Mr. Carter, my old Cambridge friend, came to give me a visit, and I did give them a morning draught in my study. So to the office, and from thence to dinner with Mr. Wivell at the Hoop Tavern, where we had Mr. Shepley, Talbot, Adams, Mr. Chaplin, and Osborne, and our dinner given us by Mr. Adye and another, Mr. Wine, the King's fishmonger. Good sport with Mr. Talbot, who eats no sort of fish, and there was nothing else till we sent for a neat tongue. From thence to Whitehall, where I found my lord, who had an organ set up today in his dining room, but it seems an ugly one in the form of Bridewell. Thence I went to Sir Harry Wright's, where my lord was busy at cards, and so I stayed below with Mrs. Carter and Evans, who did give me a lesson upon the lute, till he came down, and having talked with him at the door about his late business of money, I went to my father's and stayed late talking with my father about my sister Paul's coming to live with me if she would come and be as a servant, which my wife did seem to be pretty willing to do today, and he seems to take it very well, and intends to consider of it, home and to bed. 10th, up early, Sir W.M. Batten and I to make up an account of the wages of the officers and mariners at sea, ready to present to the Committee of Parliament this afternoon. Afterwards came the Treasurer and Comptroller, and sat all the morning with us till the business was done. So we broke up, leaving the thing to be rowed over fair and carried to Trinity House for Sir W.M. Batten's hand. When staying very long I found, as appointed, the Treasurer and Controller at Whitehall, and so we went with a foul copy to the Parliament House, where we met with Sir those Clarges and Mr. Spry, and after we had given them good satisfaction we parted. The Controller and I to the coffee house, where he showed me the state of his case, how the King did owe him about L6,000. But I do not see great likelihood for them to be paid, since they begin already in Parliament to dispute the paying of the just sea debts, which were already promised to be paid, and will be the undoing of thousands if they be not paid. So to Whitehall to look, but could not find Mr. Fox, and then to Mr. Moore at Mr. Crewe's, but missed of him also. So to Paul's Churchyard, and there bought Montelion, which this year do not prove so good as the last was, so after reading it I burnt it. After reading of that and the Comedy of the Rump, which is also very silly, I went to bed. This night going home, Will and I bought a goose. 11th, Lord's Day. This morning I went to Sir W. Batten S. about going to Deptford tomorrow, and so eating some hog's pudding of my lady's making, of the hog that I saw a fattening the other day at her house. He and I went to church into our new gallery, the first time it was used, and it not being yet quite finished, there came after us Sir W. Penn, Mr. Davis, and his eldest son. There being no woman this day, we sat in the foremost pew, and behind us our servants, and I hope it will not always be so, it not being handsome for our servants to sit so equal with us. This day also did Mr. Mills begin to read all the common prayer, which I was glad of. Home to dinner, and then walked to Whitehall, it being very cold and foul and rainy weather. I found my lord at home, and after giving him an account of some business, I returned and went to my father's where I found my wife, and there we supped, and Dr. Thomas Pepys, who my wife told me after I was come home, that he had told my brother Thomas that he loved my wife so well that if she had a child he would never marry, but leave all that he had to my child. And after supper we walked home, my little boy carrying a link, and Will leading my wife. So home and to prayers and to bed. I should have said that before I got to my lord's this day I went to Mr. Fox's at Whitehall, when I first saw his lady, formerly Mrs. Elizabeth Whittle, whom I had formerly a great opinion of, and did make an anagram or two upon her name when I was a boy. She proves a very fine lady, and mother to fine children. Today I agreed with Mr. Fox about my taking of the L4,000 of him that the king had given my lord. 12th, lay long in bed today. Sir W.M. Batten went this morning to Deptford to pay off the wolf. Mr. Controller and I sat a while at the office to do business, and thence I went with him to his house in Lime Street, a fine house, and where I never was before, and from thence by coach, setting down his sister at the New Exchange, to Westminster Hall, where first I met with Jack Spicer and agreed with him to help me to tell money this afternoon. Hence to Decret's, where I saw my lord's picture finished, which do please me very well. So back to the hall, where by appointment I met the controller, and with him and 3 or 4 Parliament men I dined at Heaven, and after dinner called at Will's on Jack Spicer, and took him to Mr. Fox's, who saved me the labor of telling me the money by giving me L3,000 by consent, the other L1,000 I am to have on Thursday next, which I carried by coach to the Exchequer, and put it up in a chest in Spicer's office. From thence walked to my father's, where I found my wife, who had been with my father today, buying of a tablecloth and a dozen of napkins of diaper, the first that ever I bought in my life. My father and I took occasion to go forth, and went and drank at Mr. Standing S., and there discoursed seriously about my sister's coming to live with me, which I have much mind for her good to have, and yet I am much afeard of her ill nature. Coming home again, he and I and my wife, my mother and Paul, went all together into the little room, and there I told her plainly what my mind was, to have her come not as a sister in any respect, but as a servant, which she promised me that she would, and with many thanks did weep for joy, which did give me and my wife some content and satisfaction. So by coach home and to bed. The last night I should have mentioned how my wife and I were troubled all night with the sound of drums in our ears, which in the morning we found to be Mr. Davies's jack. The date of the origin of smoke jacks does not appear to be known, but the first patent taken out for an improved smoke jack by Peter Clare is dated December 24th, 1770. The smoke jack consists of a wind wheel fixed in the chimney, which communicates motion by means of an endless band to a pulley, whence the motion is transmitted to the spit by gearing. In the valuable introduction to the volume of Abridgments of Specifications Relating to Cooking, 1634-1866, Patent Office, mention is made of an Italian work by Bartolomeo Scappi, published first at Rome in 1572, and afterwards reprinted at Venice in 1622, which gives a complete account of the kitchens of the time and the utensils used in them. In the plates, several roasting jacks are represented, one worked by smoke or hot air and one by a spring. But not knowing the cause of its going all night, I understand today that they have had a great feast today. 13th, early going to my lord's I met with Mr. Moore, who was going to my house, and indeed I found him to be a most careful, painful painstaking or laborious. Latimer speaks of the painful magistrates, and able man in business, and took him by water to the wardrobe, and showed him all the house, and indeed there is a great deal of room in it, but very ugly till my lord hath bestowed great cost upon it. So to the Exchequer, and there took Spicer and his fellow clerks to the Dog Tavern, and did give them a peck of oysters, and so home to dinner, where I found my wife making of pies and tarts to try, her oven with, which she has never yet done, but not knowing the nature of it, did heat it too hot, and so a little overbake her things, but knows how to do better another time. At home all the afternoon. At night made up my accounts of my sea expenses in order to my clearing off my impressed bill of L30, which I had in my hands at the beginning of my voyage, which I intend to show to my lord tomorrow. To bed. 14th office day. But this day was the first that we do begin to sit in the afternoon, and not in the forenoon, and therefore I went into Cheapside to Mr. Beauchamp, S., the goldsmith, to look out a piece of plate to give Mr. Fox from my lord, for his favor about the L4000, and did choose a gilt tankard. So to Paul's churchyard and bought Cornelianum Dolium. Cornelianum Dolium is a Latin comedy by T.R., published at London in 1638. Dowse attributed it to Thomas Randolph, d. 1635. The book has a frontispiece representing the sweating tub which from the name of the patient was styled Cornelius's tub. There is a description of the play in the European Magazine, volume Roman 37. 1805, p. 343. So home to dinner, and after that to the office till late at night, and so Sir W. Penn, the controller, and I to the Dolphin, where we found Sir W. Batten, who is seldom a night from hence, and there we did drink a great quantity of sack and did tell many merry stories, and in good humours we were all. So home and to bed. 15th. To Westminster, and it being very cold upon the water, I went all alone to the Sun and drank a draught of mulled white wine, and so to Mr. de Cretz, whither I sent for J. Spicer, to appoint him to expect me this afternoon at the office, with the other L1000 from Whitehall, and here we stayed and did see him give some finishing touches to my lord's picture. So at last it is complete to my mind, and I leave mine with him to copy out another for himself. And took the original by a porter with me to my lord's, where I found my lord within, and stayed hearing him and Mr. Child playing upon my lord's new organ, the first time I ever heard it. My lord did this day show me the king's picture, which was done in Flanders, that the king did promise my lord before he ever saw him, and that we did expect to have had at sea before the king came to us. But it came but today, and indeed it is the most pleasant and the most like him that ever I saw picture in my life. As dinner was coming on table, my wife came to my lord, S., and I got her carried into my lady, who took physic today, and was just now hiring of a French maid that was with her, and they could not understand one another till my wife came to interpret. Here I did leave my wife to dine with my lord, the first time he ever did take notice of her as my wife, and did seem to have a just esteem for her. And did myself walk homewards, hearing that Sir W. Penn was gone before in a coach to overtake him, and with much ado at last did in Fleet Street, and there I went in to him, and there was Sir Arnold Brams, and we all three to Sir W. Batten, S. to dinner, he having a couple of servants married today. And so there was a great number of merchants, and others of good quality on purpose after dinner to make an offering, which when dinner was done we did, and I did give 10 shillings and no more, though I believe most of the rest did give more, and did believe that I did so too. From thence to Whitehall again by water to Mr. Fox, and by 2 porters carried away the other L1000. He was not within himself, but I had it of his kinsman, and did give him L4. And other servants something, but whereas I did intend to have given Mr. Fox himself a piece of plate of L50, I was demanded L100, for the fee of the office at 6d. a pound, at which I was surprised, but however I did leave it there till I speak with my lord. So I carried it to the Exchequer, where at Will's I found Mr. Spicer, and so lodged it at his office with the rest. From thence after a pot of ale at Will's I took boat in the dark, and went for all that to the Old Swan, and so to Sir W. M. Batten, S., and leaving some of the gallants at cards I went home, where I found my wife much satisfied with my lord's discourse and respect to her, and so after prayers to bed. 16th. Up early to my father's, where by appointment Mr. Moore came to me, and he and I to the Temple, and thence to Westminster Hall to speak with Mr. W. M. Montagu about his looking upon the title of those lands, which I do take as security for L3000 of my lord's money. That being done, Mr. Moore and I parted, and in the hall I met with Mr. Fauntleroy, my old acquaintance, whom I had not seen a long time, and he and I to the Swan, and in discourse he seems to be wise and say little, though I know things are changed against his mind. Thence home by water, where my father, Mr. Snow, and Mr. Moore did dine with me. After dinner Mr. Snow and I went up together to discourse about the putting out of L80 to a man who lacks the money, and would give me L15 per annum for 8 years for it, which I did not think profit enough, and so he seemed to be disappointed by my refusal of it, but I would not now part with my money easily. He seems to do it as a great favor to me to offer to come in upon a way of getting of money, which they call bottomry. The contract of bottomry is a negotiable instrument, which may be put in suit by the person to whom it is transferred. It is in use in all countries of maritime commerce and interests. A contract in the nature of a mortgage of a ship, when the owner of it borrows money to enable him to carry on the voyage, and pledges the keel or bottom of the ship as a security for the repayment. If the ship be lost, the lender loses his whole money, but if it returns in safety, then he shall receive back his principal, and also the premium stipulated to be paid, however it may exceed the usual or legal rate of interest. Smythe's Sailor's Word Book, which I do not yet understand, but do believe there may be something in it of great profit. After we were parted, I went to the office, and there we sat all the afternoon, and at night we went to a barrel of oysters at Sir W. Batten's, and so home, and I to the setting of my papers in order, which did keep me up late. So to bed. 17th. In the morning to Whitehall, where I inquired at the Privy Seal office for a form for a nobleman to make one his chaplain. But I understanding that there is not any, I did draw up one, and so to my Lord S., and there I did give him it to sign for Mr. Turner to be his first chaplain. I did likewise get my lord to sign my last sea accounts, so that I am even to this day when I have received the balance of Mr. Creed. I dined with my lady and my Lady Pickering, where her son John dined with us, who do continue a fool as he ever was since I knew him. His mother would fain marry him to get a portion for his sister Betty, but he will not hear of it. Hither came Major Hart this noon, who tells me that the regiment is now disbanded, and that there is some money coming to me for it. I took him to my lord to Mr. Crew S., and from thence with Mr. Shepley and Mr. Moore to the Devil Tavern, and there we drank. So home and wrote letters by the post, then to my lyre viol. The lyre viol is a viol with extra open bass strings, holding the same relation to the viol as the theorbo does to the lute. A volume entitled Music's Recreation on the lyre viol was printed by John Playford in 1650. And to bed. 18th Lord's Day. In the morning to our own church, where Mr. Powell, a crook-legged man that went formerly with me to Paul's school, preached a good sermon. In the afternoon to our own church and my wife with me, the first time that she and my Lady Batten came to sit in our new pew, and after sermon my lady took us home, and there we supped with her and Sir W. Batten and Penn, and were much made of. The first time that ever my wife was there. So home and to bed. 19th Office Day. After we had done a little at the office this morning, I went with the treasurer in his coach to Whitehall, and in our way, in discourse, do find him a very good-natured man. And, talking of those men who now stand condemned for murdering the king, he says that he believes that, if the law would give leave, the king is a man of so great compassion that he would wholly acquit them. Going to my lord's, I met with Mr. Shepley, and so he and I to the Sun, and I did give him a morning draught of muscadine. Muscadine or muscatel, a rich sort of wine. Vinum muscatum quad moscae odorum referret. Quaffed off the muscatel, and threw the sops all in the sexton's face. Shakespeare, Taming of the Shrew, Act 3, SC, 2M.B. And so to see my lord's picture at Decret's, and he says it is very like him, and I say so too. After that to Westminster Hall, and there hearing that Sir W. Batten was at the Leg in the palace, I went thither, and there dined with him and some of the Trinity House men who had obtained something today at the House of Lords concerning the ballast office. After dinner I went by water to London to the Globe in Cornhill, and there did choose 2 pictures to hang up in my house, which my wife did not like when I came home, and so I sent the picture of Paris back again. To the office, where we sat all the afternoon till night. So home, and there came Mr. Beauchamp to me with the gilt tankard, and I did pay him for it L20. So to my musique, and sat up late at it, and so to bed, leaving my wife to sit up till 2 o'clock that she may call the wench up to wash. 20th, about 2 o'clock my wife wakes me, and comes to bed, and so both to sleep and the wench to wash. I rose and with will to my lord's by land, it being a very hard frost, the first we have had this year. There I stayed with my lord and Mr. Shepley, looking over my lord's accounts and to set matters straight between him and Shepley, and he did commit the viewing of these accounts to me, which was a great joy to me to see that my lord do look upon me as one to put trust in. Hence to the organ, where Mr. Child and one Mr. Mackworth, who plays finely upon the violin, were playing, and so we played till dinner and then dined, where my lord in a very good humor and kind to me. After dinner to the Temple, where I met Mr. Moore and discoursed with him about the business of putting out my lord's L3000, and that done, Mr. Shepley and I to the new playhouse near Lincoln's Inn Fields, which was formerly Gibbon's tennis court, where the play of Beggar's Bush was newly begun. And so we went in and saw it. It was well acted. And here I saw the first time one Moon. Michael Mohun, or Moon, the celebrated actor who had borne a major's commission in the King's army. The period of his death is uncertain, but he is known to have been dead in 1691. Downes relates that an eminent poet seeing him act Mithridates, vented suddenly this saying, "O Mohun, Mohun, thou little man of metal, if I should write a 100, I'd write a part for thy mouth." Rossius Anglicanus, p. 17. Who is said to be the best actor in the world, lately come over with the king, and indeed it is the finest playhouse, I believe, that ever was in England. From thence, after a pot of ale with Mr. Shepley at a house hard by, I went by link home, calling a little by the way at my father's and my uncle Fenner's, where all pretty well, and so home, where I found the house in a washing pickle, and my wife in a very joyful condition when I told her that she is to see the Queen next Thursday, which puts me in mind to say that this morning I found my lord in bed late, he having been with the King, Queen, and Princess at the Cockpit. The Cockpit at Whitehall. The plays at the Cockpit in Drury Lane were acted in the afternoon. All night where General Monk treated them, and after supper a play, where the King did put a great affront upon Singleton's musique, he bidding them stop and bade the French musique play, which my lord says do much outdo all ours. But while my lord was rising, I went to Mr. Fox, S., and there did leave the gilt tankard for Mrs. Fox, and then to the counting-house to him, who hath invited me and my wife to dine with him on Thursday next, and so to see the Queen and Princesses. 21st, lay long in bed. This morning my cousin Thomas Pepys, the turner, sent me a cup of lignum vitae, a hard, compact black-green wood, obtained from Guiacum Offsenale, from which pestles, ship blocks, rollers, casters, and sea are turned. For a token, this morning my wife and I went to Paternoster Row, and there we bought some green watered moire for a morning waistcoat. And after that we went to Mr. Cade, S., to choose some pictures for our house. After that my wife went home, and I to Pope's Head, and bought me an agate-hafted knife, which cost me 5s. So home to dinner, and so to the office all the afternoon, and at night to my violin, the first time that I have played on it since I came to this house in my dining room, and afterwards to my lute there, and I took much pleasure to have the neighbors come forth into the yard to hear me. So down to supper, and sent for the barber, who stayed so long with me that he was locked into the house, and we were fain to call up Griffith to let him out. So up to bed, leaving my wife to wash herself, and to do other things against tomorrow to go to court. 22d. This morning came the carpenters to make me a door at the other side of my house, going into the entry, which I was much pleased with. At noon, my wife and I walked to the Old Exchange, and there she bought her a white whisk, a gorget or neckerchief worn by women at this time. A woman's neck whisk is used both plain and laced, and is called of most a gorget or falling whisk, because it falleth about the shoulders. Randall Hont, quoted by Planche. And put it on, and I a pair of gloves. And so we took coach for Whitehall to Mr. Fox's, where we found Mrs. Fox within, and an alderman of London paying L1000 or L1500 in gold upon the table for the king, which was the most gold that ever I saw together in my life. Mr. Fox came in presently, and did receive us with a great deal of respect, and then did take my wife and I to the Queen's presence chamber, where he got my wife placed behind the Queen's chair, and I got into the crowd, and by the Queen and the 2 princesses came to dinner. The Queen a very little plain old woman, and nothing more in her presence in any respect, nor garb than any ordinary woman. The Princess of Orange I had often seen before. The Princess Henrietta is very pretty, but much below my expectation, and her dressing of herself with her hair frizzed short up to her ears did make her seem so much the less to me. But my wife standing near her with 2 or 3 black patches on and well dressed did seem to me much handsomer than she. Dinner being done, we went to Mr. Fox's again, where many gentlemen dined with us, and most princely dinner, all provided for me and my friends, but I bringing none but myself and wife. He did call the company to help to eat up so much good victuals. At the end of dinner, my Lord Sandwich's health was drunk in the gilt tankard that I did give to Mrs. Fox the other day. After dinner I had notice given me by my man that my lord did inquire for me, so I went to find him, and met him and the Duke of York in a coach going towards Charing Cross. I endeavored to follow them but could not, so I returned to Mr. Fox, and after much kindness and good discourse we parted from thence. I took coach for my wife and me homewards, and I lighted the Maypole in the Strand, and sent my wife home. I to the new playhouse and saw part of The Traitor, a very good tragedy. Mr. Moon did act the traitor very well. So to my Lord S., and sat there with my lady a great while talking. Among other things, she took occasion to inquire, by Madame Dury's late discourse with her, how I did treat my wife's father and mother. At which I did give her a good account, and she seemed to be very well opinioned of my wife. From thence to Whitehall at about 9 at night, and there, with Laud the page that went with me, we could not get out of Henry the Eighth's gallery into the further part of the boarded gallery, where my lord was walking with my Lord Ormond. And we had a key of Sir S. Morland's, but all would not do. Till at last, by knocking, Mr. Harrison the doorkeeper did open us the door. And, after some talk with my lord about getting a ketch to carry my Lord St. Albans goods to France, I parted and went home on foot, it being very late and dirty, and so weary to bed. 23rd. This morning standing looking upon the workmen doing of my new door to my house, there comes Captain Strawn the Scot, to whom the king has given half of the money that the 2 ships lately sold do bring. And he would needs take me to the Dolphin, and give me a glass of ale and a peck of oysters. He did talk much what he is able to advise the king for good husbandry in his ships, as by ballasting them with lead ore and many other tricks, but I do believe that he is a knowing man in sea business. Home and dined, and in the afternoon to the office, where till late, and that being done Mr. Creed did come to speak with me, and I took him to the Dolphin, where there was Mr. Pierce the purser and his wife and some friends of theirs. So I did spend a crown upon them behind the bar, they being akin to the people of the house, and this being the house where Mr. Pierce was apprentice. After they were gone, Mr. Creed and I spent an hour in looking over the account which he do intend to pass in our office for his lending moneys, which I did advise about and approve or disapprove of as I saw cause. After an hour being serious at this, we parted about 11 o'clock at night. So I home and to bed, leaving my wife and the maid at their linen to get up. 24th. To my lord's, where after I had done talking with him Mr. Townsend, Rumball, Blackburn, Creed, and Shepley, and I to the Rhenish wine-house, and there I did give them 2 quarts of wormwood wine. Wormwood, Artemisia absinthium, is celebrated for its intensely bitter, tonic, and stimulating qualities, which have caused it to be used in various medicinal preparations, and also in the making of liqueurs as wormwood wine and creamed absinthe. And so we broke up. So we parted, and I and Mr. Creed to Westminster Hall and looked over a book or 2, and so to my lord's, where I dined with my lady, there being Mr. Child and Mrs. Borfit, who are never absent at dinner there under pretence of a wooing. From thence I to Mr. de Cretz and did take away my lord's picture, which is now finished for me, and I paid L 3/10 for it and the frame, and am well pleased with it and the price. So carried it home by water, Will being with me. At home, and had a fire made in my closet, and put my papers and books and things in order, and that being done I fell to entering these 2 good songs of Mr. Law's, Help, Help, O Help, and O God of Heaven and Hell in my song book, to which I have got Mr. Child to set the bass to the theorbo, and that done to bed. 25th, Lord's Day. In the forenoon I alone to our church, and after dinner I went and ranged about to many churches, among the rest to the Temple, where I heard Dr. Wilkins, a little late Master of Trinity in Cambridge. That being done to my father's to see my mother who is troubled much with the stone, and that being done I went home, where I had a letter brought me from my lord to get a ship ready to carry the queen's things over to France, she being to go within 5 or 6 days. So to supper and to bed. 26th, office day. To it all the morning, and dined at home where my father come and dined with me, who seems to take much pleasure to have a son that is neat in his house. I being now making my new door into the entry, which he do please himself much with. After dinner to the office again, and there till night. And that being done, the controller and I to the mitre to a glass of wine, when we fell into a discourse of poetry, and he did repeat some verses of his own making which were very good. Home, there hear that my Lady Batten had given my wife a visit, the first that ever she made her, which pleased me exceedingly. So after supper to bed. 27th. To Whitehall, where I found my lord gone abroad to the wardrobe, whither he do now go every other morning, and do seem to resolve to understand and look after the business himself. From thence to Westminster Hall, and in King Street there being a great stop of coaches, there was a falling out between a drayman and my Lord Chesterfield's coachman, and one of his footmen killed. At the hall I met with Mr. Creed, and he and I to hell to drink our morning draught, and so to my lord's again, where I found my wife. And she and I dined with him and my lady, and great company of my lord's friends, and my lord did show us great respect. Soon as dinner was done, my wife took her leave, and went with Mr. Blackburn and his wife to London to a christening of a brother's child of his on Tower Hill, and I to a play, The Scornful Lady. And that being done, I went homewards, and met Mr. Moore, who had been at my house, and took him to my father, S., and we three to standing, S. to drink. Here Mr. Moore told me how the House had this day voted the king to have all the excise for ever. This day I do also hear that the Queen S. going to France is stopped, which do like me well, because then the king will be in town the next month, which is my month again at the Privy Seal. From thence home, where when I come I do remember that I did leave my boy Wayneman at Whitehall with order to stay there for me in the court, at which I was much troubled, but about 11 o'clock at night the boy came home well, and so we all to bed. 28th. This morning went to Whitehall to my lord's, where Major Hart did pay me, L. 2314s. 9d. Due to me upon my pay in my lord's troop at the time of our disbanding, which is a great blessing to have without taking any law in the world for. But now I must put an end to any hopes of getting any more, so that I bless God for this. From thence with Mr. Shepley and Pinkney to the Sun, and did give them a glass of wine and a peck of oysters for joy of my getting this money. So home, where I found that Mr. Creed had sent me the L 11 fives. That is due to me upon the remains of account for my sea business, which is also so much clear money to me, and my bill of impress. For bill of impress in Italian imprestare means to lend. In the ancient accounts of persons officially employed by the crown, money advanced, paid on account was described as de prestito or in prestitis. M.B. For L30 is also cleared, so that I am wholly clear as to the sea in all respects. To the office, and was there till late at night, and among the officers do hear that they may have our salaries allowed by the treasurer, which do make me very glad and praise God for it. Home to supper, and Mr. Hayter supped with me, whom I did give order to take up my money of the treasurer tomorrow if it can be had. So to bed. 29th. In the morning, seeing a great deal of foul water come into my parlor from under the partition between me and Mr. Davis, I did step thither to him and tell him of it, and he did seem very ready to have it stopped, and did also tell me how thieves did attempt to rob his house last night, which do make us all afraid. This noon I being troubled that the workmen that I have to do my door were called to Mr. Davis's away. I sent for them, when Mr. Davis sent to inquire a reason of, and I did give him a good one, that they were come on purpose to do some work with me that they had already begun, with which he was well pleased, and I glad, being unwilling to anger them. In the afternoon, Sir W. Batten and I met, and did sell the ship church for L 440. And we asked L 391, and that being done, I went home, and Dr. Petty came to me about Mr. Barlow's money, and I being a little troubled to be so importuned before I had received it, and that they would have it stopped in Mr. Fenn's hands, I did force the doctor to go fetch the letter of attorney that he had to receive it only to make him same labor, which he did bring. And Mr. Hales came along with him from the treasury with my money for the first quarter, Michaelmas last, that ever I received for this employment. So I paid the doctor L25 and had L62 for myself and L7 to myself also for Will's salary, which I do intend yet to keep for myself. With this my heart is much rejoiced, and do bless Almighty God that he is pleased to send so sudden and unexpected payment of my salary so soon after my great disbursements. So that now I am worth L200 again. In a great ease of mind and spirit I fell about the auditing of Mr. Shepley's last accounts with my lord by my lord's desire, and about that I sat till 12 o'clock at night, till I began to doze, and so to bed, with my heart praising God for his mercy to us. 30th Office Day. To the office, where Sir G. Carteret did give us an account how Mr. Holland do intend to prevail with the Parliament to try his project of discharging the seamen all at present by ticket, and so promise interest to all men that will lend money upon them at 8%, for so long as they are unpaid, whereby he do think to take away the growing debt, which do now lie upon the kingdom for lack of present money to discharge the seamen. But this we are troubled at as some diminution to us. I having 2 barrels of oysters at home, I caused one of them and some wine to be brought to the inner room in the office, and there the principal officers did go and eat them. So we sat till noon, and then to dinner, and to it again in the afternoon till night. At home, I sent for Mr. Hayter, and broke the other barrel with him, and did afterwards sit down discoursing of sea terms to learn of him. And he being gone, I went up and sat till 12 at night again to make an end of my lord's accounts, as I did the last night, which at last I made a good end of, and so to bed. December 1660. December 1st. This morning, observing some things to be laid up not as they should be by the girl, I took a broom and basted her till she cried extremely, which made me vexed, but before I went out I left her appeased. So to Whitehall, where I found Mr. Moore attending for me at the Privy Seal, but nothing to do today. I went to my Lord St. Alban's lodgings, and found him in bed, talking to a priest. He looked like one that leaned along over the side of the bed, and there I desired to know his mind about making the catch stay longer, which I got ready for him the other day. He seems to be a fine civil gentleman. To my Lord S., and did give up my audit of his accounts, which I had been then 2 days about, and was well received by my lord. I dined with my lord and lady, and we had a venison pasty. Mr. Shepley and I went into London, and calling upon Mr. Pinkney, the goldsmith, he took us to the tavern, and gave us a pint of wine, and there fell into our company old Mr. Flower and another gentleman, who tell us how a Scotch knight was killed basely the other day at the Fleece in Covent Garden, where there had been a great many formerly killed. So to Paul's churchyard, and there I took the little man at Mr. Curtin's and Mr. Shepley to Ringstead's at the Star. And after a pint of wine I went home, my brains somewhat troubled with so much wine, and after a letter or two by the post I went to bed. 2d Lord's Day. My head not very well and my body out of order by last night's drinking, which is my great folly. To church, and Mr. Mills made a good sermon, so home to dinner. My wife and I all alone to a leg of mutt, the sauce of which being made sweet, I was angry at it, and eat none, but only dined upon the marrow bone that we had beside. To church in the afternoon, and after sermon took Tom Fuller's church history and read over Henry VIII's life in it, and so to supper and to bed. Third, this morning I took a resolution to rise early in the morning, and so I rose by candle, which I have not done all this winter, and spent my morning in fiddling till time to go to the office, where Sir G. Carteret did begin again discourse on Mr. Holland's proposition, which the king do take very ill, and so Sir George in lieu of that do propose that the seamen should have half in ready money and tickets for the other half, to be paid in 3 months after, which we judge to be very practicable. After office home to dinner, where come in my cousin Snow by chance, and I had a very good capon to dinner. So to the office till night, and so home, and then come Mr. Davis of Diptford, the first time that ever he was at my house, and after him Mons, El Impertinent, who is to go to Ireland tomorrow, and so came to take his leave of me. They both found me under the barber's hand, but I had a bottle of good sack in the house, and so made them very welcome. Mr. Davis sat with me a good while after the other was gone, talking of his hard usage and of the endeavor to put him out of his place in the time of the late commissioners, and he do speak very highly of their corruption. After he was gone, I fell a reading Cornelianum Dolium till 11 o'clock at night with great pleasure, and after that to bed. Fourth, to Whitehall to Sir G. Carteret's chamber, where all the officers met, and so we went up to the Duke of York, and he took us into his closet, and we did open to him our project of stopping the growing charge of the fleet by paying them in hand 1 moiety, and the other 4 months hence. This he do like, and we returned by his order to Sir G. Carteret's chamber, and there we did draw up this design in order to be presented to the Parliament. From thence I to my Lord S., and dined with him and told him what we had done today. Sir Tho Crew dined with my lord today, and we were very merry with Mrs. Borfit, who dined there still as she has always done lately. After dinner Sir Tho, and my lady to the playhouse to see The Silent Woman. I home by water, and with Mr. Hayter in my chamber all alone he and I did put this morning's design into order, which being done I did carry it to Sir W. Batten, where I found some gentlemen with him, Sir W. Penn among the rest pretty merry with drink, playing at cards, and there I stayed looking upon them till 1 o'clock in the morning, and so Sir W. Penn and I went away, and I to bed. This day the Parliament voted that the bodies of Oliver, Ireton, Bradshaw, and C. should be taken up out of their graves in the Abbey, and drawn to the gallows, and there hanged and buried under it. Which, methinks, do trouble me that a man of so great courage as he was should have that dishonor, though otherwise he might deserve it enough. Fifth, this morning the proposal which I wrote the last night I showed to the officers this morning, and was well liked of, and I wrote it fair for Sir G. Carteret to show to the king, and so it is to go to the Parliament. I dined at home, and after dinner I went to the new theatre, and there I saw The Merry Wives of Windsor acted, the humours of the country gentleman and the French doctor very well done, but the rest but very poorly, and Sir J. Falstaff tea as bad as any. From thence to Mr. Will Montagu's chamber to have sealed some writings tonight between Sir R. Parkhurst and myself about my Lord's L2000, but he not coming, I went to my father's and there found my mother still ill of the stone, and had just newly voided one, which she had let drop into the chimney, and looked and found it to show it me. From thence home and to bed. Sixth, this morning some of the Commissioners of Parliament and Sir W. Batten went to Sir G. Carteret's office here in town, and paid off the chestnut. I carried my wife to Whitefriars and landed her there, and myself to Whitehall to the Privy Seal, where abundance of pardons to seal, but I was much troubled for it because that there are no fees now coming for them to me. Thence Mr. Moore and I alone to the Leg in King Street, and dined together on a neat's tongue and udder. From thence by coach to Mr. Crews to my lord, who told me of his going out of town tomorrow to settle the militia in Huntingdonshire, and did desire me to lay up a box of some rich jewels and things that there are in it, which I promised to do. After much free discourse with my lord, who tells me his mind as to his enlarging his family, and C, and desiring me to look him out a master of the horse and other servants, we parted. From thence I walked to Greatorex. He was not within, but there I met with Mr. Jonas Moore. Jonas Moore was born at Whitley, Lancashire, February 8, 1617, and was appointed by Charles I. Tudor to the Duke of York. Soon after the Restoration, he was knighted and made Surveyor General of the Ordnance. He was famous as a mathematician, and was one of the founders of the Royal Society. He died August 27th, 1679, and at his funeral 60 pieces of ordnance were discharged at the Tower. And took him to the 5 Bells, and drank a glass of wine and left him. To the Temple, when Sir R. Parkhurst, as was intended the last night, did seal the writings, and is to have the L 2000 told tomorrow. From thence by water to Parliament Stairs, and there at an alehouse to Doling, who is suddenly to go into Ireland to venture his fortune. Simmons, who is at a great loss for L 200 present money, which I was loth to let him have, though I could now do it, and do love him and think him honest and sufficient, yet lothness to part with money did dissuade me from it. Llewellyn, who was very drowsy from a dose that he had got the last night, Mr. Mount and several others, among the rest one Mr. Pierce, an army man, who did make us the best sport for songs and stories in a Scotch tone, which he do very well that ever I heard in my life. I never knew so good a companion in all my observation. From thence to the bridge by water, it being a most pleasant moonshine night, with a waterman who did tell such a company of bawdy stories, how once he carried a lady from Putney in such a night as this, and she bade him lie down by her, which he did, and did give her content, and a great deal more roguery. Home and found my girl knocking at the door, it being 11 o'clock at night, her mistress having sent her out for some trivial business, which did vex me when I came in, and so I took occasion to go up and to bed in a pet. Before I went forth this morning, one came to me to give me notice that the justices of Middlesex do meet tomorrow at Hicks Hall, and that I as 1 a.m. desired to be there, but I fear I cannot be there though I much desire it. 7th. This morning the Judge Advocate Fowler came to see me, and he and I sat talking till it was time to go to the office. To the office and there stayed till past 12 o'clock, and so I left the controller and surveyor and went to Whitehall to my lord's, where I found my lord gone this morning to Huntingdon, as he told me yesterday he would. I stayed and dined with my lady, there being Laud the page's mother there, and dined also with us, and seemed to have been a very pretty woman and of good discourse. Before dinner, I examined Laud in his Latin, and found him a very pretty boy and gone a great way in Latin. After dinner, I took a box of some things of value that my lord had left for me to carry to the Exchequer, which I did, and left them with my brother Spicer, who also had this morning paid L 1000 for me by appointment to Sir R. Parkhurst. So to the Privy Seal, where I signed a deadly number of pardons, which do trouble me to get nothing by. Home by water, and there was much pleased to see that my little room is likely to come to be finished soon. I fell a-reading Fuller's History of Abbas, and my wife in Great Cyrus till 12 at night, and so to bed. 8th, to Whitehall to the Privy Seal, and thence to Mr. Pierce's the surgeon to tell them that I would call by and by to go to dinner. But I going into Westminster Hall, met with Sir G. Carteret and Sir W. Penn, who were in a great fear that we had committed a great error of L 100000 in our late account gone into the Parliament in making it too little. And so I was fain to send order to Mr. Pierce's to come to my house, and also to leave the key of the chest with Mr. Spicer, wherein my lord's money is, and went along with Sir W. Penn by water to the office, and there with Mr. Hutchinson we did find that we were in no mistake. And so I went to dinner with my wife and Mr. and Mrs. Pierce the surgeon to Mr. Pierce, the purser, the first time that ever I was at his house, who does live very plentifully and finely. We had a lovely chine of beef, and other good things very complete, and drank a great deal of wine, and her daughter played after dinner upon the virginals. All instruments of the harpsichord and spinet kind were styled virginals. And at night by lanthorn home again, and Mr. Pierce and his wife being gone home, I went to bed, having drunk so much wine that my head was troubled and was not very well all night, and the wind I observed was rose exceedingly before I went to bed. 9th Lord's Day. Being called up early by Sir W. Batten, I rose and went to his house, and he told me the ill news that he had this morning from Woolwich, that the Assurance, formerly Captain Holland's ship, and now Captain Stokes's, designed for Guinea and manned and victualled, was by a gust of wind sunk down to the bottom. 20 men drowned. Sir Williams both went by barge thither to see how things are, and I am sent to the Duke of York to tell him, and by boat with some other company going to Whitehall from the Old Swan. I went to the Duke, and first calling upon Mr. Coventry at his chamber, I went to the Duke's bedside, who had sat up late last night, and lay long this morning, who was much surprised therewith. This being done, I went to chapel, and sat in Mr. Blagrave's pew, and there did sing my part along with another before the king, and with much ease. From thence going to my lady, I met with a letter from my lord, which Andrew had been at my house to bring me and missed me, commanding me to go to Mr. Denham, to get a man to go to him tomorrow to Hinchinbroke, to contrive with him about some alterations in his house, which I did and got Mr. Kennard. Dined with my lady and stayed all the afternoon with her, and had infinite of talk of all kind of things, especially of beauty of men and women, with which she seems to be much pleased to talk of. From thence at night to Mr. Kennard, and took him to Mr. Denham, the surveyor's, where, while we could not speak with him, his chief man, Mr. Cooper, did give us a cup of good sack. From thence with Mr. Kennard to my lady, who is much pleased with him, and after a glass of sack there, we parted, having taken order for a horse or two for him and his servant to be gone tomorrow. So to my father's, where I sat while they were at supper, and I found my mother below, stairs and pretty well. Thence home, where I hear that the controller had some business with me, and, with Jiffins Lanthorn, I went to him and there stayed in discourse an hour, till late, and among other things he showed me a design of his, by the king's making an order of knights of the seal to give an encouragement for persons of honor to undertake the service of the sea, and he had done it with great pains and very ingeniously. So home, and to prayers, and to bed. 10th. Up exceedingly early to go to the controller, but he not being up, and it being a very fine, bright, moonshine morning, I went and walked all alone 20 turns in Cornhill, from Gracious Street corner to the Stocks and back again, from 6 o'clock till past 7, so long that I was weary. And going to the controller's thinking to find him ready, I found him gone, at which I was troubled, and being weary went home. And from thence with my wife by water to Westminster, and put her to my father Bowyer's, they being newly come out of the country, but I could not stay there, but left her there. I to the hall, and there met with Call Slingsby. So hearing that the Duke of York is gone down this morning, to see the ship sunk yesterday at Woolwich, he and I returned by his coach to the office, and after that to dinner. After dinner, he came to me again, and sat with me at my house, and among other discourse, he told me that it is expected that the Duke will marry the Lord Chancellor's daughter at last, which is likely to be the ruin of Mr. Davis and my Lord Berkeley, who have carried themselves so high against the Chancellor, Sir Charles. Berkeley swearing that he and others had lain with her often, which all believed to be a lie. He and I in the evening to the coffee-house in Cornhill, the first time that ever I was there, and I found much pleasure in it, through the diversity of company and discourse. Home and found my wife at my Lady Batten's, and have made a bargain to go see the ship sunk at Woolwich, where both the Sir Williams are still since yesterday, and I do resolve to go along with them. From thence home and up to bed, having first been into my study, and to ease my mind did go to cast up how my cash stands, and I do find as near as I can that I am worth in money clear L240, for which God be praised. This afternoon, there was a couple of men with me with a book in each of their hands, demanding money for Paul money. Pepys seems to have been let off very easily, for, by Act of Parliament 18 Car, Roman 2. Cap. I 1666, servants were to pay 1 shilling in the pound of their wages, and others from 1 shilling to 3 shillings in the pound. And I overlooked the book and saw myself set down Samuel Pepys, gent, 10s, for himself and for his servants 2s. Which I did presently pay without any dispute, but I fear I have not escaped so, and therefore I have long ago laid by L10 for them, but I think I am not bound to discover myself. 11th. My wife and I up very early this day, and though the weather was very bad and the wind high, yet my Lady Batten and her maid and we two did go by our barge to Woolwich, my lady being very fearful, where we found both Sir Williams and much other company, expecting the weather to be better, that they might go about weighing up the Assurance, which lies their poor ship, that I have been twice merry in Captain Holland's time, under water, only the upper deck may be seen and the masts. Captain Stokes is very melancholy, and being in search for some clothes and money of his, which he says he hath lost out of his cabin. I did the first office of a justice of peace to examine a seaman thereupon, but could find no reason to commit him. This last tide the Kingsale was also run aboard and lost her mainmast, by another ship, which makes us think it ominous to the Guinea voyage, to have 2 of her ships spoilt before they go out. After dinner, my lady being very fearful, she stayed and kept my wife there, and I and another gentleman, a friend of Sir W. Penn's, went back in the barge, very merry by the way, as far as Whitehall in her, to the Privy Seal, where I signed many pardons and some few things else. From thence Mr. Moore and I into London to a tavern near my house, and there we drank and discoursed of ways how to put out a little money to the best advantage, and at present he has persuaded me to put out L250 for L50 per annum for 8 years, and I think I shall do it. Thence home, where I found the wench washing, and I up to my study, and there did make up an even L100, and sealed it to lie by. After that to bed. 12th, troubled with the absence of my wife. This morning I went, after the controller and I had sat an hour at the office, to Whitehall to dine with my lady, and after dinner to the Privy Seal, and sealed abundance of pardons and little else. From thence to the Exchequer, and did give my mother Bowyer a visit and her daughters, the first time that I have seen them since I went last to sea. From thence up with J. Spicer to his office and took L100, and by coach with it as far as my father, S., where I called to see them, and my father did offer me 6 pieces of gold, in lieu of £6 that he borrowed of me the other day, but it went against me to take it of him, and therefore did not, though I was afterwards a little troubled that I did not. Thence home, and took out this L100, and sealed it up with the other last night, it being the first L200 that ever I saw together of my own in my life. For which God be praised. So to my Lady Batten, and sat an hour or 2, and talked with her daughter and people in the absence of her father and mother and my wife to pass away the time. After that home and to bed, reading myself asleep, while the wench sat mending my breeches by my bedside. 13th, all the day long looking upon my workmen, who this day began to paint my parlor. Only at noon, my Lady Batten and my wife came home, and so I stepped to my lady's, where were Sir John Lawson and Captain Holmes, and there we dined and had very good red wine of my lady's own making in England. 14th, also all this day looking upon my workmen. Only met with the comptroller at the office a little both forenoon and afternoon, and at night step a little with him to the coffee house, where we light upon very good company, and had very good discourse concerning insects, and their having a generative faculty as well as other creatures. This night in discourse the controller told me among other persons that were heretofore the principal officers of the navy, there was one Sir Peter Buck, a clerk of the Acts, of which to myself I was not a little proud. 15th, all day at home looking upon my workmen, only at noon Mr. Moore came and brought me some things to sign for the Privy Seal and dined with me. We had 3 eels that my wife and I bought this morning of a man, that cried them about, for our dinner, and that was all I did today. 16th, in the morning to church, and then dined at home. In the afternoon I to Whitehall, where I was surprised with the news of a plot against the King's person and my Lord Monk, S., and that since last night there are about 40 taken up on suspicion, and, amongst others, it was my lot to meet with Simon Beale, the trumpeter, who took me and Tom doling into the guard in Scotland Yard and showed us Major General Overton, where I heard him deny that he is guilty of any such things. But that whereas it is said that he is found to have brought many arms to town, he says it is only to sell them, as he will prove by oath. From thence with Tom Doling and Boston and D. Vines, whom we met by the way to Price, S., and there we drank, and in discourse I learnt a pretty trick to try whether a woman be a maid or no, by a string going round her head to meet at the end of her nose, which if she be not will come a great way beyond. Thence to my lady's and stayed with her an hour or 2 talking of the Duke of York and his lady, the Chancellor's daughter, between whom, she tells me, that all is agreed and he will marry her. But I know not how true yet. It rained hard, and my lady would have had me have the coach, but I would not but to my father's, where I met my wife, and there supped, and after supper by link home and to bed. 17th, all day looking after my workmen, only in the afternoon to the office where both Sir Williams were come from Woolwich, and tell us that, contrary to their expectations, the Assurance is got up, without much damage to her body, only to the goods that she hath within her, which argues her to be a strong, good ship. This day my parlour is gilded, which do please me well. 18th, all day at home, without stirring at all, looking after my workmen. 19th, at noon I went and dined with my lady at Whitehall, and so back again to the office, and after that home to my workmen. This night, Mr. Gauden sent me a great chine of beef and half a dozen of tongues. 20th, all day at home with my workmen, that I may get all done before Christmas. This day I hear that the Princess Royal has the small pox. 21st, by water to Whitehall, leaving my wife at Whitefriars going to my father, to buy her a muff and mantle. There I signed many things at the Privy Seal, and carried L200 from thence to the Exchequer, and laid it up with Mr. Hales, and afterwards took him and W. Bowyer to the Swan and drank with them. They told me that this is St. Thomas's, and that by an old custom, this day the Exchequer men had formerly, and do intend this night to have a supper, which if I could I promised to come to, but did not. To my Lady S. and dined with her. She told me how dangerously ill the Princess Royal is, and that this morning she was said to be dead. But she hears that she hath married herself to young Jermyn, which is worse than the Duke of York's marrying the Chancellor's daughter, which is now publicly owned. After dinner to the office all the afternoon. At 7 at night I walked through the dirt to Whitehall to see whether my lord be come to town, and I found him come and at supper, and I supped with him. He tells me that my aunt at Brampton has voided a great stone, the first time that ever I heard she was troubled therewith, and cannot possibly live long, that my uncle is pretty well, but full of pain still. After supper home and to bed. 22nd, all the morning with my painters, who will make an end of all this day I hope. At noon I went to the Sun Tavern on Fish Street Hill to a dinner of Captain Tedemans, where was my Lord Inchiquin, who seems to be a very fine person, Sir W. Penn, Captain, Cuttance and one Mr. Lawrence, a fine gentleman now going to Algiers, and other good company, where we had a very fine dinner, good musique, and a great deal of wine. We stayed here very late, at last Sir W. Penn and I home together, he so overcome with wine that he could hardly go. I was forced to lead him through the streets, and he was in a very merry and kind mood. I home, found my house clear of the workmen and their work ended, my head troubled with wine, and I very merry went to bed, my head aching all night. 23rd, Lord's Day. In the morning to church, where our pew all covered with rosemary and bays. A stranger made a dull sermon. Home and found my wife and maid with much ado had made shift to spit a great turkey sent me this week from Charles Carter, my old colleague, now minister in Huntingdonshire, but not at all roasted, and so I was fain to stay till 2 o'clock, and after that to church with my wife, and a good sermon there was, and so home. All the evening at my book, and so to supper and to bed. 24th. In the morning to the office, and Commissioner Pett, who seldom comes there, told me that he had lately presented a piece of plate, being a couple of flagons, to Mr. Coventry, but he did not receive them, which also put me upon doing the same too. And so after dinner I went and chose a pair of candlesticks to be made ready for me at Alderman Backwell's. To the office again in the afternoon till night, and so home, and with the painters till 10 at night, making an end of my house and the arch before my door. And so this night I was rid of them and all other work, and my house was made ready against tomorrow being Christmas Day. This day the Princess Royal died at Whitehall. 25th, Christmas Day. In the morning very much pleased to see my house once more clear of workmen and to be clean, and indeed it is so, far better than it was, that I do not repent of my trouble that I have been at. In the morning to church, where Mr. Mills made a very good sermon. After that home to dinner, where my wife and I and my brother Tom, who this morning came to see my wife's new mantle put on, which do please me very well, to a good shoulder of mutton and a chicken. After dinner to church again, my wife and I, where we had a dull sermon of a stranger, which made me sleep, and so home, and I, before and after supper, to my Lute and Fuller's History, at which I stayed all alone in my chamber till 12 at night, and so to bed. 26th. In the morning to Alderman Backwell's for the candlesticks for Mr. Coventry, but they being not done I went away, and so by coach to Mr. Crew, S., and there took some money of Mr. Moore's for my lord, and so to my lord's, where I found Sir Thomas Bond, whom I never saw before, with a message from the Queen about vessels for the carrying over of her goods, and so with him to Mr. Coventry. And thence to the office, being soundly washed going through the bridge to Sir W.M. Batten and Penn, the last of whom took physic today, and so I went up to his chamber, and there having made an end of the business I returned to Whitehall by water, and dined with my Lady Sandwich, who at table did tell me how much fault was laid upon Dr. Fraser and the rest of the doctors for the death of the princess. My lord did dine this day with Sir Henry Wright, in order to his going to sea with the Queen. Thence to my father Boggers, where I met my wife, and with her home by water. 27th. In the morning to Alderman Backwell's again, where I found the candlesticks done, and went along with him in his coach to my lord's, and left the candlesticks with Mr. Shepley. I stayed in the garden talking much with my lord, who do show me much of his love and do communicate his mind in most things to me, which is my great content. Home and with my wife to Sir W. Batten, S. to dinner, where much and good company. My wife not very well went home. I stayed late there seeing them play at cards, and so home to bed. This afternoon there came in a strange lord to Sir William Batten, S. by a mistake, and enters discourse with him, so that we could not be rid of him till Sir Arn. Breams and Mr. Benz and Sir W. Penn fell a-drinking to him till he was drunk, and so sent him away. About the middle of the night I was very ill, I think, with eating and drinking too much, and so I was forced to call the maid, who pleased my wife and I in her running up and down so innocently in her smock, and vomited in the basin, and so to sleep, and in the morning was pretty well, only got cold, and so had pain, as I used to have. 28th, office day. There all the morning. Dined at home alone with my wife, and so stayed within all the afternoon and evening, at my lute with great pleasure, and so to bed with great content. 29th, within all the morning. Several people to speak with me, Mr. Shepley for L100, Mr. Kennard and Warren, the merchant, about deals for my lord. Captain Robert Blake lately come from the Straits about some Florence wine for my lord, and with him I went to Sir W. Penn, who offering me a barrel of oysters, I took them both home to my house, having by chance a good piece of roast beef at the fire for dinner. And there they dined with me, and sat talking all the afternoon, good company. Thence to Alderman Backwell, S. and took a brave state plate and cup in lieu of the candlesticks that I had the other day, and carried them by coach to my lord, S. and left them there. And so back to my father, S. and saw my mother, and so to my uncle Fenner's, whither my father came to me, and there we talked and drank, and so away. I home with my father, he telling me what bad wives both my cousin Joyces make to their husbands, which I much wondered at. After talking of my sisters coming to me next week, I went home and to bed. 30th, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed, and being up, I went with Will to my Lord S., calling in at many churches in my way. There I found Mr. Shepley, in his Venetian cap, taking physique in his chamber, and with him I sat till dinner. My lord dined abroad, and my lady in her chamber. So Mr. Hetley, Child and I dined together, and after dinner Mr. Child and I spent some time at the lute, and so promising to prick me some lessons to my theorbo, he went away to see Henry Laws, who lies very sick. I to the abbey and walked there, seeing the great confusion of people that come there to hear the organs. So home, calling in at my father, S., but stayed not, my father and mother being both forth. At home I fell a reading of Fuller's Church History till it was late, and so to bed. 31st. At the office all the morning, and after that home, and not staying to dine I went out, and in Paul's churchyard I bought the play of Henry IV. And so went to the new theatre, only calling at Mr. Crew's and eat a bit with the people there at dinner, and saw it acted. But my expectation being too great, it did not please me, as otherwise I believe it would, and my having a book, I believe, did spoil it a little. That being done, I went to my lord's, where I found him private at cards with my Lord Lauderdale and some persons of honor. So Mr. Shepley and I over to Harper, S., and there drank a pot or two, and so parted. My boy taking a cat home with him from my lord's, which Sarah had given him for my wife, we being much troubled with mice. At Whitehall inquiring for a coach, there was a Frenchman with one eye that was going my way, so he and I hired the coach between us, and he set me down in Fenchurch Street. Strange how the fellow, without asking, did tell me all what he was, and how he had ran away from his father and come into England to serve the king, and now going back again. Home and to bed. January 16, 1661. 1660-61. At the end of the last and the beginning of this year, I do live in one of the houses belonging to the Navy office as one of the principal officers, and have done now about half a year. After much trouble with workmen, I am now almost settled, my family being myself, my wife, Jane, Will. Hewer, and Wayneman. Will Wayneman appears by this to have been forgiven for his theft, see ante. He was dismissed on July 8, 1663, my girl's brother. Myself in constant good health, and in a most handsome and thriving condition. Blessed be Almighty God for it. I am now taking of my sister to come and live with me. As to things of state the king settled, and loved of all. The Duke of York matched to my Lord Chancellor's daughter, which do not please many, the Queen upon her return to France with the Princess Henrietta. The Princess of Orange lately dead, and we into new mourning for her. We have been lately frighted with a great plot, and many taken up on it, and the fright not quite over. The Parliament, which had done all this great good to the king, beginning to grow factious, the king did dissolve it December 29th last, and another likely to be chosen speedily. I take myself now to be worth L300 clear in money, and all my goods and all manner of debts paid, which are none at all. January 1st. Called up this morning by Mr. Moore, who brought me my last things for me to sign for the last month, and to my great comfort tells me that my fees will come to L80 clear to myself, and about L25 for him, which he hath got out of the pardons, though there be no fee due to me at all out of them. Then comes in my brother Thomas, and after him my father, Dr. Thomas Pepys, my uncle Fenner and his two sons, Anthony S., only child dying this morning, yet he was so civil to come and was pretty merry to breakfast. And I had for them a barrel of oysters, a dish of neat's tongues, and a dish of anchovies, wine of all sorts, and Northdown ale. We were very merry till about 11 o'clock, and then they went away. At noon I carried my wife by coach to my cousin, Thomas Pepys, where we, with my father, Dr. Thomas, cousin Stradwick, Scott, and their wives, dined. Here I saw first his second wife, which is a very respectful woman, but his dinner a sorry, poor dinner for a man of his estate, there being nothing but ordinary meat in it. Today the king dined at a lord's, 2 doors from us. After dinner I took my wife to Whitehall. I sent her to Mrs. Pierce's, where we should have dined today, and I to the Privy Seal, where Mr. Moore took out all his money, and he and I went to Mr. Pierce's. In our way seeing the Duke of York bring his lady this day to wait upon the Queen, the first time that ever she did since that great business. And the Queen is said to receive her now with much respect and love. And there he cast up the fees, and I told the money by the same token 1L100 bag after I had told it fell all about the room, and I fear I have lost some of it. That done I left my friends and went to my Lord S., but he being not come in I lodged the money with Mr. Shepley, and bade good night to Mr. Moore, and so returned to Mr. Pierce's, and there supped with them, and Mr. Pierce, the purser, and his wife and mine, where we had a calf's head carboned. Meat cut crosswise and broiled was said to be carboned. Falstaff says in King Henry Roman IV, Part 50, Act 5 SC, 3, well, if Percy be alive, I'll pierce him. If he do come in my way, so, if he do not, if I come in his willingly, let him make a carbonado of me. But it was raw, we could not eat it, and a good hen. But she is such a slut that I do not love her victuals. After supper, I sent them home by coach, and I went to my Lord S. and there played till 12 at night at cards at best with J. Goods and N. Osgood, and then to bed with Mr. Shepley. 2d. Up early, and being called up to my lord, he did give me many commands in his business. As about taking care to write to my uncle that Mr. Barnwell's papers should be locked up, in case he should die, he being now suspected to be very ill. Also about consulting with Mr. W. Montagu for the settling of the L4,000 a year that the king had promised my lord. As also about getting of Mr. George Montagu to be chosen at Huntingdon this next Parliament, and see that done he to Whitehall stairs with much company, and I with him, where we took water for Lambeth, and there coach for Portsmouth. The Queen's things were all in Whitehall Court ready to be sent away, and Her Majesty ready to be gone an hour after to Hampton Court tonight, and so to be at Portsmouth on Saturday next. I by water to my office, and there all the morning, and so home to dinner, where I found Paul, my sister, was come. But I do not let her sit down at table with me, which I do at first that she may not expect it hereafter from me. After dinner I to Westminster by water, and there found my brother Spicer at the leg with all the rest of the Exchequer men, most of whom I now do not know, at dinner. Here I stayed and drank with them, and then to Mr. George Montagu about the business of election, and he did give me a piece in gold. So to my Lord S. and got the chest of plate brought to the Exchequer, and my brother Spicer put it into his treasury. So to Will's with them to a pot of ale, and so parted. I took a turn in the hall, and bought the King and Chancellor's speeches at the dissolving the Parliament last Saturday. So to my Lord S., and took my money I brought thither last night and the silver candlesticks, and by coach left the latter at Alderman Backwell's, I having no use for them, and the former home. There stood a man at our door, when I carried it in, and saw me, which made me a little afeard, up to my chamber and wrote letters to Huntingdon and did other business. This day I lent Sir W. Batt and Captain Ryder my chine of beef for to serve at dinner tomorrow at Trinity House, the Duke of Albemarle being to be there, and all the rest of the brethren, it being a great day for the reading over of their new charter, which the King hath newly given them. 3d. Early in the morning to the Exchequer, where I told over what money I had of my lord's and my own there, which I found to be L970. Thence to Will's, where Spicer and I eat our dinner of a roasted leg of pork which Will did give us, and after that to the theatre, where was acted Beggar's Bush, it being very well done, and here the first time that ever I saw women come upon the stage. Downes does not give the cast of this play. After the Restoration, the acting of female characters by women became common. The first English professional actress was Mrs. Coleman, who acted Ianthe in Davenant S. Siege of Rhodes, at Rutland House in 1656. From thence to my father's, where I found my mother gone by bird, the carrier, to Brampton, upon my uncle's great desire, my aunt being now in despair of life. So home. 4th. Office all the morning, my wife and Paul being gone to my father's to dress dinner for Mr. Honeywood, my mother being gone out of town. Dined at home, and Mr. Moore with me, with whom I had been early this morning at Whitehall at the Jewel Office. Several of the Jewel Office rolls are in the British Museum. They recite all the sums of money given to the King, and the particulars of all the plate distributed in his name, as well as gloves and sweetmeats. The museum possesses these rolls for the 4th, 9th th, 30th, and 31st Eliz, for the 13th Charles I, and the 23rd th, 26th, and 27th of Charles Roman II b. To choose a piece of gilt plate for my lord, in return of his offering to the King, which it seems is usual at this time of year, and an earl gives 20 pieces in gold in a purse to the King. I chose a gilt tankard, weighing 31 ounces and a half, and he is allowed 30, so I paid 12s. For the ounce and half over what he is to have. But strange it was for me to see what a company of small fees I was called upon by a great many to pay there, which I perceive is the manner that courtiers do get their estates. After dinner Mr. Moore and I to the theatre, where was the Scornful Lady, acted very well, it being the first play that ever he saw. Thence with him to drink a cup of ale at Hercules Pillars, and so parted. I called to see my father, who told me by the way how Will and Mary Joyce do live a strange life together, nothing but fighting, and see, so that sometimes her father has a mind to have them divorced. Thence home. 5th, home all the morning. Several people came to me about business, among others the great Tom Fuller, who came to desire a kindness for a friend of his, who hath a mind to go to Jamaica with these 2 ships that are going, which I promised to do. So to Whitehall to my lady, whom I found at dinner and dined with her, and stayed with her talking all the afternoon, and thence walked to Westminster Hall. So to Will's and drank with Spicer, and thence by coach home, staying a little in Paul's churchyard, to bespeak Ogilby's Aesop's fables and Tully's offices to be bound for me. So home and to bed. 6th, Lord's Day. My wife and I to church this morning, and so home to dinner to a boiled leg of mutton all alone. To church again, where before sermon a long psalm was set that lasted an hour, while the sexton gathered his year's contribution through the whole church. After sermon home, and there I went to my chamber and wrote a letter to send to Mr. Coventry, with a piece of plate along with it, which I do preserve among my other letters. So to supper, and thence after prayers to bed. 7th, this morning news was brought to me to my bedside, that there had been a great stir in the city this night by the fanatiques, who had been up and killed 6 or 7 men, but all are fled. A great rising in the city of the Fifth Monarchy men, which did very much disturb the peace and liberty of the people, so that all the train bands arose in arms, both in London and Westminster, as likewise all the king's guards. And most of the noblemen mounted, and put all their servants on coach horses for the defense of his majesty and the peace of his kingdom. Rugg's Diurnal. The notorious Thomas Venner, the Fifth Monarchy man, a cooper and preacher to a conventicle in Swan Alley, Coleman Street, with a small following, about 50 in number, took arms on the 6th January for the avowed purpose of establishing the millennium. He was a violent enthusiast and persuaded his followers that they were invulnerable. After exciting much alarm in the city and skirmishing with the train bands, they marched to Conn Wood. They were driven out by a party of guards, but again entered the city, where they were overpowered by the train bands. The men were brought to trial and condemned. 4, however, were acquitted and 2 reprieved. The execution of some of these men is mentioned by Pepys under date January 19th and 21st. A relation of the arraignment and trial of those who made the late rebellious insurrections in London, 1661, is reprinted in Summers' Tracts, volume Roman 7. 1812, p. 469. My Lord Mayor and the whole city had been in arms, above 40,000. To the office, and after that to dinner, where my brother Tom came and dined with me, and after dinner, leaving 12d. With the servants to buy a cake with at night, this day being kept as 12th day, Tom and I and my wife to the theatre, and there saw The Silent Woman. The first time that ever I did see it, and it is an excellent play. Among other things here Kynaston, the boy, had the good turn to appear in 3 shapes. First, as a poor woman in ordinary clothes to please Morose, then in fine clothes as a gallant, and in them was clearly the prettiest woman in the whole house, and lastly, as a man, and then likewise did appear the handsomest man in the house. From thence by link to my cozen Stradwick, S., where my father and we and Dr. Pepys, Scott and his wife, and one Mr. Ward and his. And after a good supper, we had an excellent cake, where the mark for the queen was cut, and so there was 2 queens, my wife and Mrs. Ward. And the king being lost, they chose the doctor to be king, so we made him send for some wine, and then home, and in our way home we were in many places strictly examined, more than in the worst of times, there being great fears of these fanatiques rising again. For the present I do not hear that any of them are taken. Home, it being a clear moonshine and after 12 o'clock at night. Being come home, we found that my people had been very merry, and my wife tells me afterwards that she had heard that they had got young Davis and some other neighbors with them to be merry, but no harm. 8th, my wife and I lay very long in bed today talking and pleasing one another in discourse. Being up, Mr. Warren came, and he and I agreed for the deals that my lord is to have. Then Will and I to Westminster, where I dined with my lady. After dinner, I took my Lord Hinchinbroke and Mr. Sidney to the theatre, and showed them The Widow, an indifferent good play, but wronged by the women being to seek in their parts. That being done, my lord's coach waited for us, and so back to my lady S., where she made me drink of some Florence wine, and did give me 2 bottles for my wife. From thence walked to my cousin Stradwick, S., and there chose a small banquet and some other things against our entertainment on Thursday next. Thence to Tom Pepys and bought a dozen of trenchers, and so home. Some talk today of a head of fanatiques that do appear about Barnet, but I do not believe it. However, my Lord Mayor, Sir Richard Brown, hath carried himself very honourably, and hath caused one of their meeting-houses in London to be pulled down. 9th, waked in the morning about 6 o'clock, by people running up and down in Mr. Davis's house, talking that the fanatiques were up in arms in the city. And so I rose and went forth, where in the street I found every body in arms at the doors. So I returned, though with no good courage at all, but that I might not seem to be afeard, and got my sword and pistol, which however I had no powder to charge, and went to the door where I found Sir R. Ford, and with him I walked up and down as far as the Exchange, and there I left him. In our way the streets full of train band and great stories, what mischief these rogues have done, and I think near a dozen have been killed this morning on both sides. Seeing the city in this condition, the shops shut, and all things in trouble, I went home and sat, it being office day, till noon. So home and dined at home, my father with me, and after dinner he would needs have me go to my uncle White's, where I have been so long absent that I am ashamed to go. I found him at home and his wife, and I can see they have taken my absence ill, but all things are past, and we good friends, and here I sat with my aunt till it was late, my uncle going forth about business. my aunt being very fearful to be alone. So home to my lute till late, and then to bed, there being strict guards all night in the city, though most of the enemies, they say, are killed or taken. This morning my wife and Paul went forth early, and I stayed within. 10th, there comes Mr. Hawley to me and brings me my money for the quarter of a year's salary of my place under Downing that I was at sea. So I did give him half, whereof he did in his nobleness give the odd fives to my Jane. So we both went forth, calling first to see how Sir W. Penn do, whom I found very ill, and at the hoop by the bridge we drank 2 pints of wormhood and sack, talking of his wooing afresh of Mrs. Lane, and of his going to serve the Bishop of London. Thence by water to Whitehall, and found my wife at Mrs. Hunt S. Leaving her to dine there, I went and dined with my lady, and stayed to talk a while with her. After dinner Will comes to tell me that he had presented my piece of plate to Mr. Coventry, who takes it very kindly, and sends me a very kind letter, and the plate back again, of which my heart is very glad. So to Mrs. Hunt, where I found a Frenchman, a lodger of hers, at dinner, and just as I came and was kissing my wife, which I did not like, though there could not be any hurt in it. Thence by coach to my uncle White's with my wife, but they being out of doors we went home, where, after I had put some papers in order and entered some letters in my book which I have a mind to keep, I went with my wife to see Sir W. Penn, who we found ill still, but he do make very much of it. Here we sat a great while. At last comes in Mr. Davis and his lady, who takes it very ill that my wife never did go to see her, and so we fell to talk. Among other things, Mr. Davis told us the particular examinations of these fanatiques that are taken, and in short it is this, of all these fanatiques that have done all this, viz., routed all the train bands that they met with, put the king's life guards to the run, killed about 20 men, broke through the city gates twice, and all this in the daytime, when all the city was in arms, are not in all about 31. Whereas we did believe them, because they were seen up and down in every place almost in the city, and had been about Highgate 2 or 3 days, and in several other places, to be at least 500. A thing that never was heard of, that so few men should dare and do so much mischief. Their word was, the King Jesus and the heads upon the gates. Few of them would receive any quarter, but such as were taken by force and kept alive, expecting Jesus to come here and reign in the world presently, and will not believe yet, but their work will be carried on though they do die. The king this day came to town. 11th, Office Day. This day comes news, by letters from Portsmouth, that the Princess Henrietta is fallen sick of the measles on board the London, after the Queen and she was under sail, and so was forced to come back again into Portsmouth harbour, and in their way, by negligence of the pilot, run upon the horse sand. The Queen and she continue aboard, and do not intend to come on shore till she sees what will become of the young princess. This news do make people think something indeed, that 3 of the royal family should fall sick of the same disease, one after another. This morning likewise we had order to see guards set in all the king's yards, and so we do appoint who and who should go to them. Sir W.M. Batten to Chatham, Colonel Slingsby and I to Deptford and Woolwich. Portsmouth being a garrison, needs none. Dined at home, discontented that my wife do not go neater now she has 2 maids. After dinner comes in Kate Sturpin, whom we had not seen a great while, and her husband to see us, with whom I stayed a while, and then to the office, and left them with my wife. At night walked to Paul's churchyard, and bespoke some books against next week, and from thence to the coffee-house, where I met Captain Morris, the upholster, who would fain have lent me a horse tonight to have rid with him upon the city guards, with the Lord Mayor, there being some new expectations of these rogues. But I refused by reason of my going out of town tomorrow, so home to bed. 12th, with Colonel Slingsby and a friend of his, Major Waters, a deaf and most amorous melancholy gentleman, who is under a despair in love, as the colonel told me, which makes him bad company, though a most good-natured man, by water to Raydriff, and so on foot to Deptford our servants by water, where we fell to choosing 4 captains to command the guards, and choosing the places where to keep them, and other things in order thereunto. We dined at the Globe, having our messenger with us to take care for us. Never till now did I see the great authority of my place, all the captains of the fleet coming cap in hand to us. Having stayed very late there talking with the colonel, I went home with Mr. Davis, storekeeper, whose wife is ill and so I could not see her, and was there most prince-like lodged, with so much respect and honor that I was at a loss how to behave myself. 13th, In the morning we all went to church, and sat in the pew belonging to us, where a cold sermon of a young man that never had preached before. Here Commissioner came with his wife and daughters. The eldest being his wife's daughter is a very comely black woman, the old expression for a brunette. So to the Globe to dinner, and then with Commissioner Pet to his lodgings there, which he hath for the present while he is building the king's yacht, which will be a pretty thing, and much beyond the Dutchman's. And from thence with him and his wife and daughter-in-law by coach to Greenwich Church, where a good sermon, a fine church, and a great company of handsome women. After sermon to Deptford again, where, at the Commissioner's and the Globe, we stayed long. And so I to Mr. Davis's to bed again. But no sooner in bed, but we had an alarm, and so we rose, and the controller comes into the yard to us, and seamen of all the ships present repair to us, and there we armed with every one a handspike, with which they were as fierce as could be. At last we hear that it was only 5 or 6 men that did ride through the guard in the town, without stopping to the guard that was there, and, some say, shot at them. But all being quiet there, we caused the seamen to go on board again, and so we all to bed, after I had sat a while with Mr. Davis in his study, which is filled with good books and some very good song books, I likewise to bed. 14th. The arms being come this morning from the Tower, we caused them to be distributed. I spent much time walking with Lieutenant Lambert, walking up and down the yards, who did give me much light into things there, and so went along with me and dined with us. After dinner Mrs. Pet, her husband being gone this morning with Sir W. Batten to Chatham, lent us her coach, and carried us to Woolwich, where we did also dispose of the arms there, and settle the guards. So to Mr. Pet's the shipwright, and there supped, where he did treat us very handsomely, and strange it is to see what neat houses all the officers of the King's Yards have. His wife a proper woman, and has been handsome, and yet has a very pretty hand. Thence I with Mr. Ackworth to his house, where he has a very pretty house, and a very proper lovely woman to his wife, who both sat with me in my chamber, and they being gone, I went to bed, which was also most neat and fine. 15th. Up and down the yard all the morning, and seeing the seamen exercise, which they do already very handsomely. Then to dinner at Mr. Ackworth's, where there also dined with us one Captain Bethel, a friend of the controller's. A good dinner and very handsome. After that, and taking our leaves of the officers of the yard, we walked to the waterside, and in our way walked into the rope yard, where I do look into the tar houses and other places, and took great notice of all the several works belonging to the making of a cable. So after a cup of burnt wine was somewhat similar to mulled wine, and a favorite drink at the tavern there, we took barge and went to Blackwall and viewed the dock and the new wet dock, which is newly made there, and a brave new merchantman which is to be launched shortly, and they say to be called the Royal Oak. Hence we walked to Dickshore, and thence to the Tower, and so home. Where I found my wife and Paul abroad, so I went to see Sir W. Penn, and there found Mr. Coventry come to see him, and now had an opportunity to thank him, and he did express much kindness to me. I sat a great while with Sir W.M. after he was gone, and had much talk with him. I perceive none of our officers care much for one another, but I do keep in with them all as much as I can. Sir W. Penn is still very ill as when I went home, where my wife not yet come home, so I went up to put my papers in order, and then was much troubled my wife was not come, it being 10 o'clock just now striking as I write this last line. This day I hear the princess is recovered again. The king hath been this afternoon at Deptford, to see the yacht that Commissioner Pet is building, which will be very pretty, as also that his brother at Woolwich is in making. By and by comes in my boy and tells me that his mistress do lie this night at Mrs. Hunt's, who is very ill, with which being something satisfied, I went to bed. 16th. This morning I went early to the controller's, and so with him by coach to Whitehall, to wait upon Mr. Coventry to give him an account of what we have done, which having done, I went away to wait upon my lady. But coming to her lodgings I find that she is gone this morning to Chatham by coach, thinking to meet me there, which did trouble me exceedingly, and I did not know what to do, being loth to follow her, and yet could not imagine what she would do when she found me not there. In this trouble, I went to take a walk in Westminster Hall, and by chance met with Mr. Child, who went forth with my lady today, but his horse being bad, he come back again, which then did trouble me more, so that I did resolve to go to her. And so by boat home and put on my boots, and so over to Southwark to the post house, and there took horse and guide to Dartford and thence to Rochester, I having good horses and good way, come thither about half an hour after daylight, which was before 6 o'clock, and I set forth after 2, where I found my lady and her daughter Jem, and Mrs. Brown, and 5 servants, all at a great loss, not finding me here, but at my coming she was overjoyed. The sport was how she had intended to have kept herself unknown, and how the captain, whom she had sent for, of the Charles had forsoothed. To forsooth is to address in a polite and ceremonious manner. Your city mannerly word forsooth, use it not too often in any case. Ben Jonson's Poetaster, Act 4, SC. 1. Her, though he knew her well, and she him. In fine, we supped merry and so to bed, there coming several of the Charles's men to see me before, I got to bed. The page lay with me. 17th. Up and breakfast with my lady. Then come Captains Cuttance and Blake to carry her in the barge on board, and so we went through Ham Creek to the Sovereign, a goodly sight all the way to see the brave ships that lie here first, which is a most noble ship. I never saw her before. My Lady Sandwich, my Lady Jemima, Mrs. Brown, Mrs. Grace, and Mary and the page, my lady's servants and myself, all went into the Lanthorn together. From thence to the Charles, where my lady took great pleasure to see all the rooms, and to hear me tell her how things are when my lord is there. After we had seen all, then the officers of the ship had prepared a handsome breakfast for her, and while she was pledging my lord's health they give her 5 guns. That done, we went off, and then they give us 13 guns more. I confess it was a great pleasure to myself to see the ship that I begun my good fortune in. From thence on board the Newcastle, to show my lady the difference between a great and a small ship. Among these ships I did give away L7. So back again and went on shore at Chatham, where I had ordered the coach to wait for us. Here I heard that Sir William Batten and his lady, who I knew were here, and did endeavour to avoid, were now gone this morning to London. So we took coach, and I went into the coach and went through the town without making stop at our inn, but left J. Goods to pay the reckoning. So I rode with my lady in the coach, and the page on the horse that I should have rid on he desiring it. It begun to be dark before we could come to Dartford, and to rain hard, and the horses to fail, which was our great care to prevent, for fear of my lord's displeasure. So here we sat up for tonight, as also Captains Cuttance and Blake, who came along with us. We sat and talked till supper. And at supper, my lady and I entered into a great dispute concerning what were best for a man to do with his estate, whether to make his elder son heir, which my lady is for, and I against, but rather to make all equal. This discourse took us much time, till it was time to go to bed. But we being merry, we bade my lady good night, and intended to have gone to the post-house to drink and hear a pretty girl play of the cittern. And indeed we should have lain there, but by a mistake we did not. But it was late, and we could not hear her, and the guard came to examine what we were. So we returned to our inn and to bed, the page and I in one bed, and the 2 captains in another, all in one chamber, where we had very good mirth with our most abominable lodging. 18th. The captains went with me to the post-house about 9 o'clock, and after a morning draught I took horse and guide for London, and through some rain and a great wind in my face, I got to London at 11 o'clock. At home found all well, but the monkey loose, which did anger me, and so I did strike her till she was almost dead, that they might make her fast again, which did still trouble me more. In the afternoon we met at the office and sat till night, and then I to see my father, who I found well, and took him to Standing S to drink a cup of ale. He told me my aunt at Brampton is yet alive and my mother well there. In comes Will Joyce to us drunk, and in a talking vapouring humour of his state, and I know not what, which did vex me cruelly. After him, Mr. Hollier had learned at my father's that I was here, where I had appointed to meet him, and so he did give me some things to take for prevention. Will Joyce not letting us talk, as I left my father and him, and took Mr. Hollier to the Greyhound, where he did advise me above all things, both as to the stone and the decay of my memory, of which I now complain to him, to avoid drinking often, which I am resolved, if I can, to leave off. Hence home, and took home with me from the bookseller's Ogilby's Aesop, which he had bound for me, and indeed I am very much pleased with the book. Home and to bed. 19th. To the Controller S, and with him by coach to Whitehall, in our way meeting Venner and Pritchard upon a sledge, who with 2 more Fifth Monarchy men were hanged today, and the 2 first drawn and quartered, where we walked up and down, and at last found Sir G. Carteret, whom I had not seen a great while, and did discourse with him about our assisting the commissioners in paying off the fleet, which we think to decline. Here the treasurer did tell me that he did suspect those hater to be an informer of them in this work, which we do take to be a diminution of us, which do trouble me, and I do intend to find out the truth. Hence to my lady, who told me how Mr. Hetley is dead of the smallpox going to Portsmouth with my lord. My lady went forth to dinner to her father S., and so I went to the Leg in King Street and had a rabbit for myself and my Will, and after dinner I sent him home and myself went to the theatre, where I saw The Lost Lady, which do not please me much. Here I was troubled to be seen by 4 of our office clerks, which sat in the half-crown box and I in the ones. 6d. From thence by link, and bought 2 mouse traps of Thomas Pepys, the turner, and so went and drank a cup of ale with him, and so home and wrote by post to Portsmouth to my lord, and so to bed. 20th, Lord's Day. To church in the morning, dined at home. My wife and I to church in the afternoon, and that being done we went to see my uncle and Aunt White. There I left my wife and came back, and sat with Sir W. Penn, who is not yet well again. Thence back again to my wife and supped there, and were very merry, and so home, and after prayers to write down my journal for the last 5 days, and so to bed. 21st. This morning Sir W. Batten, the Controller, and I to Westminster to the Commissioners for paying off the Army and Navy, where the Duke of Albemarle was, and we sat with our hats on, and did discourse about paying off the ships, and do find that they do intend to undertake it without our help. And we are glad of it, for it is a work that will much displease the poor seamen, and so we are glad to have no hand in it. From thence to the Exchequer, and took L200 and carried it home, and so to the office till night, and then to see Sir W. Penn, whither came my Lady Batten and her daughter, and then I sent for my wife, and so we sat talking till it was late. So home to supper and then to bed, having eat no dinner today. It is strange what weather we have had all this winter, no cold at all, but the ways are dusty, and the flies fly up and down, and the rose bushes are full of leaves, such a time of the year as was never known in this world before here. This day many more of the 5th monarchy men were hanged. 22nd. To the Controller's house, where I read over his proposals to the Lord Admiral for the regulating of the officers of the Navy, in which he hath taken much pains, only he do seem to have too good opinion of them himself. From thence in his coach to Mercer's Chapel, and so up to the Great Hall, where we met with the King's Council for Trade, upon some proposals of theirs for settling convoys for the whole English trade, and that by having 33 ships, 4 fourth rates, 19 fifths, 10 sixths, settled by the King for that purpose, which indeed was argued very finely by many persons of honor and merchants that were there. It pleased me much now to come in this condition to this place, where I was once a petitioner for my exhibition in Paul's school, and also where Sir G. Downing, my late master, was chairman, and so but equally concerned with me. From thence home, and after a little dinner my wife and I by coach into London and bought some glasses, and then to Whitehall to see Mrs. Fox, but she not within, my wife to my mother Bowyer, and I met with Dr. Thomas Fuller, and took him to the Dog, where he tells me of his last and great book that is coming out. That is, his history of all the families in England, and could tell me more of my own than I knew myself. And also to what perfection he hath now brought the art of memory, that he did lately to 4 eminently great scholars dictate together in Latin, upon different subjects of their proposing, faster than they were able to write, till they were tired. And by the way in discourse tells me that the best way of beginning a sentence, if a man should be out and forget his last sentence, which he never was, that then his last refuge is to begin with an utcunc. From thence I to Mr. Bowyer S., and there sat a while, and so to Mr. Fox S., and sat with them a very little while, and then by coach home, and so to see Sir Win. Penn, where we found Mrs. Martha Batten and 2 handsome ladies more, and so we stayed supper and were very merry, and so home to bed. 23rd. To the office all the morning. My wife and people at home busy to get things ready for tomorrow's dinner. At noon, without dinner, went into the city, and there meeting with Greater X, we went and drank a pot of ale. He told me that he was upon a design to go to Tenerife to try experiments there. With him to Gresham College. Gresham College occupied the house of Sir Thomas Gresham, in Bishopsgate Street, from 1596, when Lady Gresham, Sir Thomas's widow, died. The meeting which Pepys attended was an early one of the Royal Society, which was incorporated by royal charter in 1663. Where I never was before, and saw the manner of the house and found great company of persons of honor there. Thence to my bookseller S., and for books, and to Stevens the silversmith, to make clean some plate against tomorrow, and so home, by the way paying many little debts for wine and pictures, and see, which is my great pleasure. Home and found all things in a hurry of business, Slater, our messenger, being here as my cook till very late. I in my chamber all the evening looking over my Osborne's works and new Emmanuel Thesaurus Patriarchy. So late to bed, having ate nothing today but a piece of bread and cheese at the alehouse with Greatorex, and some bread and butter at home. 24th, at home all day. There dined with me Sir William Batten and his lady and daughter Sir W. Penn, Mr. Fox, his lady being ill could not come, and Captain Cuttance, the first dinner I have made since I came hither. This cost me above L5, and merry we were only my chimney smokes. In the afternoon Mr. Hayter bringing me my last quarter's salary, which I received of him, and so I have now Mr. Barlow's money in my hands. The company all go away, and by Sir W.M.S. Both and my Lady Batten and his daughter come again, and supped with me and talked till late, and so to bed, being glad that the trouble is over. 25th, at the office all the morning. Dined at home and Mr. Hayter with me, and so I did make even with him for the last quarter. After dinner he and I to look upon the instructions of my Lord Northumberland, S., but we were interrupted by Mr. Salisbury, S. coming in, who came to see me and to show me my Lord's picture in little, of his doing. And truly it is strange to what a perfection he is come in a year's time. From thence to Paul's churchyard about books, and so back again home. This night comes 2 cages, which I bought this evening for my canary birds, which Captain Ruth this day sent me. So to bed. 26th, within all the morning. About noon comes one that had formerly known me and I him, but I know not his name, to borrow L5 of me, but had the wit to deny him. There dined with me this day both the Pierces and their wives, and Captain Cuttance and Lieutenant Lambert, with whom we made ourselves very merry by taking away his ribbons and garters, having made him to confess that he is lately married. The company being gone I went to my lute till night, and so to bed. 27th, Lord's Day. Before I rose, letters come to me from Portsmouth, telling me that the princess is now well, and my Lord Sandwich set sail with the Queen and her yesterday from thence for France. To church, leaving my wife sick. At home, a poor dull sermon of a stranger. Home, and at dinner was very angry at my people's eating a fine pudding, made me by Slater, the cook, last Thursday without my wife's leave. To church again, a good sermon of Mr. Mills, and after sermon Sir W. Penn and I an hour in the garden talking, and he did answer me to many things. I asked Mr. Coventry's opinion of me, and Sir W. Batten, S. of my Lord Sandwich, which do both please me. Then to Sir W. Batten, S., were very merry, and here I met the controller and his lady and daughter. The first time I ever saw them, and Mrs. Turner, who and her husband supped with us here, I having fetched my wife thither. And after supper we fell to oysters, and then Mr. Turner went and fetched some strong waters, and so being very merry we parted, and home to bed. This day the parson read a proclamation at church, for the keeping of Wednesday next, the 30th of January, a fast for the murder of the late king. 28th. At the office all the morning, dined at home, and after dinner to Fleet Street, with my sword to Mr. Brigden, lately made captain of the auxiliaries, to be refreshed, and with him to an ale-house, where I met Mr. Davenport. And after some talk of Cromwell, Ireton and Bradshaw's bodies being taken out of their graves today. The bodies of Oliver Cromwell, Henry Ireton, John Bradshaw, and Thomas Pride were dug up out of their graves to be hanged at Tyburn and buried under the gallows. Cromwell's vault having been opened, the people crowded very much to see him. Rugg's Diurnal. I went to Mr. Crewe's and thence to the theatre, where I saw again The Lost Lady, which do now please me better than before, and here I sitting behind in a dark place, a lady spit backward upon me by a mistake, not seeing me, but after seeing her to be a very pretty lady, I was not troubled at it at all. Thence to Mr. Crewe, S., and there met Mr. Moore, who came lately to me and went with me to my father, S., and with him to Standings, whither came to us Dr. Fairbrother, who I took and my father to the Bear and gave a pint of sack and a pint of claret. He do still continue his expressions of respect and love to me, and tells me my brother John will make a good scholar. Thence to see the doctor at his lodging at Mr. Holden's, where I bought a hat, cost me 35s. So home by moonshine, and by the way was overtaken by the comptroller's coach, and so home to his house with him. So home and to bed. This noon I had my press set up in my chamber for papers to be put in. 29th. Mr. Moore making up accounts with me all this morning till lute. Lambert came, and so with them over the water to Southwark, and so over the fields to Lambeth, and there drank, it being a most glorious and warm day, even to amazement, for this time of the year. Thence to my lord's, where we found my lady gone with some company to see Hampton Court, so we 3 went to Blackfriars, the first time I ever was there since plays begun. And there, after great patience and little expectation, from so poor beginning, I saw 3 acts of the Maid in Ye Mill, acted to my great content. But it being late, I left the play and them, and by water through bridge home, and so to Mr. Turner's house, where the controller, Sir William Batten, and Mr. Davis and their ladies. And here we had a most neat little but costly and genteel supper, and after that a great deal of impertinent mirth by Mr. Davis, and some catches, and so broke up, and going away, Mr. Davis's eldest son took up my old lady Slingsby in his arms, and carried her to the coach, and is said to be able to carry 3 of the biggest men that were in the company, which I wonder at. So home and to bed. 30th, fast day. The first time that this day hath been yet observed, and Mr. Mills made a most excellent sermon upon Lord forgive us our former iniquities, speaking excellently of the justice of God in punishing men for the sins of their ancestors. Home, and John Goods comes, and after dinner I did pay him L30 for my lady. And after that Sir W. Penn and I into Moorfields and had a brave talk, it being a most pleasant day. And besides much discourse did please ourselves to see young Davis and Whitton, 2 of our clerks, going by us in the field, who we observed to take much pleasure together, and I did most often see them at play together. Back to the old James in Bishopsgate Street, where Sir W. Batten and Sir W. M. Ryder met him about business of the Trinity House. So I went home, and there understand that my mother is come home well from Brampton, and had a letter from my brother John, a very ingenious one, and he therein begs to have leave to come to town at the coronation. Then to my Lady Batt's, where my wife and she are lately come back again from being abroad, and seeing of Cromwell, Ireton, and Bradshaw hanged and buried at Tyburn. Then I home. Jan. 30th was kept as a very solemn day of fasting and prayer. This morning the carcases of Cromwell, Ireton, and Bradshaw, which the day before had been brought from the Red Lion Inn, Holborn, were drawn upon a sledge to Tyburn, and then taken out of their coffins, and in their shrouds hanged by the neck until the going down of the sun. They were then cut down, their heads taken off, and their bodies buried in a grave made under the gallows. The coffin in which was the body of Cromwell was a very rich thing, very full of gilded hinges and nails. Rugg's diurnal. 31st. This morning with Mr. Coventry at Whitehall about getting a ship to carry my lord's deals to Lynn, and we have chosen the gift. Thence at noon to my lord's, where my lady not well, so I eat a mouthful of dinner there, and thence to the theatre, and there sat in the pit among the company of fine ladies and see. And the house was exceeding full, to see Argyllis and Parthenia, the first time that it hath been acted. And indeed it is good, though wronged by my over great expectations, as all things else are. Thence to my father's to see my mother, who is pretty well after her journey from Brampton. She tells me my aunt is pretty well, yet cannot live long. My uncle pretty well too, and she believes would marry again were my aunt dead, which God forbid. So home. February 16, 6061. February 1st, Friday. A full office all this morning, and busy about answering the Commissioners of Parliament to their letter, wherein they desire to borrow 2 clerks of ours, which we will not grant them. After dinner into London and bought some books and a belt, and had my sword new furbished. To the alehouse with Mr. Brigden and W. Simmons. At night home. So after a little music to bed, leaving my people up getting things ready against tomorrow's dinner. Second, early to Mr. Moore, and with him to Sir Peter Ball, who proffers my Uncle Robert much civility in letting him continue in the grounds which he had hired of Hetley, who is now dead. Thence home, where all things in a hurry for dinner, a strange cook being come in the room of Slater, who could not come. There dined here my Uncle White and my aunt, my father and mother, and my brother Tom, Dr. Fairbrother and Mr. Mills, the parson and his wife, who is a neighbor's daughter of my Uncle Robert's, and knows my Aunt White and all her and my friends there. And so we had excellent company today. After dinner I was sent for to Sir G. Carteret's where he was, and I found the controller, who are upon writing a letter to the Commissioners of Parliament in some things a rougher style than our last, because they seem to speak high to us. So the controller and I thence to a tavern hard by, and there did agree upon drawing up some letters to be sent to all the pursers and clerks of the checks to make up their accounts. Then home, where I found the parson and his wife gone. And by the rest of the company, very well pleased, and I too, it being the last dinner I intend to make a great while, it having now cost me almost L15 in 3 dinners within this fortnight. In the evening comes Sir W. Penn, pretty merry, to sit with me and talk, which we did for an hour or 2, and so good night, and I to bed. 3d. Lord's Day. This day I first begun to go forth in my coat and sword, as the manner now among gentlemen is, to Whitehall. In my way heard Mr. Thomas Fuller preach at the Savoy upon our forgiving of other men's trespasses, showing among other things that we are to go to law never to revenge, but only to repair, which I think a good distinction. So to Whitehall, where I stayed to hear the trumpets and kettle drums, and then the other drums which are much cried up, though I think it dull, vulgar musique. So to Mr. Fox's, unbid, where I had a good dinner and special company. Among other discourse, I observed one story, how my Lord of Northwich, at a public audience before the King of France, made the Duke of Anjou cry, by making ugly faces as he was stepping to the king, but undiscovered. This story relates to circumstances which had occurred many years previously. George, Lord Goring, was sent by Charles I as ambassador extraordinary to France in 1644, to witness the oath of Louis Roman XIV, to the observance of the treaties concluded with England by his father, Louis Roman XIII, and his grandfather, Henry Roman IV, Louis Roman XIV. Took this oath at Rouen on July 3, 1644, when he was not yet 6 years of age, and when his brother Philippe, then called Duke of Anjou, was not 4 years old. Shortly after his return home, Lord Goring was created, in September 1644, Earl of Norwich, the title by which he is here mentioned. Philippe, Duke of Anjou, who was frightened by the English noblemen's ugly faces, took the title of Duke of Orleans after the death of his uncle, Jean-Baptiste Gaston, in 1660. He married his cousin, Henrietta of Englandby. And how Sir Philip Warwick's lady did wonder to have Mr. Darcy send for several dozen bottles of Rhenish wine to her house, not knowing that the wine was his. Thence to my Lord S., where I am told how Sir Thomas Cruz Pedro, with 2 of his countrymen more, did last night kill one soldier of 4 that quarreled with them in the street, about 10 o'clock. The other 2 are taken, but he is now hid at my lord's till night, that he do intend to make his escape away. So up to my lady, and sat and talked with her long, and so to Westminster Stairs, and there took boat to the bridge, and so home, where I met with letters to call us all up tomorrow morning to Whitehall about office business. Fourth, early up to court with Sir W. Penn, where, at Mr. Coventry's chamber, we met with all our fellow officers, and there, after a hot debate about the business of paying off the fleet, and how far we should join with the Commissioners of Parliament, which is now the great business of this month more to determine, and about which there is a great deal of difference between us, and then how far we should be assistants to them therein. That being done, he and I back again home, where I met with my father and mother going to my cousin Snow's to Blackwall, and had promised to bring me and my wife along with them, which we could not do because we are to go to the Dolphin today to a dinner of Capt. Taylor S. So at last I let my wife go with them, and I to the tavern, where Sir William Penn and the controller and several others were, men and women, and we had a very great and merry dinner. And after dinner the controller begun some sports, among others the naming of people round and afterwards demanding questions of them that they are forced to answer their names to, which do make very good sport. And here I took pleasure to take the forfeits of the ladies who would not do their duty by kissing of them, among others a pretty lady, who I found afterwards to be wife to Sir W. Batten's son. Home, and then with my wife to see Sir W. Batten, who could not be with us this day being ill, but we found him at cards, and here we sat late, talking with my lady and others and Dr. Whistler. Daniel Whistler, M.D., Fellow of Merton College, whose inaugural dissertation on rickets in 1645 contains the earliest printed account of that disease. He was Gresham Professor of Geometry 57 and held several offices at the College of Physicians, being elected president in 1683. He was one of the original Fellows of the Royal Society. Dr. Monk, in his Roll of the Royal College of Physicians, speaks very unfavorably of Whistler and says that he defrauded the college. He died May 11, 1684. Who I found good company and a very ingenious man, so home and to bed. 5th, washing day, my wife and I by water to Westminster. She to her mother S. and I to Westminster Hall, where I found a full term, and here I went to Will's, and there found Shaw and Ashwell and another Bragrave, who knew my mother washmaid to my Lady Vere, who by cursing and swearing made me weary of his company, and so I went away. Into the hall, and there saw my Lord Treasurer, who was sworn today at the Exchequer, with a great company of lords and persons of honour to attend him, go up to the Treasury offices, and take possession thereof, and also saw the heads of Cromwell, Bradshaw, and Ireton set up upon the further end of the hall. Then at Mrs. Mitchell, S. in the hall met my wife and Shaw, and she and I and Captain Murford to the dog, and there I gave them some wine, and after some mirth and talk, Mr. Langley coming in afterwards, I went by coach to the playhouse at the theatre, our coach in King Street breaking, and so took another. Here we saw Argyllis and Parthenia, which I lately saw, but though pleasant for the dancing and singing, I do not find good for any wit or design therein. That done home by coach and to supper, being very hungry for want of dinner, and so to bed. 6th, called up by my cousin Snow, who sat by me while I was trimmed, and then I drank with him, he desiring a courtesy for a friend, which I have done for him. Then to the office, and there sat long, then to dinner, Captain Murford with me. I had a dish of fish and a good hare, which was sent me the other day by Goodenough the plasterer. So to the office again, where Sir W. Penn and I sat all alone, answering of petitions and nothing else, and so to Sir W. Batten, S., where comes Mr. Jessup, one whom I could not formerly have looked upon, and now he comes cap in hand to us from the commissioners of the Navy, though indeed he is a man of a great estate and of good report, about some business from them to us, which we answered by letter. Here I sat long with Sir W., who is not well, and then home and to my chamber, and some little music, and so to bed. 7th, with Sir W. Batten and Penn to Whitehall to Mr. Coventry's chamber, to debate upon the business we were upon the other day morning, and thence to Westminster Hall. And after a walk to my Lord S., where, while I and my lady were in her chamber in talk, in comes my lord from sea to our great wonder. He had dined at Havre de Grace on Monday last, and came to the Downs the next day, and lay at Canterbury that night, and so to Dartford, and thence this morning to Whitehall. All my friends his servants well. Among others, Mr. Creed and Captain Furrers tell me the stories of my Lord Duke of Buckingham's and my lord's falling out at Havre de Grace, at cards, they too and my Lord St. Albans playing. The Duke did, to my lord's dishonour, often say that he did in his conscience know the contrary to what he then said, about the difference at cards, and so did take up the money that he should have lost to my lord. Which my lord resenting, said nothing then, but that he doubted not but there were ways enough to get his money of him. So they parted that night, and my lord sent for Sir R. Stainer and sent him the next morning to the Duke, to know whether he did remember what he said last night, and whether he would own it with his sword and a second, which he said he would, and so both sides agreed. But my Lord St. Alban S. and the Queen and Ambassador Montagu did waylay them at their lodgings till the difference was made up to my lord's honour, who hath got great reputation thereby. I dined with my lord, and then with Mr. Shepley and Creed, who talked very high of France for a fine country, to the tavern, and then I home. To the office, where the two Sir Williams had stayed for me, and then we drew up a letter to the Commissioners of Parliament again, and so to Sir W. Batten, where I stayed late in talk, and so home, and after writing the letter fair then I went to bed. 8th, at the office all the morning. At noon to the Exchange to meet Mr. Warren the timber merchant, but could not meet with him. Here I met with many sea commanders, and among others Captain Cuttle and Curtis and Mootham and I went to the Fleece Tavern to drink, and there we spent till 4 o'clock, telling stories of Algiers and the manner of the life of slaves there. And truly, Captain Mootham and Mr. Dawes, who have been both slaves there, did make me fully acquainted with their condition there, as how they eat nothing but bread and water. At their redemption they pay so much for the water they drink at the public fountains, during their being slaves. How they are beat upon the soles of their feet and bellies at the liberty of their padron. How they are all, at night, called into their master, S. Bagnard, and there they lie. How the poorest men do use their slaves best. How some rogues do live well, if they do invent to bring their masters in so much a week by their industry or theft, and then they are put to no other work at all. And theft there is counted no great crime at all. Thence to Mr. Rawlinson, S., having met my old friend Dick Scobel, and there I drank a great deal with him, and so home and to bed betimes, my head aching. 9th, to my Lord S. with Mr. Creed, who was come to me this morning to get a bill of impress signed, and my lord being gone out he and I to the Rhenish wine house with Mr. Blackburn, to whom I did make known my fears of Will's losing of his time, which he will take care to give him good advice about. Afterwards to my lord's and Mr. Shepley and I did make even his accounts and mine. And then with Mr. Creed and two friends of his, my late landlord Jones, son one of them, to an ordinary to dinner, and then Creed and I to Whitefriars to the playhouse, and saw The Mad Lover, the first time I ever saw it acted, which I like pretty well, and home. 10th, Lord's Day, took physique all day, and, God forgive me, did spend it in reading of some little French romances. At night my wife and I did please ourselves talking of our going into France, which I hope to effect this summer. At noon one came to ask for Mrs. Hunt that was here yesterday, and it seems is not come home yet, which makes us afraid of her. At night to bed. 11th, at the office all the morning. Dined at home and then to the Exchequer, and took Mr. Warren with me to Mr. Kennard, the master joiner, at Whitehall, who was at a tavern, and there he and I to him, and agreed about getting some of my lord's deals on board tomorrow. Then with young Mr. Reeve home to his house, who did there show me many pretty pleasures in perspectives. Telescope and microscope are both as old as Milton, but for long while perspective, glass being sometimes understood and sometimes expressed, did the work of these. It is sometimes written, perspective. Our present use of perspective does not, I suppose, date farther back than Dryden, Trench's Select Glossary.m. b. That I have not seen before, and I did buy a little glass of him cost me 5s. And so to Mr. Crewe, S., and with Mr. Moore to see how my father and mother did, and so with him to Mr. Adam Chard's. The first time I ever was at his house since he was married to drink, then we parted, and I home to my study, and set some papers and money in order, and so to bed. 12th, to my Lord S., and there with him all the morning, and then, he going out to dinner, I and Mr. Pickering, Creed, and Captain Furrs to the Leg in the palace to dinner, where strange Pickering's impertinences. Thence the two others and I, after a great dispute whither to go, we went by water to Salisbury Court Playhouse, where not liking to sit, we went out again, and by coach to the theatre, and there saw The Scornful Lady, now done by a woman, which makes the play appear much better than ever it did to me. Then Creed and I, the other being lost in the crowd, to drink a cup of ale at Temple Bar, and there we parted, and I, seeing my father and mother by the way, went home. 13th, at the office all the morning, dined at home, and poor Mr. Wood with me, who after dinner would have borrowed money of me, but I would lend none. Then to Whitehall by coach with Sir W. Penn, where we did very little business, and so back to Mr. Rawlinson's, where I took him and gave him a cup of wine, he having formerly known Mr. Rawlinson, and here I met my Uncle White, and he drank with us, and with him to Sir W. Batten, S., whither I sent for my wife, and we chose Valentine's against tomorrow. The observation of St. Valentine's Day is very ancient in this country. Shakespeare makes Ophelia sing, "Tomorrow is St. Valentine's Day, all in the morning betime, and I am made at your window to be your Valentine." Hamlet Act 4, SC, 5 MB. My wife chose me, which did much please me, my Lady Batten Sir W. Pen and C. Here we sat late, and so home to bed, having got my Lady Batten to give me a spoonful of honey for my cold. 14th Valentine's Day. Up early and to Sir W. Batten S., but would not go in till I asked whether they that opened the door was a man or a woman, and Mingo, who was there, answered a woman, which with his tone made me laugh. So up I went and took Mrs. Martha for my Valentine, which I do only for complacency. And Sir W. Batten he go in the same manner to my wife, and so we were very merry. About 10 o'clock, we, with a great deal of company, went down by our barge to Dipford, and there only went to see how forward Mr. Pett's yacht is. And so all into the barge again. And so to Woolwich, on board the Rosebush, Captain Brown's ship, that is brother-in-law to Sir W. Batten, where we had a very fine dinner, dressed on shore, and great mirth and all things successful. The first time I ever carried my wife a shipboard, as also my boy Wayneman, who hath all this day been called young Pepys, as Sir W. Penn's boy young Pen. So home by barge again, good weather but pretty cold. I to my study and began to make up my accounts for my lord, which I intend to end tomorrow. To bed. The talk of the town now is, who the king is like to have for his queen, and whether Lent shall be kept with the strictness of the king's proclamation. A proclamation for restraint of killing, dressing, and eating of flesh in Lent, or on fish days appointed by the law to be observed, was dated 29th January, 1660-61, which it is thought cannot be, because of the poor, who cannot buy fish. And also the great preparation for the king's crowning is now much thought upon and talked of. 15th. At the office all the morning, and in the afternoon at making up my accounts for my lord tomorrow. And that being done I found myself to be clear, as I think, L350 in the world, besides my goods in my house and all things paid for. 16th. To my lord in the morning, who looked over my accounts and agreed to them. I did also get him to sign a bill, which do make my heart merry, for L60 to me, in consideration of my work extraordinary at sea this last voyage, which I hope to get paid. I dined with my lord and then to the theatre, where I saw The Virgin Martyr, a good but too sober a play for the company. Then home. 17th Lord's Day, a most tedious, unreasonable, and impertinent sermon by an Irish doctor. His text was "Scatter them, O Lord, that delight in war." Sir W. M. Batten and I very much angry with the parson, and so I to Westminster as soon as I came home to my lord's, where I dined with Mr. Shepley and Howe. After dinner, without speaking to my lord, Mr. Shepley and I into the city, and so I home and took my wife to my uncle White S., and there did sup with them, and so home again and to bed. 18th. At the office all the morning, dined at home with a very good dinner, only my wife and I, which is not yet very usual. In the afternoon, my wife and I and Mrs. Martha Batten, my Valentine, to the Exchange, and there upon a pair of embroidered and 6 pair of plain white gloves I laid out 40s upon her. Then we went to a mercer S. at the end of Lombard Street, and there she bought a suit of lutestring more properly called lustring, a fine glossy silk, for herself, and so home. And at night I got the whole company and Sir W. M. Pen home to my house, and there I did give them Rhenish wine and sugar, and continued together till it was late, and so to bed. It is much talked that the king is already married to the niece of the Prince de Ligne. The Prince de Ligne had no niece, and probably Pepys has made some mistake in the name. Charles at one time made an offer of marriage to Mazarin's niece, Hortense Mancini, and that he hath 2 sons already by her, which I am sorry to hear, but yet am gladder that it should be so, than that the Duke of York and his family should come to the crown, he being a professed friend to the Catholics. 19th. By coach to Whitehall with Colonel Slingsby, carrying Mrs. Turner with us, and there he and I up into the house, where we met with Sir G. Carteret, who afterwards, with the Duke of York, my Lord Sandwich, and others, went into a private room to consult, and we were a little troubled that we were not called in with the rest. But I do believe it was upon something very private. We stayed walking in the gallery, where we met with Mr. Slingsby, that was formerly a great friend of Mons. Blondo, who showed me the stamps of the king's new coin, which is strange to see, how good they are in the stamp and bad in the money, for lack of skill to make them. But he says Blondo will shortly come over, and then we shall have it better and the best in the world. Peter Blondo, medalist, was invited to London from Paris and appointed by the Council of State to coin their money, but the moneyers succeeded in driving him out of the country. Soon after the Restoration he returned and was appointed engineer to the Mint. The Controller and I to the Commissioners of Parliament, and after some talk away again and to drink a cup of ale. He tells me he is sure that the king is not yet married, as it is said, nor that it is known who he will have. To my Lord S. and found him dined, and so I lost my dinner. But I stayed and played with him and Mr. Child, and some things of 4 parts, and so it raining hard and bitter cold, the first winter day we have yet had this winter, I took coach home and spent the evening in reading of a Latin play, the Naufragium Jocular, and so to bed. 20th, all the morning at the office, dined at home and my brother Tom with me, who brought me a pair of fine slippers which he gave me. By and by comes little Llewellyn and friend to see me, and then my cause Stradwick, who was never here before. With them I drank a bottle of wine or 2, and to the office again, and there stayed about business late, and then all of us to Sir W. Penn's, where we had, and my Lady Batten, Mrs. Martha and my wife and other company, a good supper, and sat playing at cards and talking till 12 at night, and so all to our lodgings. 21st, to Westminster by coach with Sir W. Penn, and in our way saw the city begin to build scaffolds against the coronation. To my lord, and there found him out of doors. So to the hall, and called for some caps that I have a making there, and here met with Mr. Hawley, and with him to Will's and drank, and then by coach with Mr. Langley, our old friend, into the city. I set him down by the way, and I home and there stayed all day within, having found Mr. Moore, who stayed with me till late at night talking and reading some good books. Then he went away, and I to bed. 22nd, all the morning at the office. At noon with my wife and Paul to my father's to dinner, where Dr. Those, Pepys and my cause Snow and Joyce Norton. After dinner came the Turner, and so I home with her to her mother, good woman, whom I had not seen through my great neglect this half year, but she would not be angry with me. Here I stayed all the afternoon talking of the king's being married, which is now the town talk, but I believe false. In the evening Mrs. The and Joyce took us all into the coach home, calling in Bishopsgate Street, thinking to have seen a new harpsichord. The harpsichord is an instrument larger than a spinet, with 2 or 3 strings to a note. That she had a making there, but it was not done, and so we did not see it. Then to my home, where I made very much of her, and then she went home. Then my wife to Sir W. Batten, S., and there sat a while, he having yesterday sent my wife 6 pairs of gloves and a pair of silk stockings and garters for her Valentine's gift. Then home and to bed. 23rd, this my birthday, 28 years. This morning Sir W. Batten, Penn, and I did some business, and then I by water to Whitehall, having met Mr. Hartlib by the way at Alderman Backwell's. So he did give me a glass of Rhenish wine at the Steelyard, and so to Whitehall by water. He continues of the same bold, impertinent humor that he was always of and will ever be. He told me how my Lord Chancellor had lately got the Duke of York and Duchess, and her woman, my Lord Ossory's and a doctor, to make oath before most of the judges of the kingdom, concerning all the circumstances of their marriage. And in fine, it is confessed that they were not fully married till about a month or 2 before she was brought to bed, but that they were contracted long before, and time enough for the child to be legitimate. The Duke of York's marriage took place September 3rd, 1660. Anne Hyde was contracted to the Duke at Breda, November 24th, 1659. But I do not hear that it was put to the judges to determine whether it was so or number to my lord, and there spoke to him about his opinion of the light, the sea mark that Captain Murford is about, and do offer me an 8th part to concern myself with it, and my lord do give me some encouragement in it, and I shall go on. I dined here with Mr. Shepley and Howe. After dinner to Whitehall Chapel with Mr. Child, and there did hear Captain Cook and his boy make a trial of an anthem against tomorrow, which was brave musique. Then by water to Whitefriars to the playhouse, and there saw the Changeling. The first time it hath been acted these 20 years, and it takes exceedingly. Besides, I see the gallants do begin to be tiered with the vanity and pride of the theatre actors, who are indeed grown very proud and rich. Then by link home, and there to my book a while and to bed. I met today with Mr. Townsend, who tells me that the old man is yet alive, in whose place in the wardrobe he hopes to get my father, which I do resolve to put for. I also met with the controller, who told me how it was easy for us all, the principal officers, and proper for us, to labor to get into the next Parliament, and would have me to ask the Duke's letter, but I shall not endeavour it because it will spend much money, though I am sure I could well obtain it. This is now 28 years that I am born, and blessed be God, in a state of full content, and great hopes to be a happy man in all respects, both to myself and friends. 24th Sunday. Mr. Mills made as excellent a sermon in the morning against drunkenness as ever I heard in my life. I dined at home, another good one of his in the afternoon. My Valentine had her fine gloves on at church today that I did give her. After sermon, my wife and I unto Sir W.M. Batten and sat a while, then home, I to read, then to supper and to bed. 25th, Sir W.M. Penn and I to my Lord Sandwich, by coach in the morning to see him, but he takes physic today and so we could not see him. So he went away, and I with Llewellyn to Mr. Mount's chamber at the cockpit, where he did lie of old, and there we drank, and from thence to W. Simmons, where we found him abroad, but she like a good lady within, and there we did eat some nettle porridge, which was made on purpose today for some of their coming, and was very good. With her we sat a good while, merry in discourse, and so away Llewellyn and I to my Lord S., and there dined. He told me one of the prettiest stories, how Mr. Blurton, his friend that was with him at my house 3 or 4 days ago, did go with him the same day from my house to the Fleet Tavern by Guildhall, and there, by some pretence, got the mistress of the house into their company, and by Llewellyn calling him doctor, she thought that he really was so, and did privately discover her disease to him, which was only some ordinary infirmity belonging to women, and he proffering her physic. She desired him to come some day and bring it, which he did, after dinner by water to the office, and there Sir W. Penn and I met and did business all the afternoon, and then I got him to my house and eat a lobster together, and so to bed. 26th, Shrove Tuesday. I left my wife in bed, being indisposed. I to Mrs. Turner S., who I found busy with and Joyce making of things ready for fritters, so to Mr. Cruse and their delivered Cotgrave's dictionary to my Lady Jemima, and then with Mr. Moore to my cause Tom Pepys, but he being out of town I spoke with his lady, though not of the business I went about, which was to borrow L1000 for my lord. Back to Mrs. Turner S., where several friends, all strangers to me but Mr. Armiger, dined. Very merry and the best fritters that ever I eat in my life. After that looked out at window, saw the flinging at cocks. The cruel custom of throwing at cocks on Shrove Tuesday is of considerable antiquity. It is shown in the first print of Hogarth's 4 Stages of Cruelty. Then Mrs. and I and a gentleman that dined there and his daughter, a perfect handsome young and very tall lady that lately came out of the country, and Mr. Thatcher the virginal maester to Bishopsgate Street, and there saw the new harpsichon made for Mrs. We offered L12, they demanded L14. The master not being at home, we could make no bargain, so parted for tonight. So all by coach to my house, where I found my Valentine with my wife, and here they drank, and then went away. Then I sat and talked with my Valentine and my wife a good while, and then saw her home, and went to Sir W. Batten to the Dolphin, where Mr. Newborn and C. were, and there after a quart or 2 of wine, we home and I to bed. 27th. At the office all the morning, that done I walked in the garden with little Captain Murford, where he and I had some discourse concerning the lighthouse again, and I think I shall appear in the business, he promising me that if I can bring it about, it will be worth L100 per annum. Then came into the garden to me young Mr. Powell and Mr. Hook that I once knew at Cambridge, and I took them in and gave them a bottle of wine, and so parted. Then I called for a dish of fish, which we had for dinner, this being the first day of Lent, and I do intend to try whether I can keep it or no. My father dined with me and did show me a letter from my brother John, wherein he tells us that he is chosen scholar of the house, which do please me much, because I do perceive now it must chiefly come from his merit and not the power of his tutor, Dr. Widrington, who is now quite out of interest there and hath put over his pupils to Mr. Pepper, a young fellow of the college. With my father to Mr. Rawlinson's, where we met my Uncle White, and after a pint or two away. I walked with my father, who gave me an account of the great falling out between my Uncle Fenner and his son Will as far as Paul's churchyard, and so left him, and I home. This day the Commissioners of Parliament begin to pay off the fleet, beginning with the Hampshire, and do it at Guildhall, for fear of going out of town into the power of the seamen, who are highly incensed against them. 28th. Early to wait on my lord, and after a little talk with him, I took boat at Whitehall for Redriff, but in my way overtook Captain Cuttance and Teddiman in a boat, and so ashore with them at Queenhithe, and so to a tavern with them to a barrel of oysters, and so away. Capt. Cuttance and I walked from Redriff to Diptford, where I found both Sir Williams and Sir G. Carteret at Mr. Uthwaite's, and there we dined, and notwithstanding my resolution, yet for want of other victuals, I did eat flesh this Lent, but am resolved to eat as little as I can. After dinner we went to Captain Bodilaw's, and there made sale of many old stores by the candle, and good sport it was to see how from a small matter bid at first they would come to double and treble the price of things. After that, Sir W. Penn and I and my Lady Bat and her daughter by land to Redriff, staying a little at Halfway House, and when we came to take boat, found Sir George and C. to have stayed with the barge a great while for us, which troubled us. Home and to bed. This month ends with two great secrets under dispute, but yet known to very few. First, who the king will marry, and what the meaning of this fleet is which we are now sheathing to set out for the southward. Most think against Algiers against the Turk, or to the East Indies against the Dutch who, we hear, are setting out a great fleet thither. March 16, 1661. March 1st, all the morning at the office. Dined at home only upon fish, and Mr. Shepley and Tom Hayter with me. After dinner Mr. Shepley and I in private talking about my lord's intentions to go speedily into the country, but to what end we know not. We fear he is to go to sea with this fleet now preparing. But we wish that he could get his L4,000 per annum settled before he do go. Then he and I walked into London, he to the Wardrobe and I to Whitefriars, and saw the bondman acted. An excellent play and well done. But above all that ever I saw, Betterton do the bondman the best. Then to my father's and found my mother ill. After staying a while with them, I went home and sat up late, spending my thoughts how to get money to bear me out in my great expense at the coronation, against which all provide, and scaffolds setting up in every street. I had many designs in my head to get some, but know not which will take. To bed. 2d. Early with Mr. Moore about Sir Paul Neal's. Business with my uncle and other things all the morning. Dined with him at Mr. Crewe's, and after dinner I went to the theatre, where I found so few people, which is strange, and the reason I did not know that I went out again, and so to Salisbury Court, where the house as full as could be, and it seems it was a new play, The Queen's Mask, wherein there are some good humours. Among others, a good jeer to the old story of the siege of Troy, making it to be a common country tale. But above all, it was strange to see so little a boy as that was to act Cupid, which is one of the greatest parts in it. Then home and to bed. 3rd, Lord's Day. Mr. Woodcock preached at our church a very good sermon upon the imaginations of the thoughts of man's heart being only evil. So home, where being told that my lord had sent for me I went, and got there to dine with my lord, who is to go into the country tomorrow. I did give up the mortgage made to me by Sir R. Parkhurst for L2000, in the Abbey all the afternoon. Then at Mr. Pierce's the surgeon, where Shepley and I supped. So to my Lord S., who comes in late and tells us how news is come today of Mazarin S. being dead, which is very great news and of great consequence. This report of the death of Cardinal Mazarin appears to have been premature, for he did not die until the 9th of March, 1661. I lay tonight with Mr. Shepley here, because of my Lord S. going tomorrow. 4th, my lord went this morning on his journey to Hinchingbrooke, Mr. Parker with him, the chief business being to look over and determine how, and in what manner, his great work of building shall be done. Before his going, he did give me some jewels to keep for him, viz., that the King of Sweden did give him, with the king's own picture in it, most excellently done, and a brave George, all of diamonds, and this with the greatest expressions of love and confidence that I could imagine or hope for, which is a very great joy to me. To the office all the forenoon. Then to dinner, and so to Whitehall to Mr. Coventry about several businesses, and then with Mr. Moore, who went with me to drink a cup of ale, and after some good discourse, then home and sat late talking with Sir W. Batten. So home and to bed. 5th, with Mr. Pierce, purser, to Westminster Hall, and there met with Captain Cuttance, lute. Lambert and Pierce, surgeon, thinking to have met with the Commissioners of Parliament, but they not sitting, we went to the Swan, where I did give them a barrel of oysters. And so I to my Lady S. and there dined, and had very much talk and pleasant discourse with my lady, my esteem growing every day higher and higher in her and my lord. So to my father Bowyer's where my wife was, and to the Commissioners of Parliament, and there did take some course about having my lord's salary paid tomorrow when, the Charles is paid off, but I was troubled to see how high they carry themselves, when in good truth nobody cares for them. So home by coach and my wife. I then to the office, where Sir Williams both and I set about making an estimate of all the officers' salaries in ordinary in the Navy till 10 o'clock at night. So home, and I with my head full of thoughts how to get a little present money, I eat a bit of bread and cheese, and so to bed. 6th, at the office all the morning. At dinner Sir W. Batten came and took me and my wife to his house to dinner, my lady being in the country, where we had a good Lenten dinner. Then to Whitehall with Captain Cuttle, and there I did some business with Mr. Coventry, and after that home, thinking to have had Sir W. Batten, and C. to have eat a wigwig, a kind of north country bun or tea cake, still so called to my knowledge in Staffordshire. B. at my house at night. But my lady being come home out of the country ill, by reason of much rain that has fallen lately, and the waters being very high, we could not, and so I home and to bed. 7th, this morning Sir Williams both went to Woolwich to sell some old provisions there. I to Whitehall, and up and down about many businesses, dined at my lord's, then to Mr. Crewe to Mr. Moore, and he and I to London to Guildhall to see the seamen paid off, but could not without trouble, and so I took him to the Fleece Tavern, where the pretty woman that Llewellyn lately told me the story of dwells, but I could not see her. Then towards home and met Spicer, D. Vines, Rudyard, and a company more of my old acquaintance, and went into a place to drink some ale, and there we stayed playing the fool till late, and so I home. At home met with ill news that my hopes of getting some money for the Charles were spoiled through Mr. Waith's perverseness, which did so vex me that I could not sleep at night. But I wrote a letter to him to send tomorrow morning for him to take my money for me, and so with good words I thought to coy with him. To bed. 8th, all the morning at the office. At noon Sir W. Batten calls Slingsby and I by coach to the Tower, to Sir John Robinson S. to dinner, where great good cheer. High company, among others the Duchess of Albemarle, who is ever a plain, homely dowdy. After dinner, to drink all the afternoon. Towards night the Duchess and ladies went away. Then we set to it again till it was very late. And at last came in Sir William Whale, almost fuddled, and because I was set between him and another, only to keep them from talking and spoiling the company, as we did to others, he fell out with the lieutenant of the Tower. But with much ado we made him understand his error, and then all quiet. And so he carried Sir William Batten and I home again in his coach, and so I, almost overcome with drink, went to bed. I was much contented to ride in such state into the Tower, and be received among such high company, while Mr. Mount, my Lady Duchess's gentleman usher, stood waiting at table, whom I ever thought a man so much above me in all respects. Also to hear the discourse of so many high cavaliers of things past. It was a great content and joy to me. 9th, to Whitehall, and there, with Mr. Creed, took a most pleasant walk for 2 hours in the park, which is now a very fair place. Here we had a long and candid discourse one to another of one another's condition, and he giving me an occasion, I told him of my intention to get L60 paid me by him for a gratuity for my labor extraordinary at sea, which he did not seem unwilling to, and therefore I am very glad it is out. To my lord's, where we found him lately come from Hinchingbroke, where he left my uncle very well, but my aunt not likely to live. I stayed and dined with him. He took me aside, and asked me what the world spoke of the king's marriage. Which I answering as one that knew nothing, he inquired no further of me. But I do perceive by it that there is something in it that is ready to come out that the world knows not of yet. After dinner into London to Mrs. Turner's and my father's, made visits and then home, where I sat late making of my journal for 4 days past, and so to bed. 10th, Lord's Day. Heard Mr. Mills in the morning, a good sermon. Dined at home on a poor Lenten dinner of coleworts and bacon. In the afternoon again to church, and there heard one Castle, whom I knew of my year at Cambridge. He made a dull sermon. After sermon came my uncle and Aunt White to see us, and we sat together a great while. Then to reading, and at night to bed. 11th, at the office all the morning, dined at home and my father and Dr. Those. Pepys with him upon a poor dinner, my wife being abroad. After dinner I went to the theatre, and there saw Love's Mistress done by them, which I do not like in some things as well as their acting in Salisbury Court. At night home and found my wife come home, and among other things she hath got her teeth new done by La Roche, and are indeed now pretty handsome, and I was much pleased with it. So to bed. 12th, at the office about business all the morning, so to the Exchange, and there met with Nick Osborne lately married, and with him to the Fleece, where we drank a glass of wine. So home, where I found Mrs. Hunt in great trouble about her husband's losing of his place in the excise. From thence to Guildhall, and there set my hand to the book before Colonel King for my sea pay, and blessed be God. They have cast me at midshipman's pay, which do make my heart very glad. So home, and there had Sir W. Batten and my lady, and all their company, and Capt. Brown and his wife to a collation at my house till it was late, and then to bed. 13th, early up in the morning to read the Seaman's Grammar and Dictionary I lately have got, which do please me exceeding well. At the office all the morning, dined at home, and Mrs. Turner, the Joyce, and Mr. Armiger and my father and mother with me, where they stand till I was weary of their company, and so away. Then up to my chamber, and there set papers and things in order, and so to bed. 14th, with Sir W. Batten and Pen to Mr. Coventry, S., and there had a dispute about my claim to the place of purveyor of petty provisions, and at last to my content did conclude to have my hand to all the bills for these provisions and Mr. Turner to purvey them, because I would not have him to lose the place. Then to my Lord S., and so with Mr. Creed to an alehouse, where he told me a long story of his amours at Portsmouth to one of Mrs. Boat's daughters, which was very pleasant. Dined with my lord and lady, and so with Mr. Creed to the theatre, and there saw King and No King, well acted. Thence with him to the Cock alehouse at Temple Bar, where he did ask my advice about his amours, and I did give him it, which was to inquire into the condition of his competitor, who is a son of Mr. Gauden S., and that I promised to do for him, and he to make use he can of it to his advantage. Home and to bed. 15th, at the office all the morning. At noon Sir Williams both and I at a great fish dinner at the Dolphin, given us by 2 tax merchants, and very merry we were till night, and so home. This day my wife and Paul went to see my Lady Kingston, her brother's lady. 16th, early at Sir W.M. Pen S., and there before Mr. Turner did reconcile the business of the purveyance between us two. Then to Whitehall to my Lord S., and dined with him, and so to Whitefriars and saw the Spanish curate, in which I had no great content. So home, and was very much troubled that will. Stayed out late, and went to bed early, intending not to let him come in, but by and by he comes, and I did let him in, and he did tell me that he was at Guildhall helping to pay off the seamen, and cast the books late, which since I found to be true. So to sleep, being in bed when he came. 17th, Lord's Day. At church in the morning, a stranger preached a good honest and painful sermon. My wife and I dined upon a chine of beef at Sir W. Batten S., so to church again. then home and put some papers in order. Then to supper at Sir W. Batten's again, where my wife by chance fell down and hurt her knees exceedingly. So home and to bed. 18th. This morning early Sir W. Batten went to Rochester, where he expects to be chosen Parliament man. At the office all the morning, dined at home and with my wife to Westminster, where I had business with the Commissioner for paying the seamen about my lord's pay, and my wife at Mrs. Hunt's. I called her home and made inquiry at Greatorex's and in other places to hear of Mr. Barlow, thinking to hear that he is dead, but I cannot find it so, but the contrary. Home and called at my Lady Batten's, and supped there, and so home. This day an ambassador from Florence was brought into the town in state. Good hopes given me today that Mrs. Davis is going away from us, her husband going shortly to Ireland. Yesterday it was said was to be the day that the Princess Henrietta was to marry the Duke d'Anjou in France. This day I found in the newsbook that Roger Pepys is chosen at Cambridge for the town, the first place that we hear of to have made their choice yet. To bed with my head and mind full of business, which do a little put me out of order, and I do find myself to become more and more thoughtful about getting of money than ever heretofore. 19th. We met at the office this morning about some particular business, and then I to Whitehall, and there dined with my lord, and after dinner Mr. Creed and I to Whitefriars, where we saw the bondman acted most excellently, and though I have seen it often, yet I am every time more and more pleased with Betterton's action. From thence with him and young Mr. Jones to Pennell's in Fleet Street, and there we drank and talked a good while, and so I home and to bed. 20th. At the office all the morning, dined at home and Mr. Creed and Mr. Shepley with me, and after dinner we did a good deal of business in my study about my lord's accounts to be made up and presented to our office. That done to Whitehall to Mr. Coventry, where I did some business with him, and so with Sir W. Penn, who I found with Mr. Coventry teaching of him upon the map to understand Jamaica. Sir William Penn was well fitted to give this information, as it was he who took the island from the Spaniards in 1655. By water in the dark home, and so to my Lady Batten's where my wife was, and there we sat and eat and drank till very late, and so home to bed. The great talk of the town is the strange election that the City of London made yesterday for Parliament men, viz. Fowke, Love, Jones, and men that are so far from being Episcopal that they are thought to be Anabaptists, and chosen with a great deal of zeal, in spite of the other party that thought themselves very strong, calling out in the hall, no bishops. No Lord Bishops. It do make people to fear it may come to worse, by being an example to the country to do the same. And indeed the bishops are so high, that very few do love them. 21st. Up very early, and to work and study in my chamber, and then to Whitehall to my lord, and there did stay with him a good while discoursing upon his accounts. Here I stayed with Mr. Creed all the morning, and at noon dined with my lord, who was very merry, and after dinner we sang and fiddled a great while. Then I by water Mr. Shepley, Pinkney, and others going part of the way home, and then hard at work setting my papers in order, and writing letters till night, and so to bed. This day I saw the Florence ambassador go to his audience, the weather very foul, and yet he and his company very gallant. After I was abed, Sir W. Penn sent to desire me to go with him tomorrow morning to meet Sir W. Batten coming from Rochester. 22nd. This morning I rose early, and my Lady Batten knocked at her door that comes into one of my chambers, and called me to know whether I and my wife were ready to go. So my wife got her ready, and about 8 o'clock I got a horseback, and my lady and her 2 daughters and Sir W. Penn into coach, and so over London Bridge, and thence to Dartford. The day very pleasant, though the way bad. Here we met with Sir W. Batt, and some company along with him, who had assisted him in his election at Rochester, and so we dined and were very merry. At 5 o'clock we set out again in a coach home, and were very merry all the way. At Diptford we met with Mr. Newborn, and some other friends and their wives in a coach to meet us, and so they went home with us, and at Sir W. Batten's we supped, and thence to bed, my head aching mightily through the wine that I drank today. 23d. All the morning at home putting papers in order, dined at home, and then out to the Red Bull, where I had not been since plays come up again. But coming too soon, I went out again and walked all up and down the Charterhouse Yard and Aldersgate Street. At last came back again and went in, where I was led by a seaman that knew me, but is here as a servant, up to the tiring room, where strange the confusion and disorder that there is among them in fitting themselves, especially here, where the clothes are very poor, and the actors but common fellows. At last into the pit, where I think there was not above 10 more than myself, and not 100 in the whole house. And the play, which is called All's Lost by Lust, poorly done, and with so much disorder among others that in the music room the boy that was to sing a song, not singing it right, his master fell about his ears and beat him so that it put the whole house in an uproar. Thence homewards, and at the Mitre met my uncle White, and with him Luke Call, Baron, who told us how Crofton, the great Presbyterian minister that had lately preached so highly against bishops, is clapped up this day into the Tower. Which do please some and displease others exceedingly. Home and to bed. 24th, Lord's Day. My wife and I to church, and then home with Sir W. Batten and my lady to dinner, were very merry, and then to church again, where Mr. Mills made a good sermon. Home again, and after a walk in the garden Sir W. Batten's 2 daughters came and sat with us a while, and I then up to my chamber to read. 25th, Lady Day. This morning came workmen to begin the making of me a new pair of stairs up out of my parlor, which, with other work that I have to do, I doubt will keep me this 2 months, and so long I shall be all in dirt. But the work do please me very well. To the office, and there all the morning, dined at home, and after dinner comes Mr. Salisbury to see me, and showed me a face or two of his painting, and indeed I perceive that he will be a great master. I took him to Whitehall with me by water, but he would not by any means be moved to go through bridge, and so we were fain to go round by the Old Swan. To my Lord S. and their I showed him the King's picture, which he intends to copy out in little. After that I and Captain Furrs to Salisbury Court by water, and saw part of the Queen S. Masque. Then I to Mrs. Turner, and there stayed talking late. The Turner being in a great chafe, about being disappointed of a room to stand in at the coronation. Then to my father S., and there stayed talking with my mother and him late about my dinner tomorrow. So homewards and took up a boy that had a lanthorn, that was picking up of rags, and got him to light me home, and had great discourse with him how he could get sometimes 3 or 4 bushels of rags in a day, and got 3d. A bushel for them, and many other discourses, what and how many ways there are for poor children to get their livings honestly. So home and I to bed at 12 o'clock at night, being pleased well with the work that my workmen have begun today. 26th, up early to do business in my study. This is my great day that 3 years ago I was cut of the stone, and blessed be God, I do yet find myself very free from pain again. All this morning I stayed at home looking after my workmen to my great content about my stairs, and at noon by coach to my father's, where Mrs. Turner, the Joyce, Mr. Morris, Mr. Armiger, Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, and his wife, my father and mother and myself and my wife. Very merry at dinner, among other things, because Mrs. Turner and her company eat no flesh at all this Lent, and I had a great deal of good flesh which made their mouths water. After dinner, Mrs. Pierce and her husband and I and my wife to Salisbury Court, where coming late he and she light of Call Boone that made room for them, and I and my wife sat in the pit, and there met with Mr. Lewes and Tom Whitten, and saw the bondman done to admiration. So home by coach, and after a view of what the workmen had done today, I went to bed. 27th, up early to see my workmen at work. My brother Tom comes to me, and among other things I looked over my old clothes, and did give him a suit of black stuff clothes and a hat and some shoes. At the office all the morning, where Sir G. Carteret comes, and there I did get him to promise me some money upon a bill of exchange, whereby I shall secure myself of L60, which otherwise I should not know how to get. At noon I found my stairs quite broke down, that I could not get up but by a ladder, and my wife not being well she kept her chamber all this day. To the Dolphin to a dinner of Mr. Harris's, where Sir Williams both and my Lady Batten, and her 2 daughters, and other company, were a great deal of mirth, and there stayed till 11 o'clock at night. And in our mirth I sang and sometimes fiddled, there being a noise of fiddlers there. And at last we fell to dancing, the first time that ever I did in my life, which I did wonder to see myself to do. At last we made Mingo, Sir W. Batten's black, and Jack, Sir W. Penn's dance, and it was strange how the first did dance with a great deal of seeming skill. Home, where I found my wife all day in her chamber. So to bed. 28th, up early among my workmen, then Mr. Creed coming to see me I went along with him to Sir Robert Slingsby, he being newly master of that title by being made a baronet, to discourse about Mr. Creed's accounts to be made up, and from thence by coach to my cousin Thomas Pepys to borrow L1000 for my lord. which I am to expect an answer to tomorrow. So to my Lord S., and there stayed and dined, and after dinner did get my lord to view Mr. Shepley's accounts as I had examined them, and also to sign me a bond for my L500. Then with Mr. Shepley to the theatre and saw Rollo, ill acted. That done to drink a cup of ale and so by coach to London, and having set him down in Cheapside I went home, where I found a great deal of work done today, and also L70 paid me by the treasurer upon the bill of exchange that I have had hopes of so long, so that, my heart in great content, I went to bed. 29th, up among my workmen with great pleasure. Then to the office, where I found Sir W. Penn sent down yesterday to Chatham to get 2 great ships in readiness presently to go to the East Indies upon some design against the Dutch, we think, at Goa, but it is a great secret yet. Dined at home, came Mr. Shepley and Moore, and did business with both of them. After that to Sir W. Batten S., where great store of company at dinner. Among others my schoolfellow, Mr. Christmas, were very merry, and hither came letters from above for the fitting of 2 other ships for the East Indies in all haste, and so we got orders presently for the Hampshire and Nonsuch. Then home and there put some papers in order, and not knowing what to do, the house being so dirty, I went to bed. 30th, at the office we and Sir W. Ryder to advise what sort of provisions to get ready for these ships going to the Indies. Then the comptroller and I by water to Mr. Coventry, and there discoursed upon the same thing. So to my cause, though Pepys, and got him to promise me L1,000 to lend my lord upon his and my uncle Robert's and my security. So to my Lord S., and there got him to sign a bond to him, which I also signed too, and he did sign counter security to us both. Then into London up and down, and drank a pint of wine with Mr. Creed, and so home and sent a letter and the bonds to my uncle to sign for my lord. This day I spoke with Dr. Castle about making up the dividend for the last quarter, and agreed to meet about it on Monday. 31st Sunday. At church, where a stranger preached like a fool. From thence home and dined with my wife, she staying at home, being unwilling to dress herself, the house being all dirty. To church again, and after sermon I walked to my father S. and to Mrs. Turner S., where I could not woo the, to give me a lesson upon the harpsichon, and was angry at it. So home and finding Will abroad at Sir W. Batten's, S. talking with the people there, Sir W. and my lady being in the country, I took occasion to be angry with him, and so to prayers and to bed. April 1661. April 1st, 1661. This day my waiting at the Privy Seal comes in again, up early among my workmen. So to the once, and went home to dinner with Sir W. Batten, and after that to the Goat Tavern by Charing Cross to meet Dr. Castle, where he and I drank a pint of wine and talked about Privy Seal business. Then to the Privy Seal office, and there found Mr. Moore, but no business yet. Then to Whitefriars, and there saw part of Rule a Wife and Have a Wife, which I never saw before, but do not like it. So to my father, and there finding a discontent between my father and mother about the maid, which my father likes and my mother dislikes, I stayed till 10 at night, persuading my mother to understand herself, and that in some high words which I was sorry for, but she is grown, poor woman, very froward. So leaving them in the same discontent, I went away home, it being a brave moonshine, and to bed. 2D. Among my workmen early, and then along with my wife and Paul to my father's, by coach there to have them lie a while till my house be done. I found my mother alone weeping upon my last night's quarrel, and so left her, and took my wife to Charing Cross, and there left her to see her mother, who is not well. So I into St. James's Park, where I saw the Duke of York playing at Pellmell. The game was originally played in the road now styled Pall Mall, near St. James's Square. But at the Restoration, when sports came in fashion again, the street was so much built over that it became necessary to find another ground. The mall in St. James's Park was then laid out for the purpose. The first time that ever I saw the sport. Then to my lord's, where I dined with my lady, and after we had dined in comes my lord and Ned Pickering hungry, and there was not a bit of meat left in the house, the servants having eat up all, at which my lord was very angry, and at last got something dressed. Then to the Privy Seal and signed some things, and so to Whitefriars and saw The Little Thief, which is a very merry and pretty play, and the little boy do very well. Then to my father's, where I found my mother and my wife in a very good mood, and so left them and went home. Then to the Dolphin to Sir W. Batten and Penn and other company, among others Mr. Delabar, where strange how these men, who at other times are all wise men, do now in their drink, betwit and reproach one another with their former conditions, and their actions as in public concernments, till I was ashamed to see it. But parted all friends at 12 at night, after drinking a great deal of wine, so home and alone to bed. Third, up among my workmen, my head aching all day from last night's debauch. To the office all the morning, and at noon dined with Sir W. Batten and Penn, who would needs have me drink 2 draughts of sack today to cure me of last night's disease, which I thought strange, but I think find it true. The proverb, a hair of the dog that bit you, which probably had originally a literal meaning, has long been used to inculcate the advice of the 2 Sir Williams. Then home with my workmen all the afternoon, at night into the garden to play on my flageolet, it being moonshine, where I stayed a good while, and so home and to bed. This day I hear that the Dutch have sent the king a great present of money, which we think will stop the match with Portugal. And judge this to be the reason that our so great haste in sending the 2 ships to the East Indies is also stayed. Fourth, to my workmen, then to my Lord S., and there dined with Mr. Shepley. After dinner I went in to my lord, and there we had a great deal of musique, and then came my cousin Tom Pepys, and there did accept of the security which we gave him for his L1000 that we borrow of him, and so the money to be paid next week. Then to the Privy Seal, and so with Mr. Moore to my father's, where some friends did sup there, and we with them and late went home, leaving my wife still there. So to bed. Fifth, up among my workmen, and so to the office, and then to Sir W. Penn's with the other Sir William and Sir John Lawson to dinner, and after that, with them to Mr. Lucy S., a merchant, where much good company, and there drank a great deal of wine, and in discourse fell to talk of the weight of people, which did occasion some wagers, and where, among others, I won half a piece to be spent. Then home, and at night to Sir W. Batten S., and there very merry with a good barrel of oysters, and this is the present life I lead. Home and to bed. Sixth, up among my workmen, then to Whitehall, and there at Privy Seal and elsewhere did business, and among other things met with Mr. Townsend, who told of his mistake the other day, to put both his legs through one of his knees of his breeches, and went so all day. Then with Mr. Creed and more to the leg in the palace to dinner which I gave them, and after dinner I saw the girl of the house, being very pretty, go into a chamber, and I went in after her and kissed her. Then by water, Creed and I, to Salisbury Court, and there saw Love's Quarrel acted the first time, but I do not like the design or words. So calling at my father's, where they and my wife well, and so home and to bed. Seventh, Lord's Day. All the morning at home making up my accounts, God forgive me, to give up to my lord this afternoon. Then about 11 o'clock out of doors towards Westminster, and put in at Paul's, where I saw our minister, Mr. Mills, preaching before my Lord Mayor. So to Whitehall, and there I met with Dr. Fuller of Twickenham, newly come from Ireland, and took him to my lord's, where he and I dined. And he did give my lord and me a good account of the condition of Ireland, and how it come to pass, through the joining of the Fanatiques and the Presbyterians, that the latter and the former are in their declaration put together under the names of Fanatiques. After dinner, my lord and I and Mr. Shepley did look over our accounts and settle matters of money between us. And my lord did tell me much of his mind about getting money and other things of his family. And see then to my father's, where I found Mr. Hunt and his wife at supper with my father and mother and my wife, where after supper I left them and so home, and then I went to Sir W. Batten's and resolved of a journey tomorrow to Chatham, and so home and to bed. 8th, up early, my Lady Batten knocking at her door that comes into one of my chambers. I did give directions to my people and workmen, and so about 8 o'clock we took barge at the Tower, Sir William Batten and his lady, Mrs. Turner, Mr. Fowler and I a very pleasant passage, and so to Gravesend, where we dined. And from thence a coach took them and me, and Mr. Fowler with some others came from Rochester to meet us, on horseback. At Rochester, where a light at Mr. Alcock's and there drank and had good sport, with his bringing out so many sorts of cheese. Then to the Hill House at Chatham, where I never was before, and I found a pretty pleasant house and am pleased with the arms that hang up there. Here we supped very merry and late to bed. Sir William telling me that old Edgebarrow, his predecessor, did die and walk in my chamber, did make me somewhat afeard, but not so much as for mirth's sake I did seem. So to bed in the treasurer's chamber. 9th, and lay and slept well till 3 in the morning, and then waking, and by the light of the moon I saw my pillow, which overnight I flung from me, stand upright, but not bethinking myself what it might be, I was a little afeard, but sleep overcame all and so lay till high morning, at which time I had a candle brought me and a good fire made, and in general it was a great pleasure all the time I stayed here to see how I am respected and honored by all people. And I find that I begin to know now how to receive so much reverence, which at the beginning I could not tell how to do. Sir William and I by coach to the dock, and there viewed all the storehouses and the old goods that are this day to be sold, which was great pleasure to me, and so back again by coach home, where we had a good dinner, and among other strangers that come, there was Mr. Hempson and his wife, a pretty woman, and speaks Latin. Mr. Allen and 2 daughters of his, both very tall and the youngest very handsome, so much as I could not forbear to love her exceedingly, having, among other things, the best hand that ever I saw. After dinner, we went to fit books and things, Tom Hayter being this morning come to us for the sale, by an inch of candle, and very good sport we and the ladies that stood by had, to see the people bid. Among other things sold there was all the States' arms, which Sir W. Batten bought, intending to set up some of the images in his garden, and the rest to burn on the coronation night. The sale being done, the ladies and I and Captain Pett and Mr. Castle took barge, and down we went to see the sovereign, which we did, taking great pleasure therein, singing all the way, and among other pleasures I put my lady, Mrs. Turner, Mrs. Hempson, and the 2 Mrs. Allens into the lanthorn, and I went in and kissed them, demanding it as a fee due to a principal officer, with all which we were exceeding merry, and drunk some bottles of wine and neat, tongue. And see then back again home and so supped, and after much mirth to bed. 10th, in the morning to see the dock houses. First, Mr. Pett, the builder, and there was very kindly received, and among other things he did offer my Lady Batten a parrot, the best I ever saw, that knew Mingo so soon as it saw him, having been bred formerly in the house with them. But for talking and singing, I never heard the like. My lady did accept of it. Then to see Commissioner Pett's house, he and his family being absent, and here I wondered how my Lady Batten walked up and down with envious looks to see how neat and rich everything is, and indeed both the house and garden is most handsome, saying that she would get it, for it belonged formerly to the surveyor of the navy. Then on board the Prince, now in the dock, and indeed it has one and no more rich cabins for carved work, but no gold in her. After that back home, and there eat a little dinner. Then to Rochester, and there saw the cathedral, which is now fitting for use, and the organ then a-tuning. Then away thence, observing the great doors of the church, which, they say, was covered with the skins of the Danes. Traditions similar to that at Rochester, here alluded to, are to be found in other places in England. Sir Harry Inglefield, in a communication made to the Society of Antiquaries, July 2nd, 1789, called attention to the curious popular tale preserved in the village of Hadstock, Essex, that the door of the church had been covered with the skin of a Danish pirate who had plundered the church. At Worcester, likewise, it was asserted that the north doors of the cathedral had been covered with the skin of a person who had sacrilegiously robbed the high altar. The date of these doors appears to be the latter part of the 14th century, the north porch having been built about 1385. Dart, in his History of the Abbey Church of St. Peter's, Westminster, 1723, Volume I, Book 2, p. 64, relates a like tradition then preserved in reference to a door, one of three which closed off a chamber from the south transept, namely, a certain building once known as the Chapel of Henry Roman VIII, and used as a revestry. This chamber, he states, is enclosed with three doors, the inner cancellated, the middle, which is very thick, lined with skins like parchment and driven full of nails. These skins, they by tradition tell us, were some skins of the Danes, tanned and given here as a memorial of our delivery from them. Portions of this supposed human skin were examined under the microscope by the late Mr. John Queckett of the Hunterian Museum, who ascertained, beyond question, that in each of the cases the skin was human. From a communication by the late Mr. Albert Way, FSA, to the late Lord Braybrooke. And also had much mirth at a tomb, on which was come sweet Jesu, and I read come sweet Moll, and see, at which Captain Pett and I had good laughter. So to the Salutation Tavern, where Mr. Alcock and many of the town came and entertained us with wine and oysters and other things, and hither come Sir John Minns to us, who is come today to see the Henery, in which he intends to ride as vice-admiral in the narrow seas all this summer. Here much mirth, but I was a little troubled to stay too long, because of going to Hempson's, which afterwards we did, and found it in all things a most pretty house, and rarely furnished, only it had a most ill access on all sides to it, which is a greatest fault that I think can be in a house. Here we had, for my sake, two fiddles, the one a bass viol, on which he that played well some lyra lessons, but both together made the worst musique that ever I heard. We had a fine collation, but I took little pleasure in that, for the illness of the musique and for the intentness of my mind upon Mrs. Rebecca Allen. After we had done eating, the ladies went to dance, and among the men we had, I was forced to dance too, and did make an ugly shift. Mrs. R. Allen danced very well, and seems the best-humored woman that ever I saw. About 9 o'clock Sir William and my lady went home, and we continued dancing an hour or two, and so broke up very pleasant and merry, and so walked home, I leading Mrs. Rebecca, who seemed, I know not why, in that and other things, to be desirous of my favors and would in all things show me respects. Going home, she would needs have me sing, and I did pretty well and was highly esteemed by them. So to Captain Allen's, where we were last night, and heard him play on the harpsichon, and I find him to be a perfect good musician. And there, having no mind to leave Mrs. Rebecca, what with talk and singing, her father and I, Mrs. Turner and I stayed there till 2 o'clock in the morning and was most exceeding merry, and I had the opportunity of kissing Mrs. Rebecca very often. Among other things, Captain Pett was saying that he thought that he had got his wife with child since I came thither, which I took hold of, and was merrily asking him what he would take to have it said for my honor that it was of my getting. He merrily answered that he would if I would promise to be godfather to it if it did come within the time just, and I said that I would, so that I must remember to compute it when the time comes. 11th. At 2 o'clock, with very great mirth, we went to our lodging and to bed, and lay till 7, and then called up by Sir W. Batten, so I arose and we did some business, and then came Captain Allen, and he and I withdrew and sang a song or two, and among others took pleasure in Go and Be Hanged, That's Goodbye. The young ladies come too, and so I did again please myself with Mrs. Rebecca, and about 9 o'clock, after we had breakfasted, we set forth for London, and indeed I was a little troubled to part with Mrs. Rebecca, for which God forgive me. Thus we went away through Rochester, calling and taking leave of Mr. Alcock at the door, Capt. Cuttance going with us. We baited at Dartford, and thence to London, but of all the journeys that ever I made this was the merriest, and I was in a strange mood for mirth. Among other things, I got my lady to let her maid, Mrs. Ann, to ride all the way on horseback, and she rides exceeding well, and so I called her my clerk, that she went to wait upon me. I met 2 little schoolboys going with pitchers of ale to their schoolmaster to break up against Easter, and I did drink of some of one of them and give him 2 pence. By and by we come to 2 little girls keeping cows, and I saw one of them very pretty, so I had a mind to make her ask my blessing, and telling her that I was her godfather, she asked me innocently whether I was not Ned Wooding, and I said that I was, so she kneeled down and very simply called, "Pray, Godfather, pray to God to bless me," which made us very merry, and I gave her tuppence. In several places, I asked women whether they would sell me their children, but they denied me all, but said they would give me one to keep for them, if I would. Mrs. Ann and I rode under the man that hangs upon Shooter's Hill. Shooter's Hill, Kent, between the 8th and 9th milestones on the Dover Road. It was long a notorious haunt of highwaymen. The custom was to leave the bodies of criminals hanging until the bones fell to the ground. And a filthy sight it was to see how his flesh is shrunk to his bones. So home and I found all well, and a deal of work done since I went. I sent to see how my wife do, who is well, and my brother John come from Cambridge. To Sir W. Batten, S. and there supped, and very merry with the young ladles. So to bed very sleepy for last night's work, concluding that it is the pleasantest journey in all respects that ever I had in my life. 12th. Up among my workmen, and about 7 o'clock comes my wife to see me and my brother John with her, who I am glad to see, but I sent them away because of going to the office, and there dined with Sir W. Batten all fish dinner, it being Good Friday. Then home and looking over my workmen, and then into the city and saw in what forwardness all things are for the coronation, which will be very magnificent. Then back again home and to my chamber, to set down in my diary all my late journey, which I do with great pleasure. And while I am now writing comes one with a ticket to invite me to Captain Robert Blake's burial, for whose death I am very sorry, and do much wonder at it, he being a little while since a very likely man to live as any I knew. Since my going out of town, there is one Alexander Ross taken and sent to the counter by Sir Thomas Allen, for counterfeiting my hand to a ticket, and we this day at the office have given order to Mr. Smith to prosecute him. To bed. 13th. To Whitehall by water from Tower Wharf, where we could not pass the ordinary way, because they were mending of the great stone steps against the coronation. With Sir W. Penn, then to my lord's, and thence with Capt. Cuttance and Capt. Clark to drink our morning draught together, and before we could get back again, my lord was gone out. So to Whitehall again and met with my lord above with the Duke. And after a little talk with him, I went to the banquet house, and there saw the king heal, the first time that ever I saw him do it, which he did with great gravity, and it seemed to me to be an ugly office and a simple one. That done to my lord, S. and dined there, and so by water with Parson Turner towards London, and upon my telling of him of Mr. Moore to be a fit man to do his business with Bishop Wren, about which he was going, he went back out of my boat into another to Whitehall. And so I forwards home and thereby and by took coach with Sir W. Penn and Captain Turn, and went to the burial of Captain Robert Blake, at Wapping, and there had each of us a ring, but it being dirty. We would not go to church with them, but with our coach we returned home, and there stayed a little, and then he and I alone to the Dolphin, Sir W. Batten being this day gone with his wife to Walthamstow to keep Easter, and there had a supper by ourselves, we both being very hungry, and staying there late drinking I became very sleepy, and so we went home and I to bed. 14th Easter, Lord's Day, in the morning towards my father S., and by the way heard Mr. Jacomb at Ludgate upon these words, Christ loved you and therefore let us love one another, and made a lazy sermon like a Presbyterian. Then to my father's and dined there, and Dr. Fairbrother lately come to town with us. After dinner I went to the temple and there heard Dr. Griffith, a good sermon for the day, so with Mr. Moore, whom I met there to my Lord S., and there he showed me a copy of my Lord Chancellor's patent for Earl, and I read the preamble, which is very short, modest, and good. Here my lord saw us and spoke to me about getting Mr. Moore to come and govern his house while he goes to sea, which I promised him to do and did afterwards speak to Mr. Moore, and he is willing. Then hearing that Mr. Barnwell was come, with some of my lord's little children, yesterday to town, to see the coronation, I went and found them at the Goat at Charing Cross, and there I went and drank with them a good while, whom I found in very good health and very merry then to my father S. And after supper seemed willing to go home, and my wife seeming to be so too I went away in a discontent, but she, poor wretch, followed me as far in the rain and dark as Fleet Bridge to fetch me back again. And so I did, and lay with her tonight, which I have not done these 8 or 10 days before. 15th. From my father's, it being a very foul morning for the king and lords to go to Windsor, I went to the office and there met Mr. Coventry and Sir Robert. Slingsby, but did no business, but only appoint to go to Deptford together tomorrow. Mr. Coventry being gone, and I having at home laid up L200 which I had brought this morning home from Alderman Backwell. I went home by coach with Sir R. Slingsby and dined with him, and had a very good dinner. His lady seems a good woman and very desirous they were to hear this noon by the post how the election has gone at Newcastle, wherein he is concerned, but the letters are not come yet. To my uncle White and after a little stay with them he and I to Mr. Rawlinson and there stayed all the afternoon, it being very foul, and had a little talk with him what good I might make of these ships that go to Portugal by venturing some money by them, and he will give me an answer to it shortly. So home and sent for the barber, and after that to bed. 16th. So soon as word was brought me that Mr. Coventry was come with the barge to the Tower, I went to him, and found him reading of the Psalms in shorthand, which he is now busy about, and had good sport about the long marks that are made there for sentences in divinity, which he is never like to make use of. Here he and I sat till the controller came, and then we put off for Deptford, where we went on board the King's pleasure boat that Commissioner Pett is making, and indeed it will be a most pretty thing. From thence to Commer, Pett's lodging, and there had a good breakfast, and in came the two Sir WMS. From Walthamstow, and so we sat down and did a great deal of public business about the fitting of the fleet that is now going out. That done we went to the Globe and there had a good dinner, and by took barge again and so home. By the way they would have me sing, which I did to Mr. Coventry, who went up to Sir William Batten, and there we stayed and talked a good while, and then broke up and I home, and then to my father's and there lay with my wife. 17th. By land and saw the arches, which are now almost done and are very fine, and I saw the picture of the ships and other things this morning, set up before the East Indy House, which are well done. So to the office, and that being done I went to dinner with Sir W. Batten, and then home to my workmen, and saw them go on with great content to me. Then comes Mr. Allen of Chatham, and I took him to the Mitre and there did drink with him, and did get of him the song that pleased me so well there the other day, of Shit and Come Shites the beginning of love. His daughters are to come to town tomorrow, but I know not whether I shall see them or no. That done I went to the Dolphin by appointment, and there I met Sir WMS. Both and Mr. Castle, and did eat a barrel of oysters and 2 lobsters, which I did give them, and were very merry. Here we had great talk of Mr. Warren's being knighted by the King, and Sir W.B. seemed to be very much incensed against him. So home. 18th. Up with my workmen, and then about 9 o'clock took horse with both the Sir Williams for Walthamstow, and there we found my lady and her daughters all. And a pleasant day it was, and all things else, but that my lady was in a bad mood, which we were troubled at, and had she been noble she would not have been so with her servants, when we came thither. And this Sir W. Penn took notice of, as well as I after dinner we all went to the church stile, and there eat and drank, and I was as merry as I could counterfeit myself to be. Then, it raining hard, we left Sir W. Bat, and we two returned and called at Mr. N. drank some brave wine there. And then homewards again, and in our way met with 2 country fellows upon 1 horse, which I did, without much ado, give the way to, but Sir W. Penn would not, but struck them and they him, and so passed away, but they giving him some high words, he went back again and struck them off their horse in a simple fury, and without much honor in my mind, and so came away. Home and I sat with him a good while talking, and then home and to bed. 19th. Among my workmen and then to the office, and after that dined with Sir W. Batten, and then home, where Sir W. Warren came, and I took him and Mr. Shepley and more with me to the Mitre. And there I cleared with Warren for the deals I bought lately for my lord of him, and he went away. And we stayed afterwards a good while and talked, and so parted, it being so foul that I could not go to Whitehall to see the Knights of the Bath made today, which do trouble me mightily. So home, and having stayed a while till Will came in, with whom I was vexed for staying abroad, he comes, and then I went by water to my father, and then after supper to bed with my wife. 20th. Here comes my boy to tell me that the Duke of York had sent for all the principal officers, and to come to him today. So I went by water to Mr. Coventry, and there stayed and talked a good while with him till all the rest come. We went up and saw the Duke dress himself, and in his night habit he is a very plain man. Then he sent us to his closet, where we saw among other things 2 very fine chests, covered with gold and Indian varnish, given him by the East India Company of Holland. The Duke comes, and after he had told us that the fleet was designed for Algiers, which was kept from us till now, we did advise about many things as to the fitting of the fleet, and so went away. And from thence to the Privy Seal, where little to do, and after that took Mr. Creed and Moore and gave them their morning draught, and after that to my lord's, where Sir W. Penn came to me, and dined with my lord. After dinner he and others that dined there went away, and then my lord looked upon his pages and footmen's liveries, which are come home today, and will be handsome, though not gaudy. Then with my lady and my lady right to Whitehall, and in the banqueting house saw the king create my lord chancellor and several others, earls and Mr. Crewe and several others barons, the first being led up by heralds and 5 old earls to the king, and there the patent is read, and the king puts on his vest and sword and coronet and gives him the patent. And then he kisseth the king's hand, and rises and stands covered before the king. And the same for the barons, only he is led up but by 3 of the old barons, and are girt with swords before they go to the king. That being done, which was very pleasant to see their habits, I carried my lady back, and I found my lord angry, for that his page had let my lord's new beaver be changed for an old hat. Then I went away, and with Mr. Creed to the exchange and bought some things, as gloves and bandstrings, and see so back to the cockpit. And there, by the favor of one Mr. Bowman, he and I got in, and there saw the king and Duke of York and his duchess, which is a plain woman, and like her mother, my lady chancellor. And so saw the humorsome lieutenant acted before the king, but not very well done. But my pleasure was great to see the manner of it, and so many great beauties, but above all Mrs. Palmer, with whom the king do discover a great deal of familiarity. So Mr. Creed and I, the play being done, went to Mrs. Harper S., and there sat and drank, it being about 12 at night. The ways being now so dirty, and stopped up with the rails which are this day set up in the streets, I would not go home, but went with him to his lodging at Mr. Ware S., and there lay all night. 21st, Lord's Day. In the morning we were troubled to hear it rain as it did, because of the great show tomorrow. After I was ready I walked to my father's, and there found the late maid to be gone and another come by my mother's choice, which my father do not like, and so great difference there will be between my father and mother about it. Here dined Dr. Thos, Pepys and Dr. Farabrother, and all our talk about tomorrow's show, and our trouble that it is like to be a wet day. After dinner comes in my cause. Snow and his wife and I think stay there till the show be over. Then I went home, and all the way is so thronged with people to see the triumphal arches that I could hardly pass for them. So home, people being at church, and I got home unseen, and so up to my chamber and saw done these last 5 or 6 days' diaries. My mind a little troubled about my workmen, which, being foreigners were workmen dwelling outside the city, are like to be troubled by a couple of lazy rogues that worked with me the other day, that are citizens, and so my work will be hindered, but I must prevent it if I can. 22d. King's going from Ye Tower to Whitehall. The king in the early morning of the 22nd went from Whitehall to the Tower by water, so that he might proceed from thence through the city to Westminster Abbey, there to be crowned. Up early and made myself as fine as I could, and put on my velvet coat, the first day that I put it on, though made half a year ago. And being ready, Sir W. Batten, my lady, and his 2 daughters and his son and wife, and Sir W. Penn and his son and I, went to Mr. Young's, the flagmaker, in Cornhill. The members of the Navy Office appear to have chosen Mr. Young's house on account of its nearness to the 2nd Triumphal Arch, situated near the Royal Exchange, which was dedicated to the Navy. And there we had a good room to ourselves, with wine and good cake, and saw the show very well, in which it is impossible to relate the glory of this day, expressed in the clothes of them that rid, and their horses and horses' clothes, among others, my Lord Sandwich S. Embroidery and diamonds were ordinary among them. The Knights of the Bath was a brave sight of itself, and their esquires, among which Mr. Armiger was an esquire to one of the knights. Remarkable were the 2 men that represent the 2 dukes of Normandy and Aquitaine. The bishops come next after barons, which is the higher place, which makes me think that the next Parliament they will be called to the House of Lords. My Lord Monk rode bare after the king, and led in his hand a spare horse, as being master of the horse. The king, in a most rich embroidered suit and cloak, looked most noble. Wadlow. Simon Wadlow was the original of old Sir Simon the King, the favourite heir of Squire Western in Tom Jones. Hang up all the poor hop drinkers, cries old Sim, the king of skinkers. Ben Jonson, verses over the door into the Apollo. The vintner at the Devil, in Fleet Street, did lead a fine company of soldiers, all young comely men in white doublets. There followed the Vice-Chamberlain, Sir G. Carteret, a company of men all like Turks, but I know not yet what they are for. The streets all gravelled, and the houses hung with carpets before them made brave show, and the ladies out of the windows, one of which over against us I took much notice of, and spoke of her, which made good sport among us. So glorious was the show with gold and silver, that we were not able to look at it, our eyes at last being so much overcome with it. Both the king and the Duke of York took notice of us, as he saw us at the window. The show being ended, Mr. Young did give us a dinner, at which we were very merry, and pleased above imagination at what we have seen. Sir W. Batten going home, he and I called and drunk some mum. Mum, ale brewed with wheat at Brunswick. Sedulous and stout with bowls of fattening mum. J. Phillips cider, volume Roman 2, p. 231. And laid our wager about my Lady Falconbridge's name. Mary, third daughter of Oliver Cromwell, and second wife of Thomas Bellasyse, second Viscount Fauconberg, created Earl of Fauconberg, April 9th, 1689. Which he says not to be merry, and so I won above 20s. So home, where Will and the boy stayed and saw the show upon Tower Hill and Jane at tea. Pepys's, the Turner and my wife at Charles Glasscock's in Fleet Street. In the evening by water to Whitehall to my Lord S., and there I spoke with my lord. He talked with me about his suit, which was made in France and cost him L200, and very rich it is with embroidery. I lay with Mr. Shepley and Coronation Day. 23d. About 4 I rose and got to the Abbey, where I followed Sir J. Denham, the surveyor, with some company that he was leading in. And with much ado, by the favour of Mr. Cooper, his man, did get up into a great scaffold across the north end of the Abbey, where with a great deal of patience I sat from past 4 till 11 before the king came in. And a great pleasure it was to see the Abbey raised in the middle, all covered with red, and a throne, that is a chair and footstool on the top of it, and all the officers of all kinds, so much as the very fiddlers in red vests. At last comes in the Dean and Prebends of Westminster, with the bishops, many of them in cloth of gold copes, and after them the nobility, all in their parliament robes, which was a most magnificent sight. Then the Duke and the King with a sceptre, carried by my Lord Sandwich, and sword and moaned. Mind or orb of gold, with a cross set with precious stones, carried by the Duke of Buckingham. Before him, and the crown too. The King in his robes, bareheaded, which was very fine. And after all had placed themselves, there was a sermon and the service. And then in the choir at the high altar, the King passed through all the ceremonies of the coronation, which to my great grief I and most in the Abbey could not see. The crown being put upon his head, a great shout begun, and he came forth to the throne, and there passed more ceremonies. As taking the oath, and having things read to him by the bishop, and his lords, who put on their caps as soon as the king put on his crown. As yet barons had no coronet. A grant of that outward mark of dignity was made to them by Charles soon after his coronation. Queen Elizabeth had assigned coronets to Viscounts. B. And bishops come and kneeled before him. And 3 times the king at arms went to the 3 open places on the scaffold, and proclaimed that if anyone could show any reason why Charles Stuart should not be King of England, that now he should come and speak. And a general pardon also was read by the Lord Chancellor, and medals flung up and down by my Lord Cornwallis of silver, but I could not come by any. But so great a noise that I could make but little of the musique, and indeed it was lost to every body. But I had so great a lust to, that I went out a little while before the king had done all his ceremonies, and went round the Abbey to Westminster Hall, all the way within rails, and 10,000 people, with the ground covered with blue cloth, and scaffolds all the way. Into the hall I got, where it was very fine with hangings and scaffolds one upon another full of brave ladies, and my wife in one little one, on the right hand. Here I stayed walking up and down, and at last upon one of the side stalls I stood, and saw the king come in with all the persons, but the soldiers that were yesterday in the cavalcade, and a most pleasant sight it was to see them in their several robes. And the king came in with his crown on, and his sceptre in his hand, under a canopy borne up by 6 silver staves, carried by barons of the Cinque Ports. Pepys was himself one of the barons of the Cinque Ports at the coronation of James Roman II. And little bells at every end. And after a long time, he got up to the farther end, and all set themselves down at their several tables, and that was also a brave sight, and the king's first course carried up by the Knights of the Bath. And many fine ceremonies there was of the heralds leading up people before him, and bowing, and my Lord of Albemarle's going to the kitchen and eat a bit of the first dish that was to go to the king's table. But above all was these three lords, Northumberland and Suffolk, and the Duke of Ormond, coming before the courses on horseback, and staying so all dinner time, and at last to bring up the king's champion, all in armor on horseback, with his spear and target carried before him. And a herald proclaims that if any dare deny Charles Stuart to be lawful king of England, here was a champion that would fight with him. The terms of the champion's challenge were as follows. If any person of what degree soever, high or low, shall deny or gainsay our sovereigny Lord King Charles II, King of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland, defender of the faith, son and next heir to our sovereigny Lord Charles I, the last king deceased, to be right heir to the imperial crown of this realmy of England, or that be ought not to enjoy the same. Here is his champion, who saith that he lieth and is a false traitor, being ready in person to combat with him, and in this quarrel will venture his life against him, on what day soever he shall be appointed. And with these words the champion flings down his gauntlet, and all this he do 3 times in his going up towards the king's table. At last when he is come, the king drinks to him, and then sends him the cup which is of gold, and he drinks it off, and then rides back again with the cup in his hand. I went from table to see the bishops and all others at their dinner, and was infinitely pleased with it. And at the Lord's table, I met with William Howe, and he spoke to my lord for me, and he did give me 4 rabbits and a pullet, and so I got it, and Mr. Creed and I got Mr. Mitchell to give us some bread, and so we at a stall eat it, as everybody else did what they could get. I took a great deal of pleasure to go up and down, and look upon the ladies, and to hear the musique of all sorts, but above all, the 24 violins. About 6 at night they had dined, and I went up to my wife, and there met with a pretty lady, Mrs. Frankline, a doctor's wife, a friend of Mr. Bowyer's, and kissed them both, and by took them down to Mr. Bowyer's. And strange it is to think that these 2 days have held up fair till now that all is done, and the king gone out of the hall, and then it fell raining and thundering and lightning as I have not seen it do for some years, which people did take great notice of. God's blessing of the work of these 2 days, which is a foolery to take too much notice of such things. I observed little disorder in all this, but only the king's footmen had got hold of the canopy, and would keep it from the barons of the Cinque Ports. Bishop Kennet gives a somewhat fuller account of this unseemly broil. No sooner had the aforesaid barons brought up the king to the foot of the stairs in Westminster Hall, ascending to his throne, and turned on the left hand, towards their own table out of the way. But the king's footmen most insolently and violently seized upon the canopy, which the barons endeavoring to keep and defend, were by their number and strength dragged clown to the lower end of the hall, nevertheless still keeping their hold. And had not Mr. Owen York Herald, being accidentally near the hall door, and seeing the contest, caused the same to be shut, the footmen had certainly carried it away by force. But in the interim also, speedy notice hereof having been given the king, one of the queries were sent from him, with command to imprison the footmen and dismiss them out of his service, which put an end to the present disturbance. These footmen were also commanded to make their submission to the Court of Claims, which was accordingly done by them the 30th April following, and the canopy then delivered back to the said barons. Whilst this disturbance happened, the upper end of the first table, which had been appointed for the barons of the Cinque Ports, was taken up by the bishops, judges, and see, probably nothing loth to take precedence of them. And the poor barons, naturally unwilling to lose their dinner, were necessitated to eat it at the bottom of the second table, below the masters of chancery and others of the long robe, B, which they endeavored to force from them again, but could not do it till my Lord Duke of Albemarle caused it to be put into Sir R.P.'s hand till tomorrow to be decided. At Mr. Bowyer's, a great deal of company, some I knew, others I did not. Here we stayed upon the leads and below till it was late, expecting to see the fireworks, but they were not performed tonight. Only the city had a light like a glory round about it with bonfires. At last I went to King Street, and there sent Crockford to my father's and my house, to tell them I could not come home tonight because of the dirt, and a coach could not be had. And so, after drinking a pot of ale alone at Mrs. Harper's, I returned to Mr. Boger S., and after a little stay, more I took my wife and Mrs. Frankline, who I proffered the civility of lying with my wife at Mrs. Hunt's tonight, to Axe Yard, in which at the further end there were 3 great bonfires, and a great many great gallants, men and women. And they laid hold of us, and would have us drink the king's health upon our knees, kneeling upon a faggot, which we all did, they drinking to us one after another. Which we thought a strange forleak, but these gallants continued thus a great while, and I wondered to see how the ladies did tipple. At last I sent my wife and her bedfellow to bed, and Mr. Hunt and I went in with Mr. Thornbury, who did give the company all their wine, he being yeoman of the wine cellar to the king to his house. And there, with his wife and 2 of his sisters, and some gallant sparks that were there, we drank the king's health, and nothing else, till one of the gentlemen fell down stark drunk, and there lay spewing, and I went to my lord's pretty well. But no sooner abed with Mr. Shepley, but my head began to hum, and I to vomit, and if ever I was foxed it was now, which I cannot say yet, because I fell asleep and slept till morning. Only when I waked I found myself wet with my spewing. Thus did the day end with joy everywhere, and blessed be God, I have not heard of any mischance to any body through it all, but only to Serged Glynn, whose horse fell upon him yesterday, and is like to kill him, which people do please themselves to see how just God is to punish the rogue at such a time as this, he being now one of the king's sergeants, and rode in the cavalcade with Maynard, to whom people wish the same fortune. There was also this night in King Street, had her eye put out by a boy's flinging a firebrand into the coach. Now, after all this, I can say that, besides the pleasure of the sight of these glorious things, I may now shut my eyes against any other objects, nor for the future trouble myself to see things of state and show, as being sure never to see the like again in this world. 24th. Waked in the morning with my head in a sad taking through the last night's drink, which I am very sorry for, so rose and went out with Mr. Creed to drink our morning draught, which he did give me in chocolate. Chocolate was introduced into England about the year 1652. In the Public Advertiser of Tuesday, June 1622, 1657, we find the following. In Bishopsgate Street in Queen's Head Alley at a Frenchman's house is an excellent West India drink called chocolate, to be sold, where you may have it ready at any time and also unmade at reasonable rates. M.B. To settle my stomach. And after that I to my wife, who lay with Mrs. Franklin at the next door to Mrs. Hunt S., and they were ready, and so I took them up in a coach and carried the ladies to Paul S., and there set her down, and so my wife and I home, and I to the office. That being done, my wife and I went to dinner to Sir W. Batten, and all our talk about the happy conclusion of these last solemnities. After dinner home, and advised with my wife about ordering things in my house, and then she went away to my father's to lie, and I stayed with my workmen, who do please me very well with their work. At night, set myself to write down these 3 days' diary, and while I am about it, I hear the noise of the chambers and other things of the fireworks, which are now playing upon the Thames before the king, and I wish myself with them, being sorry not to see them. So to bed. 25th. All the morning with my workmen with great pleasure to see them near coming to an end. At noon, Mr. Moore and I went to an ordinary at the King's Head in Tower Street, and there had a dirty dinner. Afterwards home, and having done some business with him, in comes Mr. Shepley and Pierce the surgeon, and they and I to the Mitre, and there stayed a while and drank, and so home, and after a little rending to bed. 26th. At the office all the morning, and at noon dined by myself at home on a piece of meat from the cook S., and so at home all the afternoon with my workmen, and at night to bed, having some thoughts to order my business so as to go to Portsmouth the next week with Sir Robert Slingsby. 27th. In the morning to my Lord S., and there dined with my lady, and after dinner with Mr. Creed and Captain Furrs to the theatre to see the chances, and after that to the Cock Ale-house, where we had a harp and violin played to us, and so home by coach to Sir W. Batten S., who seems so inquisitive when my house will be made an end of that I am troubled to go thither. So home with some trouble in my mind about it. 28th, Lord's Day. In the morning to my father's, where I dined, and in the afternoon to their church, where come Mrs. Turner and Mrs. Edward Pepys and several other ladies. And so I went out of the pew into another. And after sermon home with them, and there stayed a while and talked with them, and was sent for to my father's, where my cousin Angier and his wife, of Cambridge, to whom I went and was glad to see them, and sent for wine for them, and they supped with my father. After supper, my father told me of an odd passage the other night in bed between my mother and him, and she would not let him come to bed to her out of jealousy of him and an ugly wench that lived there lately, the most ill-favored slut that ever I saw in my life, which I was ashamed to hear that my mother should be become such a fool, and my father bid me to take notice of it to my mother, and to make peace between him and her. All which do trouble me very much. So to bed to my wife. 29th. Up and with my father towards my house, and by the way met with Lord Lambert, and with him to the Dolphin in Tower Street, and drank our morning draught, he being much troubled about his being offered a fourth-rate ship to be lieutenant of her now. He has been 2 years lieutenant in a first-rate. So to the office, where it is determined that I should go tomorrow to Portsmouth. So I went out of the office to Whitehall presently, and there spoke with Sir W. Penn and Sir George Carteret, and had their advice as to my going, and so back again home, where I directed Mr. Hayter what to do in order to our going tomorrow, and so back again by coach to Whitehall, and there eat something in the buttery at my Lord S. with John Goods and Ned Osgood. And so home again, and gave order to my workmen what to do in my absence. At night to Sir W. Batten S., and by his and Sir W. Penn's persuasion I sent for my wife from my father's, who came to us to Mrs. Turner S., where we were all at a collation tonight till 12 o'clock, there being a gentlewoman there that did play well and sang well to the harpsichon, and very merry we were. So home and to bed, where my wife had not lain a great while. 30th. This morning, after order given to my workmen, my wife and I and Mr. Creed took coach, and in Fish Street took up Mr. Hayter and his wife, who through her mask seemed at first to be an old woman, but afterwards I found her to be a very pretty modest black woman. We got a small bait at Leatherhead, and so to Godalming, where we lay all night, and were very merry, having this day no other extraordinary rencontre, but my hat falling off my head at Newington into the water, by which it was spoiled, and I ashamed of it. I am sorry that I am not at London, to be at Hyde Park tomorrow, among the great gallants and ladies, which will be very fine. May 1661. May 1st. Up early and baited at Petersfield, in the room which the king lay in lately at his being there. Here very merry, and played us and our wives at bowls. Then we set forth again, and so to Portsmouth, seeming to me to be a very pleasant and strong place. And we lay at the Red Lion, where Haselrig and Scott and Walton did hold their council, when they were here, against Lambert and the Committee of Safety. Several officers of the yard came to see us tonight, and merry we were, but troubled to have no better lodgings. Second, up and Mr. Creed and I to walk round the town upon the walls. Then to our inn, and there all the officers of the yard to see me with great respect, and I walked with them to the dock and saw all the stores, and much pleased with the sight of the place. Back and brought them all to dinner with me, and treated them handsomely, and so after dinner by water to the yard, and there we made the sale of the old provisions. Then we and our wives all to see the Montagu, which is a fine ship, and so to the town again by water, and then to see the room where the Duke of Buckingham was killed by Felton, 1628. So to our lodging, and to supper, and to bed. Tonight came Mr. Stevens to town to help us to pay off the fox. Third, early to walk with Mr. Creed up and down the town, and it was in his and some others' thoughts to have got me made free of the town, but the mayor, it seems, unwilling, and so they could not do it. Then to the payhouse, and there paid off the ship, and so to a short dinner, and then took coach, leaving Mrs. Hayter there to stay with her husband's friends, and we to Petersfield, having nothing more of trouble in all my journey, but the exceeding unmannerly and most epicure-like palate of Mr. Creed. Here my wife and I lay in the room the Queen lately lay at her going into France. Fourth, up in the morning and took coach, and so to Guildford, where we lay at the Red Lion, the best inn, and lay in the room the King lately lay in, where we had time to see the hospital, built by Archbishop Abbot and the Free School, and were civilly treated by the maester. So to supper and to bed, being very merry about our discourse with the drawers concerning the minister of the town, with a red face and a girdle. So to bed, where we lay and sleep well. Fifth, Lord's Day. Mr. Creed and I went to the red-faced parson's church and heard a good sermon of him, better than I looked for. Then home, and had a good dinner, and after dinner fell in some talk in divinity with Mr. Stevens that kept us till it was past church time. Anon we walked into the garden, and there played the fool a great while, trying who of Mr. Creed or I could go best over the edge of an old fountain well, and I won a quart of sack of him. Then to supper in the banquet house, and there my wife and I did talk high, she against and I for Mrs. Pierce, that she was a beauty, till we were both angry. Then to walk in the fields, and so to our quarters and to bed. Sixth, up by 4 o'clock and took coach. Mr. Creed rode, and left us that we know not whither he went. We went on, thinking to be at home before the officers rose, but finding we could not, we stayed by the way and eat some cakes, and so home, where I was much troubled to see no more work done in my absence than there was, but it could not be helped. I sent my wife to my father S., and I went and sat till late with my Lady Batten, both the Sir Williams being gone this day to pay off some ships at Deptford. So home, and to bed without seeing of them. I hear tonight that the Duke of York's son is this day dead, which I believe will please every body, and I hear that the Duke and his lady themselves are not much troubled at it. Seventh, in the morning to Mr. Coventry, Sir G. Carteret, and my lords to give them an account of my return. My lady, I find, is, since my going, gone to the wardrobe. Then with Mr. Creed into London, to several places about his and my business, being much stopped in our way by the city trainabands, who go in much solemnity and pomp this day to muster before the king and the duke, and shops in the city are shut up everywhere all this day. He carried me to an ordinary by the Old Exchange, where we come a little too late, but we had very good cheer for our 18d. A piece, and an excellent droll too, my host, and his wife so fine a woman, and sung and played so well that I stayed a great while and drunk a great deal of wine. Then home and stayed among my workmen all day, and took order for things for the finishing of their work, and so at night to Sir W. Batten S., and there supped, and so home and to bed, having sent my lord a letter tonight to excuse myself for not going with him tomorrow to the Hope, whither he is to go to see in what condition the fleet is in. Eighth, this morning came my brother John to take his leave of me, he being to return to Cambridge tomorrow, and after I had chid him for going with my will the other day to Deptford with the principal officers, I did give him some good counsel and 20s in money, and so he went away. All this day I stayed at home with my workmen without eating anything, and took much pleasure to see my work go forward. At night comes my wife not well from my father's, having had a foretooth drawn out today, which do trouble me, and the more because I am now in the greatest of all my dirt. My will also returned tonight pretty well, he being gone yesterday not very well to his father's. Today I received a letter from my uncle, to beg an old fiddle of me for my cousin Perkin, the miller, whose mill the wind hath lately broke down, and now he hath nothing to live by but fiddling, and he must needs have it against Whitsuntide to play to the country girls. But it vexed me to see how my uncle writes to me, as if he were not able to buy him one. But I intend tomorrow to send him one. At night, I set down my journal of my late journey to this time, and so to bed. My wife not being well, and I very angry with her for her coming hither in that condition. Ninth, With my workmen all the morning, my wife being ill and in great pain with her old pain, which troubled me much because that my house is in this condition of dirt. In the afternoon, I went to Whitehall and there spoke with my lord at his lodgings, and there being with him my Lord Chamberlain, I spoke for my old waterman Payne to get into White's place, who was waterman to my Lord Chamberlain, and is now to go master of the barge to my lord to sea, and my Lord Chamberlain did promise that Payne should be entertained in White's place with him. From thence to Sir G. Carteret, and there did get his promise for the payment of the remainder of the bill of Mr. Creed. S. Wherein of late I have been so much concerned, which did so much rejoice me that I meeting with Mr. Childa took him to the Swan Tavern in King Street, and there did give him a tankard of white wine and sugar. The popular taste was formerly for sweet wines, and sugar was frequently mixed with the wine, and so I went by water home and set myself to get my lord's accounts made up, which was till 9 at night before I could finish, and then I walked to the wardrobe, being the first time I was there since my lady came thither, who I found all alone, and so she showed me all the lodgings as they are now fitted, and they seem pretty pleasant. By and by comes in my lord, and so, after looking over my accounts, I returned home, being a dirty and dark walk. So to bed. 10th, at the office all the morning, and the afternoon among my workmen with great pleasure, because being near an end of their work. This afternoon came Mr. Blackburn and Creed to see me, and I took them to the Dolphin, and there drank a great deal of Rhenish wine with them, and so home, having some talk with Mr. Blackburn about his kinsman my Will, and he did give me good satisfaction in that it is his desire that his kinsman should do me all service, and that he would give him the best counsel he could to make him good. Which I begin of late to fear that he will not because of the bad company that I find that he do begin to take. This afternoon Mr. Hayter received for me the L225 due upon Mr. Creed's bill, in which I am concerned so much, which do make me very glad. At night to Sir W. Batten and sat a while. So to bed. 11th. This morning I went by water with Payne, Mr. Moore being with me, to my Lord Chamberlain at Whitehall, and there spoke with my lord, and he did accept of Payne for his waterman, as I had lately endeavoured to get him to be. After that Mr. Cooling did give Payne an order to be entertained, and so I left him and Mr. Moore, and I went to Gray's Inn Knee, and there to a barber's where I was trimmed, and had my hair cut, in which I am lately become a little curious, finding that the length of it do become me very much. So, calling at my father's, I went home, and there stayed and saw my workmen follow their work, which this night is brought to a very good condition. This afternoon Mr. Shepley, Moore, and Creed came to me all about their several accounts with me, and we did something with them all, and so they went away. This evening Mr. Hayter brought my last quarter's salary, of which I was very glad, because I have lost my first bill for it, and so this morning was forced to get another signed by 3 of my fellow officers for it. All this evening till late setting my accounts and papers in order, and so to bed. 12th. My wife had a very troublesome night this night and in great pain, but about the morning her swelling broke, and she was in great ease presently as she useth to be. So I put an event, which Dr. Williams sent me yesterday, into the hole to keep it open till all the matter be come out, and so I question not that she will soon be well again. I stayed at home all this morning, being the Lord's day, making up my private accounts and setting papers in order. At noon went with my Lady Montagu at the wardrobe, but I found it so late that I came back again, and so dined with my wife in her chamber. After dinner, I went a while to my chamber to set my papers right. Then I walked forth towards Westminster, and at the Savoy heard Dr. Fuller preach upon David's words, I will wait with patience all the days of my appointed time until my change comes. But methought it was a poor dry sermon. And I am afeard my former high esteem of his preaching was more out of opinion than judgment. From thence homewards, but met with Mr. Creed, with whom I went and walked in Gray's Inn walks, and from thence to Islington, and there eat and drank at the house my father and we were wont of old to go to. And after that walked homeward, and parted in Smithfield. And so I home, much wondering to see how things are altered with Mr. Creed, who 12 months ago might have been got to hang himself almost as soon as go to a drinking house on a Sunday. 13th. All the morning at home among my workmen. At noon, Mr. Creed and I went to the ordinary behind the Exchange where we lately were, but I do not like it so well as I did. So home with him and to the office, where we sat late, and he did deliver his accounts to us. The office being done, I went home and took pleasure to see my work draw to an end. 14th. Up early and by water to Whitehall to my lord, and there had much talk with him about getting some money for him. He told me of his intention to get the muster master's place for Mr. Pierce, the purser, who he has a mind to carry to sea with him, and spoke very slightingly of Mr. Creed, as that he had no opinion at all of him, but only he was forced to make use of him because of his present accounts. Thence to drink with Mr. Shepley and Mr. Pinkney, and so home and among my workmen all day. In the evening Mr. Shepley came to me for some money, and so he and I to the Mitre, and there we had good wine and a gammon of bacon. My uncle White, Mr. Talbot, and others were with us, and we were pretty merry. So at night home and to bed, finding my head grow weak nowadays if I come to drink wine, and therefore hope that I shall leave it off of myself, which I pray God I could do. 15th. With my workmen all day till the afternoon, and then to the office, where Mr. Creed's accounts were passed. Home and found all my joiner's work now done, but only a small job or two, which please me very well. This afternoon there came 2 men with an order from a committee of lords to demand some books of me out of the office, in order to the examining of Mr. Hutchinson's accounts, but I give them a surly answer, and they went away to complain, which put me into some trouble with myself, but I resolved to go tomorrow myself to these lords and answer them. To bed, being in great fear because of the shavings which lay all up and down the house and cellar, for fear of fire. 16th. Up early to see whether the work of my house be quite done, and I found it to my mind. Stayed at home all the morning, and about 2 o'clock went in my velvet coat by water to the Savoy. And there, having stayed a good while, I was called into the Lords, and there, quite contrary to my expectations, they did treat me very civilly, telling me that what they had done was out of zeal to the king's service, and that they would join with the governors of the chest with all their hearts, since they knew that there was any, which they did not before. I give them very respectful answer, and so went away to the theatre, and there saw the latter end of the Maid's Tragedy, which I never saw before, and methinks it is too sad and melancholy. Thence homewards, and meeting Mr. Creed, I took him by water to the wardrobe with me, and there we found my lord newly gone away with the Duke of Ormond and some others, whom he had had to the collation. And so we, with the rest of the servants in the hall, sat down and eat of the best cold meats that ever I eat on in all my life. From thence I went home, Mr. Moore with me to the waterside, telling me how kindly he is used by my lord and my lady since his coming hither as a servant, and to bed. 17th. All the morning at home. At noon Lieutenant Lambert came to me, and he and I to the Exchange, and thence to an ordinary over against it, where to our dinner we had a fellow play well upon the bagpipes and whistle like a bird exceeding well, and I had a fancy to learn to whistle as he do, and did promise to come some other day and give him an angel to teach me. To the office, and sat there all the afternoon till 9 at night. So home to my musique, and my wife and I sat singing in my chamber a good while together, and then to bed. 18th. Towards Westminster, from the Tower, by water, and was fain to stand upon one of the piers about the bridge. The dangers of shooting the bridge were so great that a popular proverb has it London Bridge was made for wise men to go over and fools to go under. Before the men could drag their boat through the lock, and which they could not do till another was called to help them. Being through bridge I found the Thames full of boats and galleys, and upon inquiry found that there was a wager to be run this morning. So spying of Payne in a gully, I went into him, and there stayed, thinking to have gone to Chelsea with them. But upon the start the wager boats fell foul one of another, till at last one of them gives over, pretending foul play, and so the other row away alone, and all our sport lost. So I went ashore at Westminster. And to the hall I went, where it was very pleasant to see the hall in the condition it is now, with the judges on the benches at the further end of it, which I had not seen all this term till now. Thence with Mr. Spicer, Creed, and some others to drink. And so away homewards by water with Mr. Creed, whom I left in London going about business, and I home, where I stayed all the afternoon in the garden reading Faber Fortunae with great pleasure. So home to bed. 19th. Lord's Day I walked in the morning towards Westminster, and seeing many people at York House, I went down and found them at Mass, it being the Spanish ambassadors, and so I go into one of the galleries, and there heard 2 masses done, I think, not in so much state as I have seen them heretofore. After that into the garden, and walked a turn or two, but found it not so fine a place as I always took it for by the outside. Thence to my Lord S. and there spake with him about business, and then he went to Whitehall to dinner, and capped Furrers and Mr. Howe and myself to Mr. Wilkinson's at the Crown, and though he had no meat of his own, yet we happened to find our cook Mr. Robinson there, who had a dinner for himself and some friends, and so he did give us a very fine dinner. Then to my lord's, where we went and sat talking and laughing in the drawing-room a great while. All our talk about their going to see this voyage, which capped Furrers is in some doubt whether he shall go or no, but swears that he would go, if he were sure never to come back again. And I, giving him some hopes, he grew so mad with joy that he fell a-dancing and leaping like a madman. Now it fell out so that the balcone windows were open, and he went to the rail and made an offer to leap over, and asked what if he should leap over there. I told him I would give him L40 if he did not go to sea. With that thought, I shut the doors, and how hindered him all we could. Yet he opened them again, and, with a vault, leaps down into the garden, the greatest and most desperate frolic that ever I saw in my life. I run to see what was become of him, and we found him crawled upon his knees, but could not rise. So we went down into the garden and dragged him to the bench, where he looked like a dead man, but could not stir. And though he had broke nothing, yet his pain in his back was such as he could not endure. With this, my lord, who was in the little new room, come to us in amaze, and bid us carry him up, which by our strength we did, and so laid him in East's bed by the door, where he lay in great pain. We sent for a doctor and chirurgeon, but none to be found, till by and by chance comes in Dr. Clerk, who is afeard of him. So we sent to get a lodging for him, and I went up to my lord, where Captain Cook, Mr. Gibbons, and others of the king's musicians were come to present my lord with some songs and symphonies, which were performed very finely. Which being done, I took leave and supped at my father's, where was my cousin Beck come lately out of the country. I am troubled to see my father so much decay of a suddain, as he do both in his seeing and hearing, and as much to hear of him how my brother Tom do grow disrespectful to him and my mother. I took leave and went home, where to prayers, which I have not had in my house a good while, and so to bed. 20th, at home all the morning. Paid L50 to one Mr. Grant for Mr. Barlow for the last half year, and was visited by Mr. Anderson, my former chamber fellow at Cambridge, with whom I parted at the Hague, but I did not go forth with him, only gave him a morning draught at home. At noon Mr. Creed came to me, and he and I to the Exchange, and so to an ordinary to dinner, and after dinner to the Mitre, and there sat drinking while it rained very much. Then to the office, where I found Sir Williams both, choosing of masters for the new fleet of ships that is ordered to be set forth, and Penn seeming to be in an ugly humor, not willing to gratify one that I mentioned to be put in, did vex me. We sat late, and so home. Mr. Moore came to me when I was going to bed, and sat with me a good while talking about my lord's business and our own, and so good night. 21st. Up early, and with Sir R. Slingsby and Major Waters the deaf gentleman his friend, for company's sake, to the victualling office, the first time that I ever knew where it was, and there stayed while he read a commission for inquiry into some of the king's lands and houses thereabouts that are given his brother. And then we took boat to Woolwich, where we stayed and gave order for the fitting out of some more ships presently. And then to Deptford, where we stayed and did the same, and so took barge again, and were overtaken by the king in his barge, he having been down the river with his yacht this day for pleasure to try it. And, as I hear, Commissioner Petts do prove better than the Dutch one, and that his brother built. While we were upon the water, one of the greatest showers of rain fell that ever I saw. The comptroller and I landed with our barge at the Temple, and from thence I went to my father S., and there did give order about some clothes to be made, and did buy a new hat, cost between 20 and 30 shillings, at Mr. Holden S. So home. 22nd. To Westminster, and there missed of my lord, and so about noon I and W. Howe by water to the wardrobe, where my lord and all the officers of the wardrobe dined, and several other friends of my lord, at a venison pasty. Before dinner, my Lady Wright and my Lady Jem sang songs to the harpsichon, very pleasant and merry at dinner. And then I went away by water to the office, and there stayed till it was late. At night before I went to bed, the barber came to trim me and wash me, and so to bed, in order to my being clean tomorrow. 23rd. This day I went to my lord, and about many other things at Whitehall, and there made even my accounts with Mr. Shepley at my lord S. and then with him and Mr. Moore and John Bowles to the Rhenish wine-house. And there came Jonas Moore, the mathematician, to us, and there he did by discourse make us fully believe that England and France were once the same continent, by very good arguments, and spoke very many things. Not so much to prove the scripture false as that the time therein is not well computed nor understood. From thence home by water, and there shifted myself into my black silk suit, the first day I have put it on this year, and so to my Lord Mayor's by coach, with a great deal of honourable company and great entertainment. At table I had very good discourse with Mr. Ashmole, wherein he did assure me that frogs and many insects do often fall from the sky, ready formed. Dr. Bates's singularity in not rising up, nor drinking the king's, nor other healths at the table, was very much observed. Dr. William Bates, one of the most eminent of the Puritan divines, and who took part in the Savoy Conference. His collected writings were published in 1700 and fill a large folio volume. The dissenters called him silver-tongued Bates. Calamy affirmed that if Bates would have conformed to the established church, he might have been raised to any bishopric in the kingdom. He died in 1699, aged 74. From thence we all took coach, and to our office, and there sat till it was late, and so I home and to bed by daylight. This day was kept a holy day through the town, and it pleased me to see the little boys walk up and down in procession with their broomstaffs in their hands, as I had myself long ago gone. Pepys here refers to the perambulation of parishes on Holy Thursday, still observed. This ceremony was sometimes enlivened by whipping the boys, for the better impressing on their minds the remembrance of the day, and the boundaries of the parish, instead of beating houses or stones. But this would not have harmonized well with the excellent Hooker's practice on this day, when he always dropped some loving and facetious observations, to be remembered against the next year, especially by the boys and young people. Amongst Dorsetshire customs, it seems that in perambulating a manor or parish, a boy is tossed into a stream, if that be the boundary. If a hedge, a sapling from it is applied for the purpose of flagellation. B. 24th. At home all the morning making up my private accounts, and this is the first time that I do find myself to be clearly worth L500 in money, besides all my goods in my house, and see in the afternoon at the office late. And then I went to the wardrobe, where I found my lord at supper. And therefore I walked a good while till he had done, and I went in to him, and there he looked over my accounts. And they were committed to Mr. Moore to see me paid what remained due to me. Then down to the kitchen to eat a bit of bread and butter, which I did, and there I took one of the maids by the chin, thinking her to be Susan, but it proved to be her sister, who is very like her. From thence home. 25th. All the morning at home about business. At noon to the temple, where I stayed and looked over a book or two at Playford's, and then to the theatre where I saw a piece of The Silent Woman, which pleased me. So homewards, and in my way bought The Bondman in Paul's churchyard, and so home, where I found all clean, and the hearth and range, as it is now enlarged, set up, which pleases me very much. 26th, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed. To church and heard a good sermon at our own church, where I have not been a great many weeks. Dined with my wife alone at home, pleasing myself in that my house do begin to look as if at last it would be in good order. This day the Parliament received the communion of Dr. Gunning at St. Margaret's, Westminster. In the afternoon both the Sir Williams came to church, where we had a dull stranger. After church home, and so to the Mitre, where I found Dr. Burnet, the first time that ever I met him to drink with him, and my Uncle White, and there we sat and drank a great deal, and so I to Sir W. Batt,'s, where I have on purpose made myself a great stranger, only to get a high opinion a little more of myself in them. Here I heard how Mrs. Brown, Sir W. Batten's sister, is brought to bed, and I to be one of the godfathers, which I could not nor did deny. Which, however, did trouble me very much to be at charge to no purpose, so that I could not sleep hardly all night, but in the morning I bethought myself, and I think it is very well I should do it. Sir W. Batten told me how Mr. Prynne, among the 2 or 3 that did refuse today to receive the sacrament upon their knees, was offered by a mistake the drink afterwards, which he did receive, being denied the drink by Dr. Gunning, unless he would take it on his knees. And after that by another the bread was brought him, and he did take it sitting, which is thought very preposterous. Home and to bed. 27th. To the wardrobe, and from thence with my lord's sandwich and Hinchinbroke to the Lord's house by boat at Westminster, and there I left them. Then to the lobby, and after waiting for Sir G. Downing S. coming out to speak with him about the giving me up of my bond for my honesty when I was his clerk. But to no purpose, I went to clerks at the Leg. And there I found both Mr. Pierce's, Mr. Rolt, formerly too great a man to meet upon such even terms, and there we dined very merry, there coming to us Captain Furrers. This being the first day of his going abroad since his leap a week ago, which I was greatly glad to see. By water to the office, and there sat late, Sir George Carteret coming in, who among other things did inquire into the naming of the maesters for this fleet, and was very angry that they were named as they are, and above all to see the maester of the Adventure, for whom there is some kind of difference between Sir W. Penn and me, turned out, who has been in her list. The office done, I went with the controller to the coffee house, and there we discoursed of this, and I seemed to be fond of him, and indeed I find I must carry fair with all as far as I see it safe. But I have got of him leave to have a little room from his lodgings to my house, of which I am very glad. Besides, I do open him a way to get lodgings himself in the office, of which I should be very glad. Home and to bed. 28th. This morning to the wardrobe, and thence to a little alehouse hard by, to drink with John Bowies, who is now going to Hinchinbroke this day. Thence with Mr. Shepley to the Exchange about business, and there, by Mr. Rawlinson's favour, got into a balcone over against the Exchange, and there saw the hangman burn, by vote of Parliament, 2 old acts, the one for constituting us a commonwealth, and the others I have forgot. Which still do make me think of the greatness of this late turn, and what people will do tomorrow against what they all, through profit or fear, did promise and practice this day. Then to the Mitre with Mr. Shepley, and there dined with D. Rawlinson and some friends of his very well. So home, and then to Cheapside about buying a piece of plate to give away tomorrow to Mrs. Brown's child. So to the Star in Cheapside, where I left Mr. Moore telling L5 out for me, who I found in a great strait for my coming back again, and so he went his way at my coming. Then home, where Mr. Cook I met, and he paid me 30s, an old debt of his to me. So to Sir W. Penn's, and there sat alone with him till 10 at night in talk with great content, he telling me things and persons that I did not understand in the late times, and so I home to bed. My cousin John Holcroft, whom I have not seen many years, this morning came to see me. 29th King's birthday. Rose early, and having made myself fine and put 6 spoons and a porringer of silver in my pocket to give away today, Sir W. Penn and I took coach, and the weather and ways being foul, went to Walthamstow. And being come there heard Mr. Ratcliffe, my former schoolfellow at Paul's, who is yet a mere boy, preach upon nay, let him take all since my lord the king is returned. And see he reads all, and his sermon very simple, but I looked for new matter. Back to dinner to Sir William Batt, S., and then, after a walk in the fine gardens, we went to Mrs. Brown's, where Sir W. Penn and I were godfathers, and Mrs. Jordan and Shipman godmothers to her boy. And there, before and after the christening, we were with the woman above in her chamber. But whether we carried ourselves well or ill, I know not, but I was directed by young Mrs. Batt. One passage of a lady that eat wafers with her dog did a little displease me. I did give the midwife 10s, and the nurse 5s, and the maid of the house 2s. But for as much I expected to give the name to the child, but did not it being called John, I forbore then to give my plate till another time after a little more advice. All being done, we went to Mrs. Shipman's, who is a great butter woman, and I did see there the most of milk and cream, and the cleanest that ever I saw in my life. After we had filled our bellies with cream, we took our leaves and away. In our way, we had great sport to try who should drive fastest, Sir W. Batten's coach, or Sir W. Penn's chariot, they having 4, and we 2 horses, and we beat them. But it cost me the spoiling of my clothes and velvet coat with dirt. Being come home I to bed, and give my breeches to be dried by the fire against tomorrow. 30th. To the wardrobe, and there, with my lord, went into his new barge to try her, and found her a good boat, and like my lord's contrivance of the door to come out round and not square as they used to do. Back to the wardrobe with my lord, and then with Mr. Moore to the Temple, and thence to Greatorex, who took me to Arundel House, and there showed me some fine flowers in his garden, and all the fine statues in the gallery, which I formerly had seen, and is a brave sight. And thence to a blind dark cellar, where we had 2 bottles of good ale. And so after giving him direction for my silver side table, I took boat at Arundel Stairs, and put in at Milford. So home, and found Sir Williams both and my lady going to Diptford to christen Captain Ruth's child, and would have had me with them, but I could not go. To the office, where Sir R. Slingsby was, and he and I into his and my lodgings to take a view of them. Out of a desire he has to have mine of me to join to his, and give me Mr. Turner S. To the office again, where Sir G. Carteret came and sat a while, he being angry for Sir William's making of the maisters of this fleet upon their own heads without a full table. Then the controller and I to the coffee-house, and there sat a great while talking of many things. So home and to bed. This day, I hear, the Parliament have ordered a bill to be brought in for the restoring the bishops to the House of Lords, which they had not done so soon, but to spite Mr. Prynne, who is every day so bitter against them in his discourse in the House. 31st. I went to my father's thinking to have met with my cousin John Holcroft, but he came not. But to my great grief, I found my father and mother in a great deal of discontent one with another, and indeed my mother is grown now so pettish that I know not how my father is able to bear with it. I did talk to her so as did not indeed become me, but I could not help it, she being so unsufferably foolish and simple, so that my father, poor man, is become a very unhappy man. There I dined, and so home and to the office all the afternoon till 9 at night, and then home and to supper and to bed. Great talk now how the Parliament intend to make a collection of free gifts to the king through the kingdom, but I think it will not come to much. June 1661. June 1st. Having taken our leaves of Sir W. Batten and my lady, who are gone this morning to keep their Whitsuntide, Sir W. Penn and I and Mr. Godden by water to Woolwich, and there went from ship to give order for and take notice of their forwardness to go forth, and then to Diptford and did the like, having dined at Woolwich with Captain Poole at the tavern there. From Diptford we walked to Redriff, calling at the halfway house, and there come into a room where there was infinite of new cakes placed that are made against Whitsuntide, and there we were very merry. By water home, and there did businesses of the office. Among others got my lord's imprest of L1000 and Mr. Creed, S of L10000 against this voyage, their bills signed. Having wrote letters into the country and read some things, I went to bed. 2nd Whitsunday. The barber having done with me, I went to church, and there heard a good sermon of Mr. Mills, fit for the day. Then home to dinner, and then to church again, and going home I found Greatorex, whom I expected today at dinner, come to see me, and so he and I in my chamber drinking of wine and eating of anchovies an hour or two, discoursing of many things in mathematics, and among others he showed me how it comes to pass the strength that levers have, and he showed me that what is got as to matter of strength is lost by them as to matter of time. It rained very hard, as it hath done of late so much that we begin to doubt a famine, and so he was forced to stay longer than I desired. At night after prayers to bed. 3rd, to the wardrobe, where discoursing with my lord, he did instruct me as to the business of the wardrobe, in case, in his absence, Mr. Townsend should die, and told me that he do intend to join me and Mr. Moore with him as to the business. Now he is going to sea, and spoke to me many other things, as to one that he do put the greatest confidence in, of which I am proud. Here I had a good occasion to tell him, what I have had long in my mind, that, since it has pleased God to bless me with something, I am desirous to lay out something for my father, and so have pitched upon Mr. Young's place in the wardrobe, which I desired he would give order in his absence, if the place should fall that I might have the refusal. Which my lord did freely promise me, at which I was very glad, he saying that he would do that at the least. So I saw my lord into the barge going to Whitehall, and I and Mr. Creed home to my house, whither my father and my cousin Scott came to dine with me, and so we dined together very well, and before we had done in comes my father Boger and my mother and 4 daughters, and a young gentleman and his sister, their friends, and there stayed all the afternoon, which cost me great store of wine, and were very merry. By and by I am called to the office, and there stayed a little. So home again, and took Mr. Creed and left them, and so he and I to the tower, to speak for some ammunition for ships for my lord. And so he and I, with much pleasure, walked quite round the tower, which I never did before. So home, and after a walk with my wife upon the leads, I and she went to bed. This morning I and Dr. Pearce went over to the Bear at the bridge foot, thinking to have met my Lord Hinchinbroke and his brother setting forth for France. But they being not come, we went over to the wardrobe, and there found that my Lord Abbot Montagu being not at Paris, my lord hath a mind to have them stay a little longer before they go. Fourth, the controller came this morning to get me to go see a house or 2 near our office, which he would take for himself or Mr. Turner, and then he would have me have Mr. Turner's lodgings and himself mine and Mr. Davis's. But the houses did not like us, and so that design at present is stopped. Then he and I by water to the bridge, and then walked over the bank side till we came to the temple. And so I went over and to my father's, where I met with my cousin J. Holcroft, and took him and my father and my brother Tom to the Bear Tavern and gave them wine, my cousin being to go into the country again tomorrow. From thence to my Lord Crew's to dinner with him, and had very good discourse about having of young noblemen and gentlemen to think of going to sea, as being as honorable service as the land wore. And among other things he told us how, in Queen Elizabeth's time, one young nobleman would wait with a trencher at the back of another till he came to age himself. And witnessed in my young Lord of Kent, that then was, who waited upon my Lord Bedford at table, when a letter came to my Lord Bedford that the earldom of Kent was fallen to his servant, the young lord. And so he rose from table and made him sit down in his place and took a lower for himself, for so he was by place to sit. From thence to the theatre and saw Harry the Fourth, a good play. That done I went over the water and walked over the fields to Southwark, and so home and to my lute. At night to bed. Fifth, this morning did give my wife L4 to lay out upon lace and other things for herself. I to wardrobe and so to Whitehall and Westminster, where I dined with my lord and Ned dickering alone at his lodgings. After dinner to the office, where we sat and did business, and Sir W. Penn and I went home with Sir R. Slingsby to Bowles and his ally, and there had good sport, and afterwards went in and drank and talked. So home Sir William and I, and it being very hot whether I took my flageolet and played upon the leads in the garden, where Sir W. Penn came out in his shirt into his leads. And there we stayed talking and singing, and drinking great draughts of claret, and eating batargo. Batarga, the roe of the mullet pressed flat and dried. That of commerce, however, is from the tunny, a large fish of passage which is common in the Mediterranean. The best kind comes from Tunis. Smythe's Sailor's Word Book. Batargo was chiefly used to promote drinking by causing thirst, and Rabelais makes Gargantua eat it. And bread and butter till 12 at night, it being moonshine, and so to bed, very near fuddled. Sixth, my head hath ached all night, and all this morning, with my last night's debauch. Called up this morning by Lieutenant Lambert, who is now made captain of the Norwich, and he and I went down by water to Greenwich, in our way observing and discoursing upon the things of a ship, he telling me all I asked him, which was of good use to me. There we went and eat and drank and heard music at the Globe, and saw the simple motion that is there of a woman with a rod in her hand, keeping time to the music while it plays, which is simple, methinks. Back again by water, calling at Captain Lambert's house, which is very handsome and neat, and a fine prospect at top. So to the office, where we sat a little, and then the captain and I again to Bridewell to Mr. Holland's, where his wife also, a plain dowdy, and his mother was. Here I paid Mrs. Holland the money due from me to her husband. Here came 2 young gentlewomen to see Mr. Holland, and one of them could play pretty well upon the violin, but, good God, how these ignorant people did cry her up for it. We were very merry. I stayed and supped there, and so home and to bed. The weather very hot, this night I left off my waistcoat. 7th, to my lord's at Whitehall, but not finding him I went to the wardrobe and there dined with my lady, and was very kindly treated by her. After dinner to the office, and there till late at night. So home, and to Sir William Batten, S., who is come this day from Chatham with my lady, who is and has been much troubled with the toothache. Here I stayed till late, and so home and to bed. 8th, to Whitehall to my lord, who did tell me that he would have me go to Mr. Townsend, whom he had ordered to discover to me the whole mystery of the wardrobe, and none else but me, and that he will make me deputy with him for fear that he should die in my lord's absence, of which I was glad. Then to the cook, S. with Mr. Shepley and Mr. Creed, and dined together, and then I went to the theatre and there saw Bartholomew Fair, the first time it was acted nowadays. It is a most admirable play and well acted, but too much profane and abusive. From thence, meeting Mr. Creed at the door, he and I went to the tobacco shop under Temple Bar Gate, and there went up to the top of the house, and there sat drinking Lambeth ale a good while. Then away home, and in my way called upon Mr. Rawlinson, my uncle White being out of town, for his advice to answer a letter of my uncle Robert, wherein he do offer me a purchase to lay some money upon, that joins upon some of his own lands, and plainly telling me that the reason of his advice is the convenience that it will give me as to his estate, of which I am exceeding glad, and am advised to give up wholly the disposal of my money to him, let him do what he will with it, which I shall do. So home and to bed. 9th, Lord's Day. This day my wife put on her black silk gown, which is now laced all over with black gimp lace, as the fashion is, in which she is very pretty. She and I walked to my lady S. at the wardrobe, and there dined and was exceeding much made of. After dinner I left my wife there, and I walked to Whitehall, and then went to Mr. Pierce, S. and sat with his wife a good while, who continues very pretty till he came, and then he and I and Mr. Simmons, dancing master, that goes to sea with my lord, to the Swan Tavern, and there drank, and so again to Whitehall, and there met with Dean Fuller, and walked a great while with him. Among other things discoursed of the liberty the bishop, by name of Galloway, takes to admit into orders any body that will. Among others, Rowntree, a simple mechanique that was a person formerly in the fleet. He told me he would complain of it. By and by we went and got a sculler, and landing him at Worcester House, I and W. Howe, who came to us at Whitehall, went to the wardrobe, where I met with Mr. Townsend, who is very willing, he says, to communicate anything for my lord's advantage to me as to his business. I went up to Jane Shore's tower, and there W. Howe and I sang, and so took my wife and walked home, and so to bed. After I came home, a messenger came from my lord to bid me come to him tomorrow morning. 10th, early to my lord's, who privately told me how the king had made him ambassador in the bringing over the queen. Catherine of Braganza, daughter of John Roman IV. Of Portugal, born 1638, married to Charles Roman II. May 21, 1662. After the death of the king, she lived for some time at Somerset House, and then returned to Portugal, of which country she became regent in 1704 on the retirement of her brother Don Pedro. She died December 31, 1705. That he is to go to Algiers and see, to settle the business, and to put the fleet in order there, and so to come back to Lisbon with 3 ships, and there to meet the fleet that is to follow him. He sent for me, to tell me that he do entrust me with the seeing of all things done in his absence as to this great preparation, as I shall receive orders from my Lord Chancellor and Mr. Edward Montagu. At all which my heart is above measure glad, for my lord's honour, and some profit to myself, I hope. By and by, out with Mr. Shepley Walden, Parliament man for Huntingdon Rolt, Mackworth, and Alderman Backwell, to a house hard by, to drink Lambeth ale. So I back to the wardrobe, and there found my lord going to Trinity House, this being the solemn day of choosing master, and my lord is chosen, so he dines there today. I stayed and dined with my lady, but after we were set, comes in some persons of condition, and so the children and I rose and dined by ourselves, all the children and I, and were very merry, and they mighty fond of me. Then to the office, and there sat a while. So home, and at night to bed, where we lay in Sir R. Slingsby's lodgings in the dining room there in one green bed, my house being now in its last work of painting and whiting. 11th. At the office this morning, Sir G. Carteret with us, and we agreed upon a letter to the Duke of York, to tell him the sad condition of this office for want of money, how men are not able to serve us more without some money, and that now the credit of the office is brought so low that none will sell us anything without our personal security given for the same. All the afternoon abroad about several businesses, and at night home and to bed. 12th. Wednesday, a day kept between a fast and a feast, the bishops not being ready enough to keep the fast for foul weather before fair weather came, and so they were forced to keep it between both. A form of prayer was published to be used in London on the 12th, and in the country on the 19th of June, being the special days appointed for a general fast to be kept in the respective places for averting those sicknesses and diseases, that dearth and scarcity, which justly may be feared from the late immoderate rain and waters, for a thanksgiving also for the blessed change of weather, and the begging the continuance of it to us for our comfort, and likewise for beseeching a blessing upon the High Court of Parliament now assembled, set forth by His Majesty's authority. A sermon was preached before the Commons by Thomas Greenfield, preacher of Lincoln's Inn. The Lords taxed themselves for the Purin Earl, a baron, 20s. Those absent from prayers were to pay a forfeit, b. I to Whitehall, and there with Captain Rolt and Furrers we went to Lambeth to drink our morning draught, where at the Three Mariners, a place noted for their ale, we went and stayed a while very merry, and so away. And wanting a boat, we found Captain Bunn going down the river, and so we went into his boat having a lady with him, and he landed them at Westminster and me at the bridge. At home all day with my workmen, and doing several things, among others writing the letter resolved of yesterday to the Duke. Then to Whitehall, where I met my lord, who told me he must have L300 laid out in cloth, to give in Barbary, as presents among the Turks. At which occasion of getting something I was very glad. Home to supper, and then to Sir R. Slingsby, who with his brother and I went to my lord's at the wardrobe, and there stayed a great while, but he being now taking his leave of his friends stayed out late, and so they went away. Anon came my lord in, and I stayed with him a good while, and then to bed with Mr. Moore in his chamber. 13th. I went up and down to Alderman Backwell's, but his servants not being up, I went home and put on my grey cloth suit and faced white coat, made of one of my wife's petticoats, the first time I have had it on, and so in a riding garb back again and spoke with Mr. Shaw at the alderman's, who offers me L300 if my lord pleases to buy this cloth with, which pleased me well. So to the wardrobe, and got my lord to order Mr. Creed to impress so much upon me to be paid by Alderman Backwell. So with my lord to Whitehall by water, and he having taken leave of the king, comes to us at his lodgings, and from thence goes to the garden stairs and there takes barge, and at the stairs was met by Sir R. Slingsby, who there took his leave of my lord, and I heard my lord thank him for his kindness to me, which Sir Robert answered much to my advantage. I went down with my lord in the barge to Dipt Ford, and there went on board the Dutch yacht, and stayed there a good while, W. Howe not being come with my lord's things, which made my lord very angry. By and by he comes, and so we set sail, and anon went to dinner, my lord and we very merry. And after dinner I went down below and there sang, and took leave of W. Howe, Captain Rolt, and the rest of my friends, then went up and took leave of my lord, who give me his hand and parted with great respect. So went and Captain Furrers with me into our wherry, and my lord did give 5 guns, all they had charged, which was the greatest respect my lord could do me, and of which I was not a little proud. So with a sad and merry heart I left them sailing pleasantly from Erith, hoping to be in the Downs tomorrow early. We toward London in our boat, pulled off our stockings, and bathed our legs a great while in the river, which I had not done some years before. By and by we come to Greenwich, and thinking to have gone on the king's yacht, the king was in her, so we passed by, and at Woolwich went on shore, in the company of Captain Poole of Jamaica and young Mr. Kennersley, and many others, and so to the tavern where we drank a great deal both wine and beer. So we parted hence and went home with Mr. Falconer, who did give us cherries and good wine. So to boat, and young Poole took us on board the Charity and gave us wine there, with which I had full enough. And so to our wherry again, and there fell asleep till I came almost to the Tower, and there the captain and I parted, and I home and with wine enough in my head, went to bed. 14th. To Whitehall to my lord's, where I found Mr. Edward Montagu and his family come to lie during my lord's absence. I sent to my house by my lord's order his ship and triangle virginal. So to my father, and did give him order about the buying of this cloth to send to my lord. But I could not stay with him myself, for having got a great cold by my playing the fool in the water yesterday, I was in great pain, and so went home by coach to bed, and went not to the office at all, and by keeping myself warm, I broke wind and so came to some ease. Rose and eat some supper, and so to bed again. 15th. My father came and drank his morning draught with me, and sat with me till I was ready, and so he and I about the business of the cloth. By and by I left him and went and dined with my lady, who, now my lord is gone, is come to her poor housekeeping again. Then to my father's, who tells me what he has done, and we resolved upon 2 pieces of scarlet, 2 of purple, and 2 of black, and L50 in linen. I home, taking L300 with me home from Alderman Backwell, S. After writing to my lord to let him know what I had done, I was going to bed. But there coming the purser of the king's yacht for victuals presently, for the Duke of York is to go down tomorrow, I got him to promise stowage for these things there. And so I went to bed, bidding will go and fetch the things from the carriers hither, which about 12 o'clock were brought to my house, and laid there all night. 16th, Lord's Day. But no purser coming in the morning for them, and I hear that the Duke went last night, and so I am at a great loss what to do. And so this day, though the Lord's Day, stayed at home, sending Will up and down to know what to do. Sometimes thinking to continue my resolution of sending by the carrier to be at Deal on Wednesday next, sometimes to send them by sea by a vessel on purpose, but am not yet come to a resolution, but am at a very great loss and trouble in mind what in the world to do herein. The afternoon, while Will was abroad, I spent in reading The Spanish Gypsy, a play not very good, though commended much. At night resolved to hire a Margate Hoy, who would go away tomorrow morning, which I did, and sent the things all by him, and put them on board about 12 this night, hoping to have them as the wind now serves in the Downs tomorrow night. To bed with some quiet of mind, having sent the things away. 17th. Visited this morning by my old friend Mr. C.H. Carter, who stayed and went to Westminster with me, and there we parted, and I to the wardrobe and dined with my lady. So home to my painters, who are now about painting my stairs. So to the office, and at night we all went to Sir W. Penn's, and there sat and drank till 11 at night, and so home and to bed. 18th. All this morning at home vexing about the delay of my painters, and about 4 in the afternoon my wife and I by water to Captain Lambert's, where we took great pleasure in their turret garden, and seeing the fine needleworks of his wife, the best I ever saw in my life, and afterwards had a very handsome treat and good musique that she made upon the harpsichon, and with a great deal of pleasure stayed till 8 at night, and so home again. There being a little pretty witty child that is kept in their house that would not let us go without her, and so fell a-crying by the waterside. So home, where I met Jack Cole, who stayed with me a good while, and is still of the old good humor that we were of at school together, and I am very glad to see him. He gone, I went to bed. 19th. All the morning almost at home, seeing my stairs finished by the painters, which pleases me well. So with Mr. Moore to Westminster Hall, it being term, and then by water to the wardrobe, were very merry, and so home to the office all the afternoon, and at night to the Exchange to my Uncle White about my intention of purchasing at Brampton. So back again home and at night to bed. Thanks be to God, I am very well again of my late pain, and tomorrow hope to be out of my pain of dirt and trouble in my house, of which I am now become very weary. One thing I must observe here while I think of it, that I am now become the most negligent man in the world as to matters of news, insomuch that nowadays I neither can tell any, nor ask any of others. 20th. At home the greatest part of the day to see my workmen make an end, which this night they did to my great content. 21st. This morning going to my father's I met him, and so he and I went and drank our morning draught at the Samson in Paul's churchyard, and eat some gammon of bacon and sea, and then parted, having bought some green say for curtains in my parlor. Home and so to the Exchequer, where I met with my Uncle White, and home with him to dinner, where among others, my aunt being out of town, Mr. Norbury and I did discourse of his wife's house and land at Brampton, which I find too much for me to buy. Home, and in the afternoon to the office, and much pleased at night to see my house begin to be clean after all the dirt. 22nd. Abroad all the morning about several businesses. At noon went and dined with my lord crew, were very much made of by him and his lady. Then to the theatre, The Alchemist, comedy by Ben Jonson, first printed in 1612, which is a most incomparable play. And that being done, I met with little Llewellyn and Blurton, who took me to a friends of theirs in Lincoln's Inn Fields, one Mr. Hodges, where we drank great store of Rhenish wine and were very merry. So I went home, where I found my house now very clean, which was great content to me. 23rd, Lord's Day. In the morning to church, and my wife not being well, I went with Sir W. Batten home to dinner, my lady being out of town, where there was Sir W. Penn, Captain Allen and his daughter Rebecca, and Mr. Hempson and his wife. After dinner to church all of us, and had a very good sermon of a stranger. And so I and the young company to walk first to Gray's Inn Walks, where great store of gallants, but above all the ladies that I there saw, or ever did see, Mrs. Frances Butler, Monsieur L. Impertinent's sister, is the greatest beauty. Then we went to Islington, where at the great house I entertained them as well as I could, and so home with them, and so to my own home and to bed. Paul, who went this day to a child's christening of Kate Joyce's, stayed out all night at my father's, she not being well. 24th, Midsummer Day. We kept this a holiday, and so went not to the office at all the morning at home. At noon my father came to see my house now it is done, which is now very neat. He and I and Dr. Williams, who is come to see my wife, whose sore belly is now grown dangerous as she thinks, to the ordinary over against the Exchange, where we dined and had great wrangling with the master of the house when the reckoning was brought to us, he setting down exceeding high everything. I home again and to Sir W. Batten S. and there sat a good while, so home. 25th. Up this morning to put my papers in order that are come from my Lord S., so that now I have nothing there remaining that is mine, which I have had till now. This morning came Mr. Goodgroom. Theodore Goodgroom, Pepys's singing master. He was probably related to John Goodgroom, a gentleman of the Chapel Royal, who is also referred to in the diary. To me recommended by Mr. Mage, with whom I agreed presently to give him 20s. Entrance, which I then did, and 20s. A month more to teach me to sing, and so we began, and I hope I have come to something in it. His first song is La Cruda la Bella. He gone my brother Tom comes, with whom I made even with my father and the 2 drapers for the cloths I sent to see lately. At home all day, in the afternoon came Captain Allen and his daughter Rebecca and Mr. Hempson, and by both Sir Williams, who sat with me till it was late, and I had a very gallant collation for them. At night to bed. 26th. To Westminster about several businesses, then to dine with my lady at the Wardrobe, taking Dean Fuller along with me, then home, where I heard my father had been to find me about special business. So I took coach and went to him, and found by a letter to him from my aunt that my Uncle Robert is taken with a dizziness in his head, so that they desire my father to come down to look after his business, by which we guess that he is very ill, and so my father do think to go tomorrow. And so God's will be done. Back by water to the office, there till night, and so home to my musique and then to bed. 27th. To my father S., and with him to Mr. Starling, S. to drink our morning draught, and there I told him how I would have him speak to my Uncle Robert, when he comes thither, concerning my buying of land, that I could pay ready money L 600 and the rest by L 150 per annum, to make up as much as will buy L 50 per annum. Which I do, though I not worth above L 500 ready money, that he may think me to be a greater saver than I am. Here I took my leave of my father, who is going this morning to my uncle upon my aunt's letter this week that he is not well and so needs my father's help. At noon home, and then with my Lady Batten, Mrs. Rebecca Allen, Mrs. Thompson, and C., 2 coaches of us, we went and saw Bartholomew Fair, acted very well, and so home again and stayed at Sir W. Batten's late, and so home to bed. This day Mr. Holden sent me a bever, which cost me L 4 5s. Whilst a hat, see January 28th, 1660-61, ante cost only 35s. See also Lord Sandwich's vexation at his beaver being stolen, and a hat only left in lieu of it, April 30th, 1661, ante, and April 19th anth, 1662, postby. 28th. At home all the morning practicing to sing, which is now my great trade, and at noon to my lady and dined with her. So back into the office, and there sat till 7 at night, and then Sir W. Penn and I in his coach went to Moorfields, and there walked, and stood and saw the wrestling, which I never saw so much of before, between the north and west countrymen. So home, and this night had our bed set up in our room that we called the nursery, where we lay, and I am very much pleased with the room. 29th. By a letter from the Duke complaining of the delay of the ships that are to be got ready, Sir Williams both and I went to Deptford and there examined into the delays, and were satisfied. So back again home and stayed till the afternoon, and then I walked to the Bell at the Maple in the Strand. And thither came to me by appointment Mr. Chetwynd, Gregory, and Hartlib, so many of our old club, and Mr. Kipps, where we stayed and drank and talked with much pleasure till it was late, and so I walked home and to bed. Mr. Chetwynd by chewing of tobacco is become very fat and sallow, whereas he was consumptive, and in our discourse he fell commending of Hooker's Ecclesiastical Polity, as the best book, and the only one that made him a Christian, which puts me upon the buying of it, which I will do shortly. 30th, Lord's Day. To church, where we observe the trade of briefs is come now up to so constant a course every Sunday, that we resolve to give no more to them. It appears from an old Ms. account book of the collections in the Church of St. Olave, Hart Street, beginning in 1642, still extant, that the money gathered on the 30th June, 1661, for several inhabitants of the parish of St. Dunstan in the west towards their loss by fire, amounted to XXS. Vid. Pepys might complain of the trade in briefs, as similar contributions had been levied 14 weeks successively, previous to the one in question at St. Olave's Church. Briefs were abolished in 1828b. A good sermon, and then home to dinner, my wife and I all alone. After dinner, Sir Williams both and I by water to Whitehall, where having walked up and down, at last we met with the Duke of York, according to an order sent us yesterday from him, to give him an account where the fault lay in the not sending out of the ships, which we find to be only the wind hath been against them, and so they could not get out of the river. Hence I to Gray's Inn walk, all alone, and with great pleasure seeing the fine ladies walk there. Myself humming to myself, which nowadays is my constant practice since I begun to learn to sing the trillo, and found by use that it do come upon me. Home very weary and to bed, finding my wife not sick, but yet out of order, that I fear she will come to be sick. This day the Portuguese ambassador came to Whitehall to take leave of the king, he being now going to end all with the queen, and to send her over. The weather now very fair and pleasant, but very hot. My father gone to Brampton to see my uncle Robert, not knowing whether to find him dead or alive. Myself, lately under a great expense of money upon myself in clothes and other things, but I hope to make it up this summer by my having to do in getting things ready to send with the next fleet to the Queen. Myself in good health, but mighty apt to take cold, so that this hot weather I am fain to wear a cloth before my belly.